Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Skylar. The silence in my studio wraps around me like a suffocating blanket. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting everything in their unforgiving glare, each shadow sharp-edged and accusatory. The stacks of prints lean against the walls, like disappointed witnesses to my failures. Landscapes nobody wanted. Portraits that gathered dust instead of admirers. Street photography that captured moments no one cared to own. My fingers trace the edge of the nearest stack. The paper feels expensive under my touch, which makes this whole situation even more pathetic. Quality materials, professional equipment, zero return on investment. The desk calls my attention back to reality, with its mountain of unopened envelopes, bills, past due notices, final warnings. Each one a tiny paper knife twisting deeper into my chest cavity. Rent for the studio space I can barely afford. Equipment payments that seemed reasonable when I signed the contracts. Insurance premiums that mock my optimism from 6 months ago. I pick up the electric bill. $97 past due. The internet service notice threatens disconnection in 5 days. My phone buzzes with a text from the landlord, asking about this month's rent, which was due 3 days ago. Where the hell is the money supposed to come from? The question bounces off the empty walls and comes back to me unanswered. My savings account shows a balance that wouldn't cover a decent dinner, let alone keep this place running another month. Every credit card maxed out. Pride preventing me from calling my parents again after the last awkward conversation about practical career choices. I close my eyes and pull in a breath that tastes like recycled air and broken dreams. The familiar weight of my camera hangs around my neck, a 5-pound reminder of what used to feel like possibility instead of burden. But underneath the panic, something stirs. A memory surfaces like developing film in a dark room, slow and inevitable. 17 years old. Dad's old Nikon in my hands for the first time. The weight of it surprising, solid, and important. The viewfinder opening up a whole new universe where ordinary moments transformed into something extraordinary. That first roll of film developed in the school's makeshift darkroom. Watching images emerge from nothing in the chemical baths like magic. The thrill of capturing Mrs. Jenny feeding pigeons in the park, her wrinkled hands gentle against the gray morning sky. The way light fell across my best friend Maya's face during lunch, turning her laugh into something that belonged in galleries. Street corners that looked mundane to everyone else, but revealed their secrets through my lens. I'd stayed up until 3 a.m, poring over those first prints, planning the next day's shots, dreaming about cameras I couldn't afford and places I wanted to photograph. The world had suddenly become full of stories waiting to be told. My hands move without conscious thought, reaching for the worn photo book tucked beneath a pile of invoices. The leather cover bears scuff marks and coffee stains, evidence of countless late nights spent reliving these moments when photography felt like breathing instead of drowning. The first page reveals a black and white portrait of my grandmother, taken during my sophomore year of college. Her eyes hold decades of wisdom, and I'd somehow managed to capture that weight. The composition isn't perfect. A younger me hadn't yet learned about the rule of thirds, but the emotion radiates from the paper with raw honesty. "You've got something special, baby girl." Grandma's voice echoes in my memory, her fingers tracing the edges of the print I'd shown her with trembling hands. She'd insisted on hanging it in her living room, right next to family photos that had been there for decades. I flipped through more pages. A series from the downtown farmers market, capturing vendors in their element, the coffee shop owner's concentrated expression as he perfects latte art, children running through fountain spray, their joy frozen in mid-laugh, couples sharing quiet moments on park benches, unaware they were becoming part of something larger. Each image represents hours of waiting for the perfect light, the right expression, the decisive moment when ordinary life revealed its hidden beauty. I'd carried my camera everywhere, addicted to the possibility that the next frame might be the one that changed everything. The clock on the wall ticks with mechanical persistence. Each second, another reminder that time doesn't pause for artistic crises or financial meltdowns. The sound grows louder in the silence, punctuating my thoughts like a metronome keeping time to my anxiety. Tick, rent due, tick, bills mounting, tick, dreams slipping away. The weight of it all presses down on my shoulders. These walls that once felt like sanctuary now seem more like a trap. The equipment that used to represent endless possibility now looks like expensive anchors dragging me toward bankruptcy. But my fingers keep turning pages in the photo book, drawn to memories when creation felt effortless and hope came naturally. A calendar hangs on the wall beside my desk, and December stares back at me with its red-circled dates, Christmas, New Year's. The holidays that everyone else anticipates with joy, while I'm over here calculating whether I can afford both heat and food next month. The irony isn't lost on me. December used to be my favorite time of year. Family gatherings where everyone actually got along for 5 minutes. Mom's famous sweet potato pie that could solve world hunger if she'd just share the damn recipe. Dad telling the same stories about his college football days, while Uncle Jerome pretended to listen for the 1,000th time. Now, December means higher utility bills because nobody wants to freeze off during family visits. It means watching everyone else exchange gifts while I'm mentally calculating the cost of wrapping paper. It means smiling through questions about my photography hobby from relatives who still think I should have gone to law school, like my cousin Marcus. I flipped the calendar back to November, as if pretending we're still weeks away from the holiday storm might help. The previous months mock me with their optimistic notations. Portfolio review, modern gallery, crossed out in red ink, wedding consultation, Johnson family, they went with someone else. Art fair application deadline, rejected. Each crossed out opportunity represents another door slamming shut. Another chance I let slip through my fingers like water. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The words taste bitter on my tongue, but they're accurate. 6 months ago, I had options. The marketing agency downtown offered steady work, shooting corporate headshots and product photos. Boring as hell, but it would have covered the bills with money left over for actual groceries instead of ramen noodles every night. But no, I was too good for that. Too artistic to waste my talent on corporate nonsense. I wanted to be the next Annie Leibovitz, not some photographer who spent her days making middle managers look approachable for LinkedIn profiles. Pride, that's what got me here. Pride and delusions of grandeur that reality has thoroughly crushed. My phone buzzes against the desk, probably another creditor or my landlord, asking questions I can't answer with anything resembling good news. But when I glance at the screen, it's Maya's name that appears. Girl, please tell me you're not sitting in that studio having another existential crisis. Her voice cuts through my pity party like a knife through butter. Maya's always had this ability to read my moods from 3 states away. We've been friends since middle school, when she talked me out of cutting my own bangs, and I saved her from wearing that hideous orange dress to the 8th grade dance. I'm not having a crisis. I'm having a complete meltdown. There's a difference. Language, Sky. What would your grandmother say? She'd probably say I should have listened when she told me to have a backup plan. I lean back in my chair, letting the familiar comfort of Maya's voice ease some of the tension in my shoulders. Remember when we thought being adults would be glamorous? Honey, I remember when we thought 30 was ancient. Now look at us, almost there and still figuring it out. Maya works in pharmaceutical sales now, making more money than both our parents combined, while driving around in a car that costs more than most people's houses. She never makes me feel small about my choices, but the contrast between our lives is impossible to ignore. Speaking of figuring things out, she continues, I might have something for you. My company's sponsoring this charity gala thing next month, Christmas celebration for some local foundation. They need photographers, and I threw your name in the hat. My spine straightens. Work. Actual paying work. What kind of charity? Something about helping underprivileged kids during the holidays. Very feel-good, very photogenic. Lots of rich people in expensive clothes, pretending to care about poor children while writing tax-deductible checks. The cynicism in her voice mirrors my own thoughts, but I'm in no position to be picky about the motivations behind the paycheck. What's the pay like? Decent. Not amazing, but decent. Plus, these events are networking gold mines. Half the city's elite will be there, and they all need photographers for their various vanity projects. Networking. The word makes my stomach clench with anxiety and hope in equal measure. I've never been good at the schmoozing part of this business. Give me a camera and natural light, and I can work magic. Ask me to work a room full of strangers while selling myself like a used car, and I turn into an awkward mess who forgets how to form complete sentences. But beggars can't be choosers, and I'm definitely in beggar territory now. When is it? December 3rd. Black tie, fancy venue, the whole 9 yards. They want someone who can capture both the formal moments and the candid stuff. You know, make it look like everyone's having a genuine good time instead of just fulfilling their social obligations. December 3rd. A week away. Enough time to prepare, maybe even buy something that doesn't look like I pulled it from the discount rack at Target. If I can stretch my credit card one more time. I'll take it. That's my girl. I'll send you the contact information for the event coordinator. Her name's Patricia something. Very uptight, very specific about what she wants, but she pays on time. After we hang up, I stare at the calendar again. December doesn't look quite as threatening now. One job won't solve all my problems, but it's a start. It's movement in the right direction instead of this free fall I've been experiencing. I grab a pen and circle December 3rd in blue ink. Charity Gala. Christmas event. The first positive notation this calendar has seen in months. Maybe I can't afford to be picky anymore. Maybe it's time to take whatever work comes my way, even if it means photographing rich people patting themselves on the back for their charitable contributions. Pride might have gotten me into this mess, but pragmatism might get me out. The stack of bills still towers on my desk, but somehow they don't seem quite as insurmountable now. One job at a time, one paycheck at a time, whatever it takes to keep the lights on and the cameras clicking.
Chapter 2. Ethan. The city sprawls beneath me like a circuit board, all glittering lights and organized chaos. 42 floors up, the noise can't reach me, but I can feel the pulse of it anyway. Traffic arteries pumping life through concrete veins. People rushing toward destinations that probably matter less than they think. I press my palm against the cold glass, watching my breath fog the surface for half a second before the building's climate control erases it. Everything up here gets erased quickly. Controlled. Managed. Just like my life used to be. Mr. Sinclair? My assistant's voice cuts through the silence, but I don't turn around. "What is it, Jennifer?" "The Morrison contracts are ready for your review, and your attorney called about the custody arrangements." Custody arrangements. The words hit me like a sucker punch to the teeth every damn time. "Tell him I'll call back." "Sir, he said it was urgent regarding the Christmas." "I said I'll call back." Her heels click against the marble floor as she retreats, probably adding another note to her mental file about my increasingly difficult moods. Can't blame her. I've been a bastard to work with lately, snapping at everyone and micromanaging projects that used to run themselves. The door clicks shut, leaving me alone with the view and the thoughts I can't seem to outrun. 3 weeks. 21 days until I have to face my family's annual Christmas retreat in the Hamptons. 21 days to figure out how to explain why Sarah won't be there this year, or next year, or ever again. 21 days to prepare Daphne for the interrogation disguised as holiday cheer. My reflection stares back from the window, superimposed over the city like a ghost. 32-year-old man in a $5,000 suit, running a company worth more than most small countries' GDP. From the outside, it looks like success. From the inside, it feels like elaborate set dressing for a play nobody wants to watch anymore. The divorce papers are still in my desk drawer, signed and sealed and final as a death certificate. 6 months since Sarah walked out, taking half my assets and all my illusions about what our marriage actually meant. She kept the house in Connecticut, the one with the perfect kitchen she never cooked in, and the garden she hired people to maintain. I kept the penthouse in Manhattan, and the business and the crushing responsibility of explaining to an 8-year-old why Mommy doesn't live here anymore. "It's not about you, sweetheart." That's what I told Daphne when she asked if it was her fault. Standard divorced parent nonsense that every kid sees through immediately. But what was I supposed to say? That Mommy decided being a corporate wife wasn't fulfilling enough? That she needed to find herself in some yoga retreat in Costa Rica with her personal trainer? The ache in my chest tightens like a fist. Not for Sarah, that wound scabbed over months ago. For Daphne, who still asks when Mommy's coming home from her vacation. For the family photos scattered around the penthouse that I can't bring myself to put away or look at directly. For the life we built that turned out to be made of tissue paper and good intentions. My phone buzzes against the desk behind me, but I ignore it. Probably another well-meaning friend trying to set me up with their divorced sister or recently widowed colleague. As if the solution to one failed marriage is immediately jumping into another one. As if I have the bandwidth to trust another person with the pieces of my life when I can barely hold them together myself. The city keeps moving below, indifferent to my problems. Delivery trucks navigating narrow streets. Office workers spilling out of buildings for lunch breaks. Life proceeding exactly as it should, while mine feels stuck in some kind of emotional purgatory. Christmas used to be different. Sarah would spend weeks planning the perfect family presentation for my mother's inspection. Coordinated outfits for the annual photos. Carefully curated gifts that demonstrated thoughtfulness without appearing excessive. Conversation topics researched in advance to avoid any potential landmines about politics or family drama. Now it's just me and Daphne, and she's been asking questions I don't know how to answer. Will Santa know where to find me at Grandma's house? Are we still a real family if it's just us? Do you think Mommy misses Christmas? Each question lands like a small explosion in my chest. How do you explain adult failures to someone who still believes in magic? How do you maintain the illusion of stability when your own foundation feels like quicksand? My mother will have opinions, of course. Helen Sinclair has never met a family crisis she couldn't solve with proper planning and social expectations. She'll want to know about my transition plans, and whether I'm taking care of myself, and if Daphne is adjusting appropriately. All delivered with the same tone she used to discuss quarterly earnings reports back when she ran the foundation. The family business adds another layer of complexity. 3 generations of Sinclairs building something that matters, and now I'm the one who couldn't keep his personal life together long enough to provide stability for the next generation. The irony tastes like copper pennies and disappointment. Daphne will charm everyone he is, of course. She always does. 8 years old and already more socially adept than most adults I know. She'll deflect the awkward questions with stories about school and her art projects and whatever book she's reading this week. But I'll see the moments when her smile falters, when she remembers that half our family unit is missing. The penthouse felt enormous when it was just storage for a family that spent most of its time in Connecticut. Now, with Daphne's toys scattered across the hardwood and her drawings taped to the stainless steel refrigerator, it feels both too big and too small. Too big for just the two of us, too small to contain all the adjustments we're still figuring out. The stack of contracts on my desk might as well be written in hieroglyphics for all the attention I can give them right now. Morrison Industries wants to merge their supply chain with ours, which should be straightforward enough to review, but every time I start reading the liability clauses, my mind drifts back to custody schedules and Christmas morning logistics. I force myself to focus on the numbers. Revenue projections for the next quarter. Market analysis data that Jennifer compiled with her usual obsessive precision. The kind of concrete, measurable problems that actually have solutions, unlike the trash my personal life has become. The Morrison deal could net us $15 million in the first year alone if we structure it right. Their distribution network fills gaps we've been trying to plug for months, and their overseas connections could open doors we've been knocking on since... My phone rings, cutting through the financial projections like a buzzsaw through paper. Ethan Sinclair. Mr. Sinclair, this is Diana Richardson from the Metropolitan Children's Foundation. Great. Another charity looking for a check. What can I do for you, Ms. Richardson? We're hosting our annual Winter Gala on December 3rd, and we'd be honored to have you as one of our featured guests. Your family's foundation has been such a tremendous supporter over the years. December 3rd, 2 weeks before the family gathering in the Hamptons. 2 weeks to figure out whether I'm bringing a date or showing up solo and fielding awkward questions about Sarah's absence all night. I appreciate the invitation, but the cause is particularly close to our mission this year. We're raising funds for children from broken homes during the holiday season, providing stability and joy during what can be a very difficult time. The irony hits me like a brick to the skull. Children from broken homes. Right. Send me the details. Wonderful. Black tie, of course. 7 o'clock at the plaza. We'll have your invitation couriered over this afternoon. She hangs up, leaving me staring at the Morrison contracts with even less enthusiasm than before. A charity gala. Perfect. Another opportunity to smile and make small talk, while everyone pretends not to notice that the successful businessman can't keep his own family intact. But maybe that's exactly what I need. A room full of Manhattan's social elite, including plenty of accomplished, interesting women who might be looking for exactly the kind of stability I can provide. Someone sophisticated enough to handle family obligations without drama. Someone who understands that successful relationships require the same kind of strategic planning as successful business ventures. Christ. Listen to yourself. You're thinking about potential relationships like merger opportunities. I shove the Morrison paperwork aside and pull up my calendar on the computer screen. December 3rd falls on a Saturday, which means Daphne will be with me that weekend. I'll need to arrange for her nanny Chelsea to stay late, maybe order dinner from that Thai place Daphne likes. The cursor blinks in the appointment slot like it's mocking me. Metropolitan Children's Foundation Gala looks official and important typed out like that. Like I'm the kind of man who has his stuff together enough to attend high-profile charity events and make meaningful connections. Maybe some miracle will walk through those plaza ballroom doors. Some brilliant, beautiful woman who's also navigating the wreckage of failed expectations, who understands that building something real takes time and intention and a willingness to start over. Someone who won't look at me and see damaged goods or a cautionary tale about the dangers of prioritizing career over marriage. Or maybe I'll spend the evening making polite conversation with married couples who keep asking about Sarah until I want to throw myself off the plaza's roof. The Morrison contracts stare up at me accusingly, but my concentration is shot to hell now. Numbers blur together on the page, and every clause about mutual obligations and long-term commitments feels like salt in an open wound. Screw the holidays. Screw the family expectations and the cheerful small talk and the constant reminders that everyone else seems to have figured out how to make relationships work. Screw the charity galas and the Christmas parties and all the other social obligations that used to feel manageable when I had a wife to handle the emotional labor. I slammed the contract folder shut hard enough to rattle the desk lamp. The sound echoes through the office like a gunshot, but it doesn't make me feel any better. 3 weeks until Christmas. 3 weeks to somehow transform myself from a divorced workaholic into someone worthy of holiday magic and family traditions. 3 weeks to find a solution that probably doesn't exist for problems I never saw coming. The city keeps humming beyond my windows, 42 floors of distance between me and the real world, where people figure out how to build lives that don't fall apart when tested. Where 8-year-olds don't have to spend Christmas explaining why their family looks different now. Maybe the gala will provide some kind of answer. Maybe walking into that ballroom will trigger some cosmic shift that puts everything back into proper alignment. Maybe I'll meet someone who makes sense of all this chaos, who knows how to turn two broken people into something stronger than the sum of their parts. Or maybe I'm just grasping at straws, looking for salvation in all the wrong places, while the real solution sits somewhere I haven't thought to look yet. Either way, I'll be there December 3rd, wearing my best suit and my most convincing smile, hoping like hell that somewhere between the champagne and the charity auction, life decides to throw me a bone.
Chapter 3. Skylar. The Plaza Ballroom sparkles like someone dumped a jewelry box across the ceiling. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbow fragments across marble floors, and every surface seems designed to reflect wealth back at itself. I adjust my camera strap and scan the crowd, mentally cataloging angles and lighting opportunities. This gig could save me $3,000 for one night's work, plus potential connections that might lead to more high-end events. Enough to cover rent, utilities, and maybe even a decent Christmas gift for Mom, instead of another homemade photo album with apologies about my transitional period. The Metropolitan Children's Foundation knows how to throw a party. Servers weave through clusters of Manhattan's elite with champagne flutes and canapes that probably cost more than my monthly grocery budget. Women in designer gowns that cost more than my car lean into conversations with men whose watches could fund a small country's education system. I smooth down my black cocktail dress, the one splurge I allowed myself for events like this. It's simple but elegant, professional enough to blend in while still marking me as someone who belongs behind a camera rather than in front of the auction podium. Focus, Sky. You need this money. The foundation's event coordinator, a razor-sharp woman named Patricia, briefed me earlier about capturing authentic moments of generosity and connection. Translation: make rich people look good while they write tax-deductible checks. Not exactly my artistic vision, but my artistic vision doesn't pay for health insurance. I move through the crowd like a ghost, snapping candid shots of animated conversations and perfectly timed laughter. The key is becoming invisible, letting people forget you're there so their smiles look genuine instead of frozen. After 3 years of wedding photography, I've mastered the art of being essential yet unnoticed. A group of women near the silent auction table are examining a spa weekend package, their heads bent together in conspiratorial whispers. Perfect shot. I position myself at an angle that catches the warm light from the chandelier overhead, adjusting my settings for the ambient lighting. $3,700 for a weekend in the Hamptons, one woman murmurs. That's almost reasonable. Almost reasonable. Right. That's more than I made last month. But sure, almost reasonable for a spa weekend. I snap the photo anyway, catching their expressions of delighted discovery. The evening flows in a rhythm of champagne toasts and dignified applause. I document the foundation director's speech about children in need, the auction winners graciously accepting their prizes, couples swaying to the string quartet's rendition of jazz standards. Everything perfectly orchestrated, everyone playing their assigned roles in this theater of philanthropy. My feet are starting to ache in these heels, but I've got maybe an hour left before the official event winds down. Just need to capture the closing ceremonies and a few more group shots for their annual report. Then I can go home to my studio apartment and edit photos until my eyes blur, transforming tonight's work into next month's salvation. I'm backing away from a cluster of donors, trying to get a wide shot that includes the foundation's banner, when my heel catches something, or someone. The world tilts sideways, and I throw my arms out for balance, my camera swinging wide. The crash is spectacular and mortifying. My champagne flute, when did I pick up a champagne flute, arcs through the air like a crystal meteor before exploding against someone's chest in a cascade of golden liquid and shattered glass. The sound cuts through the elegant conversations like a fire alarm. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. The man I've just baptized with Dom Perignon stands perfectly still, looking down at his ruined tuxedo with an expression I can't quite read. He's tall, maybe 6'2", with light brown hair and the kind of jaw that suggests excellent genetics and expensive dentistry. His white dress shirt is now transparent and golden, clinging to what appears to be a very fit chest beneath. This is how I die. Not in some dramatic fashion that makes good poetry, but by destroying a man who probably owns half of Manhattan while wearing a suit that costs more than my car. I am so sorry. Let me help. I fumble for the cloth napkins on a nearby cocktail table, my hands shaking as I reach toward his chest. He catches my wrist gently, his fingers warm against my skin. Easy there. You're going to cut yourself on the glass. His voice is deep, amused rather than angry. When I look up, his blue eyes are actually twinkling, like this is the most entertaining thing that's happened to him all evening. But your suit, it's ruined. This is a disaster. You probably paid more for that shirt than I make in a month, and I just breathed life into the most boring evening I've had in recent memory. I blink at him, my brain struggling to process this response. I'm sorry, what? You just turned a predictable charity function into performance art. I'm almost impressed. A server appears beside us with a towel and a dustpan, efficiently clearing the glass shards while we stand there, like actors who've forgotten their lines. Other guests are starting to stare, conversations pausing as people register the commotion. Sir, would you like us to arrange dry cleaning? The server asks. We have a relationship with an excellent service that can handle emergency situations. That would be great, thanks. The man, my victim, starts dabbing at his shirt with the towel, seemingly unbothered by the fact that he's standing in the middle of Manhattan's social elite, looking like he lost a fight with a wine cellar. I should pay for the cleaning and replacement costs. Do you have a receipt? I mean, probably not on you, but what's your name? The question stops my babbling mid-sentence. What? Your name? I figure if we're going to continue this conversation, we should probably know what to call each other. Skylar Jones. I extend my hand automatically, then realize how ridiculous that is, given the circumstances. I'm the photographer for tonight's event, which makes this approximately 1,000 times more mortifying because I'm supposed to be professional and invisible, not destroying the guests. Ethan Sinclair. He shakes my offered hand, his grip firm and warm. And you're definitely not invisible, though I have to say, your approach to meeting people is unique. Ethan Sinclair. The name sounds familiar, probably from the Foundation's guest list or some business article I skimmed while researching tonight's attendees. Old money, most likely, given his presence here and his remarkably calm reaction to being drenched in champagne. I really am mortified. This is not how I wanted tonight to go. How did you want it to go? The question catches me off guard. Most people would be focused on damage control or getting away from the woman who just ruined their evening wear. But Ethan seems genuinely curious. waiting for my answer like we're having a normal conversation instead of standing in the aftermath of my social disaster. Successfully, quietly, with everyone forgetting I was here but loving the photos I took. I gesture helplessly at the dampness still spreading across his shirt. Instead, I've probably created the most memorable moment of the evening for all the wrong reasons. Maybe the wrong reasons are better than no reasons at all. There's something in his tone that makes me study his face more carefully. Beneath the amusement, there's a weariness I recognize, the kind that comes from going through motions without feeling much connection to them. You don't seem like someone who usually has trouble finding reasons to remember an evening. You'd be surprised. He glances around the ballroom, taking in the glittering crowd with an expression that borders on resigned. These events tend to blur together after a while. Same conversations, same people, same predictable outcomes. Ah, you're one of those guys who has everything but finds it all boring. And you're one of those women who assumes having money means having everything. The observation stings because it's partially true, but also because he delivers it without malice, just quiet recognition of a common misconception. Fair enough. I don't know anything about your life except that you can afford to get champagne bombed by clumsy photographers without having a complete meltdown. The evening's still young. I might still have that meltdown. Despite everything, I find myself smiling. Should I stick around to document it? Might make for interesting photos. Please, I'd hate for my emotional breakdown to go unrecorded. The server returns with information about dry cleaning pickup, and Patricia, the event coordinator, materializes beside us with the kind of smile that suggests she's calculating damage control in real time. Mr. Sinclair, I'm so terribly sorry about this incident. We'll of course cover all cleaning and replacement costs, and I want to assure you that. It's fine, Patricia. Accidents happen. Ethan's tone is polite but dismissive, the voice of someone accustomed to managing other people's anxiety about his comfort. Ms. Jones was just doing her job. Actually, destroying your outfit wasn't part of my job description, I interject. That was pure freelance incompetence. Patricia's smile becomes more genuine. Well, the Foundation certainly appreciates your professionalism, Skylar. And Mr. Sinclair, please let us know if there's anything else we can do to make this right. She glides away, probably to spread word that the crisis has been contained and normal socializing can resume. The small crowd that gathered to witness my spectacular failure begins to disperse, conversations resuming their previous rhythms. She seemed more worried about this than you are, I observe. Patricia's job depends on keeping donors happy. My happiness is considerably less dependent on the condition of my shirt. Must be nice, having enough shirts that losing one doesn't constitute a financial emergency. Must be exhausting, living so close to the edge that every accident feels like a crisis. Another direct hit. This man has an uncomfortable talent for seeing through polite small talk, straight to the uncomfortable truths underneath. You're very blunt for someone at a charity gala. You're very honest for someone who just met me 5 minutes ago. Well, I figure after dousing you in champagne, pretense seems pretty pointless. Maybe that's why I'm not upset about the champagne. We stand there for a moment. The conversation hanging between us, like a bridge neither of us is sure we want to cross. Around us, the gala continues its elegant dance of wealth and goodwill, but something about this interaction feels separate from all that, more real despite its ridiculous origins. So what brings you to the Metropolitan Children's Foundation Gala? I ask, raising my camera to check the settings. Besides getting assaulted by photographers, I mean. Family obligation. My mother's foundation has supported them for years, and maintaining those relationships is part of the responsibility that comes with, he gestures vaguely at the room, all this. Responsibility or expectation. Is there a difference? Usually, responsibility comes from inside, expectations come from other people. He considers this, his blue eyes studying my face like he's trying to solve a puzzle. What about you? Besides the obvious professional reasons. The obvious professional reasons are pretty much it. This gig pays enough to keep my lights on through January, assuming I don't get fired for attacking the guests. You won't get fired. Patricia's more concerned about me being upset than about your technique. That's reassuring, I think. It should be. Though I have to ask, is event photography what you actually want to be doing? The question hits closer to home than I expected. Why do you ask? Because you photograph people like you're looking for something specific, like you're trying to capture more than just what's happening on the surface. I lower my camera, surprised by the observation. You got all that from watching me work for 5 minutes? I got it from the way you move through a room, like you're hunting for stories instead of just documenting smiles. Maybe I am. What kind of stories? The real ones. The moments when people forget they're being watched and just exist. When their actual personalities show through instead of their social personas. And do you find those moments at events like this? Sometimes. Usually when something unexpected happens, like tonight. So maybe ruining my shirt was actually professional development. I prefer to think of it as aggressive networking. He laughs, a genuine sound that transforms his entire face. The weariness lifts, replaced by something lighter and more accessible. That's the most honest explanation for assault I've ever heard. I aim to please, though usually not by dumping beverages on people. What's your usual method? Sparkling conversation and devastating wit. How's that working for you? About as well as you'd expect from someone who trips over her own feet at formal events. I don't know. You seem to be holding your own in the conversation department. That's because you're being unusually gracious about the whole thing. Most people would have stormed off by now. Most people would be missing out on the most interesting conversation I've had in months. The compliment catches me off guard, warmth spreading through my chest before I can stop it. Men like Ethan Sinclair don't usually find women like me interesting, especially not women who've just destroyed their formal wear. You must attend very boring events. You have no idea. There's something in his tone that makes me study his expression more carefully. Beneath the surface charm, there's a loneliness that feels familiar. The kind that comes from being surrounded by people who see only what they expect to see. Let me guess. Endless rounds of charity galas and business dinners where everyone says the same things about the same topics. Among other obligations, though tonight's definitely been an improvement. Because of the champagne shower? Because someone finally said something real. The honesty in his voice stops me short. This isn't just polite conversation anymore. It's something more genuine, more connected. And that terrifies me almost as much as it intrigues me. I should probably get back to work, I say, raising my camera as if it's a shield. The foundation is paying me to document their event, not to assault their donors and monopolize their time. What if the donor doesn't want to be unmonopolized? Then the donor has questionable judgment and should probably seek professional help. Or maybe the donor recognizes something worth pursuing when he sees it. The words hang between us, loaded with implications I'm not sure I'm ready to unpack. This is dangerous territory, the kind that leads to decisions I might regret when the champagne buzz wears off and reality reasserts itself. Ethan, I know you have work to do, and I should probably find a fresh shirt before anyone else notices that I look like I lost a fight with a sommelier. You really should. Though honestly, the wet shirt look is working better than it probably should. The words slip out before I can stop them, and now it's my turn to feel heat creeping up my neck. Great. Professional boundaries, Sky. Remember those. Is that your professional opinion as a photographer? That's my completely unprofessional opinion, as a woman who should definitely stop talking now. I was hoping you'd keep talking, at least until I figure out how to ask you to have coffee with me without sounding like a complete cliché. My heart does something complicated in my chest. Coffee? Or whatever you drink when you're not dousing people with champagne. Tea, wine, beer. I'm flexible. You want to have coffee with me. I want to continue this conversation somewhere that doesn't involve charity auctions and small talk about tax brackets. You do realize I just met you 15 minutes ago, and our entire relationship consists of me destroying your clothing? Are you always this practical? Are you always this impulsive? No, never, actually. Which is probably why this feels worth pursuing. I look at him, really look at him, trying to read the intentions behind those blue eyes. He seems genuine. But then again, I'm terrible at reading men. My track record includes a string of disappointments who seemed charming right up until they revealed themselves to be anything but. I should mention that my life is kind of a disaster right now. Financial stress, career uncertainty, family drama, the whole package. What a coincidence. So is mine. Really? Because you seem pretty put together for someone whose life is falling apart. Expensive suits hide a multitude of problems. What kind of problems? The kind that make charity galas feel like elaborate performances instead of actual social events. There's weight behind his words, the suggestion of complications I can't quite grasp yet. But instead of making me want to run, it makes me curious. What kind of disasters does a man like Ethan Sinclair carry around behind that confident exterior? Coffee sounds dangerous, I admit. The best things usually do. I'm serious. I'm not looking for complications right now. Neither am I. The honesty in his voice makes my chest tight. When was the last time someone looked at me and wanted something real instead of convenient? When was the last time I felt like someone saw past the surface performance to whatever was underneath? One coffee, I hear myself saying. Somewhere public, with no expectations beyond conversation. Deal.
Chapter 4. Ethan. The coffee shop she suggests is nothing like the places I usually frequent. No marble countertops or gold-plated espresso machines, just worn wooden tables and mismatched chairs that have seen better decades. The kind of place where actual people come to drink actual coffee instead of performing the ritual of being seen drinking coffee. Skylar arrives 5 minutes late, her hair damp from what looks like a recent shower, and her camera bag slung across her shoulder like armor. She's traded the cocktail dress for jeans and a sweater that brings out the gold flecks in her hazel eyes. Somehow she looks more beautiful now than she did, surrounded by all that plaza ballroom glamour. Sorry I'm late. Had to drop off the memory cards for last night's event and got caught in traffic. She slides into the chair across from me, unwinding a scarf that's seen better days. This place okay? I know it's not exactly Upper East Side material. It's perfect. And I mean it. When was the last time I sat somewhere that felt real instead of curated for maximum social impact? She orders black coffee and a blueberry muffin, declining my offer to pay with a firmness that suggests this is non-negotiable territory. Everything about her screams independence, from the way she counts out exact change to how she sits, alert, ready to bolt if this goes sideways. So, she says, wrapping her hands around the ceramic mug like it's providing essential warmth. Tell me about these disasters hiding behind your expensive suits. Direct as always. Life's too short for elaborate foreplay and conversations. The phrasing makes me smile despite myself. Fair enough. Where do you want me to start? Wherever feels honest. Honest. When was the last time someone asked me for that instead of asking for what they thought they wanted to hear? I'm recently divorced, I find myself saying. Recently enough that my family still treats every holiday gathering like a grief counseling session. Rough divorce? The kind where lawyers get rich and everyone else gets bitter. She nods like she understands something about bitter endings. Kids? A daughter, Daphne. She's 8, and she's the only part of that marriage I do again exactly the same way. Where is she now? With her mother in Connecticut. Court-mandated shared custody that feels more like scheduled visits with my own child. The coffee tastes bitter, but maybe that's just the conversation. I don't usually talk about Sarah or the custody arrangements or how helpless it feels to love someone you can only parent part-time. That sounds awful. It is. But my family's solution is to parade eligible socialites in front of me at every opportunity. Like finding wife number 2 will magically fix everything that went wrong with wife number 1. Ah, hence the boring charity galas and predictable conversations. Exactly. 3 months of holiday events where I get to smile politely while my mother introduces me to the daughters of her bridge partners, all of whom have been pre-screened for appropriate breeding potential and social connections. Skylar nearly chokes on her coffee. Breeding potential? Did you just actually say that? You wanted honesty. I wanted honesty, not a documentary about endangered aristocrats. Welcome to my world. She studies my face like she's trying to determine if I'm serious or performing some elaborate joke. That's really how your family operates? That's really how my family operates. Traditions, expectations, and the absolute certainty that personal happiness is secondary to family reputation. And you just go along with it. I've been going along with it. But lately, I trace the rim of my coffee cup, trying to find words for something I've barely admitted to myself. Lately, it feels like I'm suffocating in other people's plans for my life. So why not just opt out? Because opting out means disappointing people who've spent my entire life investing in a version of me they need me to be. Because I'm apparently a coward. Or maybe because disappointing people who love you is harder than disappointing yourself. The observation hits closer to home than I expected. When did you get so wise about family dysfunction? Personal experience. My mother's been trying to manage my life choices since I could walk. Different scale, same principle. What kind of management? The kind where every phone call includes updates on which of my high school classmates is married with kids and why my photography career is nice as a hobby but not sustainable long-term. Is it? Sustainable long-term? She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Ask me next month when rent's due, or the month after that when my student loans reset to a payment schedule that assumes I make 3 times what I actually make. How bad is it? The financial situation? Pretty bad. Bad enough that I'm considering moving back to Ohio and getting a real job doing something I hate, but that pays consistently. You don't want to move back to Ohio? Hell no. But wanting something and being able to afford it are 2 different things. There's something about the way she says it, matter of fact without self-pity, that makes my chest tight. When was the last time someone talked to me about actual problems instead of manufactured drama about country club politics? What if you didn't have to choose between staying in New York and financial stability? What do you mean? The idea forms as I'm speaking, crystallizing from something vague into something concrete and possibly insane. What if there was a way to solve both our problems simultaneously? Ethan, I appreciate whatever this is, but I'm not interested in being anyone's kept woman or sugar baby or whatever euphemism you prefer. That's not what I'm suggesting. Then what are you suggesting? I lean forward, my pulse picking up as the plan solidifies. A business arrangement, mutually beneficial, completely above board. I'm listening. My family's expecting me to bring someone to our annual Christmas retreat in the Hamptons. 3 days of holiday traditions, family dinners, and my grandmother interrogating whatever woman I'm dating about her 5-year plan and genealogy. Sounds delightful. It's not. But this year, instead of showing up alone and enduring another round of matchmaking attempts, I show up with you. She blinks at me. With me. As my wife, actually. That would shut down the matchmaking more effectively. You want me to pretend to be your wife? I want to pay you to pretend to be my wife. The words hang between us like a contract waiting to be signed or torn up. Skylar's expression cycles through confusion, disbelief, and something that might be calculation. How much are we talking about? Your debts, all of them. Student loans, credit cards, whatever else you're carrying. Plus enough to cover your expenses for the next 2 years while you build your photography business properly. You don't even know how much debt I have. Doesn't matter. It could be substantial. Skylar, I spend more on wine in a year than most people spend on rent. Whatever you owe, it's manageable. She stares at me like I've just suggested we rob a bank together. This is insane. This is practical. This is impulsive and probably illegal and definitely crazy. Probably. But isn't it tempting? She doesn't answer immediately, which means it is. I can see her running numbers in her head, weighing freedom against whatever moral complication she's imagining. 3 days, she says finally. 3 days. Pretending to be married to someone I met yesterday. Pretending to be married to someone who's offering to change your life. By lying to your family. By solving a problem that benefits both of us. She laughs, sharp and disbelieving. You're completely impulsive, aren't you? Yes, of course I am. You don't get to where I am in business by overthinking every decision until the opportunity disappears. Where exactly are you in business? Private equity, acquisitions. I identify undervalued assets and figure out how to maximize their potential. And I'm an undervalued asset? You're a solution to a problem I've been dreading for months. She's quiet for a long moment, her fingers drumming against the table as she processes. I can practically hear the wheels turning, the part of her brain that handles survival calculating the math on my offer. What would this actually involve, besides showing up and playing dress-up? Showing up, playing the part of a woman who's crazy about me, charming my family enough that they stop questioning my judgment, and getting through 3 days without anyone figuring out we're complete strangers. That's all? That's all. No physical expectations, no sharing rooms or beds or any of that. Separate rooms, separate beds. The only physical contact would be whatever's necessary to sell the performance. And after the 3 days? After the 3 days, we part ways. You're financially stable. I've bought myself breathing room with my family for another year at least, and we both get what we need. She's calculating again, and I can see the moment when the numbers start making sense. When the fantasy of financial freedom outweighs whatever objections her practical mind is raising. This is crazy, she says again. But you're considering it. I'm considering it. What's holding you back? Besides the obvious ethical issues and the fact that we're complete strangers, nothing. The ethical issues are debatable. We're not hurting anyone, and we're both getting something we need. Your family might disagree. My family will be thrilled to see me with someone who isn't trying to calculate the value of my trust fund before dessert is served. She's wavering, and I can feel the moment balanced on a knife's edge. Part of me can't believe I'm even making this offer, but the larger part recognizes opportunity when it presents itself. How long do I have to decide? A week. She finishes her coffee in one long swallow, like she's buying time to process. If I said yes, hypothetically, what would I need to know about you? About your family? About this performance I'd be giving? Everything. My history. My family dynamics. How we supposedly met. How long we've been together. Why we're getting married. We'd need to be completely prepared. That's a lot of lies to keep straight. That's a lot of details to coordinate. But lies? I prefer to think of it as collaborative fiction. Despite everything, she smiles. Collaborative fiction. That's one way to put it. So, hypothetically? She's quiet for so long I start to think I've pushed too hard, offered too much too quickly. But then she looks up, and there's something resolute in her expression. Hypothetically, she says slowly, if someone were drowning in debt and facing the prospect of giving up everything they'd worked for, and someone else offered them a lifeline that required 3 days of acting. She pauses. hypothetically, that person would probably be an idiot to say no. So that's a yes? That's a yes.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 5. Skylar. 24 hours later, I'm standing outside Le Bernardin in a dress I can't afford, shivering in the December wind, and questioning every life choice that led me to this moment. The dress is black, borrowed from my roommate, who works in fashion PR and has access to things that cost more than I can imagine affording. It fits perfectly, which should make me feel confident, but instead makes me hyper-aware that I'm playing dress-up in someone else's life. Ethan appears at my elbow, like he materialized from the winter air itself, wearing a charcoal wool coat that looks more expensive than my camera equipment. You look incredible. I look like I'm pretending to be someone who belongs at places like this. Perfect. That's exactly the energy we're going for. He guides me inside with a hand on the small of my back, and the warmth hits me immediately. Not just the temperature, though that's a relief, but the atmosphere. Everything here whispers money in a way that makes my secondhand coat feel like a costume. Mr. Sinclair, your table is ready. Of course they know him by name. Of course they have a table ready without him making a reservation today. Of course the maitre d' treats him like visiting royalty. We're seated at a corner table that offers privacy and a view of the dining room, and I try not to gawk at the other patrons. Everyone here looks like they stepped out of a magazine spread about how the other half lives. You nervous? Terrified. I unfold my napkin with hands that are steadier than I expected. This time, a week ago, I was eating ramen and contemplating moving back to Ohio. Now I'm having dinner at Le Bernardin to discuss my fake marriage contract. Life moves fast when you stop overthinking it. A server appears with a wine list the size of a small novel, and Ethan orders something French that sounds expensive, without even looking at the prices. When the server disappears, he reaches into his jacket and pulls out a manila envelope. The contracts. Jesus, you actually had legal documents drawn up. I told you I was serious about this. The envelope sits between us on the white tablecloth, like evidence of a crime we haven't committed yet. I stare at it while Ethan opens the wine menu with the casual confidence of someone who's never had to check prices on anything. Aren't you going to look at them? I'm working up to it. This still feels surreal. The contracts will make it feel real enough. The wine arrives, and Ethan goes through the tasting ritual while I watch. Everything about him screams comfort with luxury, from the way he swirls the glass to how he nods his approval to the server. Try it. The wine is better than anything I've ever tasted, which isn't saying much since my usual price range tops out at whatever's on sale at the bodega. But this tastes like money, if money had a flavor. Good? Good enough that I'm afraid to ask what it costs. Then don't ask. I reach for the envelope, my fingers trembling slightly as I pull out the papers inside. The contract is professional, typed on letterhead that makes my student loan documents look like they were drafted by children. Agreement for temporary marriage performance services, I read aloud. That's really what we're calling this? My lawyer's idea. He has a flair for euphemisms. Your lawyer knows about this? My lawyer has seen stranger requests. Trust me. I scan the first page, trying to process the legal language while my brain keeps insisting this can't be real. Compensation in the amount of... My voice catches as I see the number. Ethan, this is more than I make in 3 years. Is it enough? It's more than enough. It's insane. It's fair compensation for what I'm asking you to do. The server returns to take our order, and I realize I haven't even looked at the menu. Ethan orders for both of us without consulting me, which should irritate me, but somehow doesn't. Maybe because I'm too busy staring at a contract that could change my entire life. Half up front, half on completion, I read when the server leaves. That's really what you're offering? That's what I'm offering. Why half up front? Aren't you worried I'll take the money and disappear? Are you planning to take the money and disappear? No, but you don't know me well enough to be sure of that. I'm a good judge of character. It's part of what makes me successful at what I do. And what does your character judgment tell you about me? He leans back in his chair, studying me with those blue eyes that seem to see more than they should. It tells me you're honest to a fault, which is why you're struggling with the ethics of this arrangement. It tells me you're proud, which is why you haven't asked your family for help with your debt. And it tells me you're desperate enough to consider this, but not desperate enough to agree without understanding exactly what you're getting into. All that from one coffee date? All that from watching how you handle yourself. The way you ordered yesterday, counting out exact change. How you dress. Quality pieces that are clearly secondhand but well maintained. The fact that you showed up tonight in a borrowed dress that fits perfectly, which means you have friends who care about you enough to lend you expensive clothes, but you don't have expensive clothes of your own. I feel exposed under his analysis, like he's reading a file about my life that I didn't realize I was carrying. Are you always this observant? Only when it matters. Our appetizers arrive, and I use the distraction to keep reading the contract. The terms are straightforward, almost shockingly so. 3 days, specific dates, specific compensation, no physical intimacy required beyond what's necessary for the performance. There's a section here about living arrangements. I was hoping you'd notice that. You want me to move in with you? Temporarily, just for the weeks leading up to the retreat. We need time to get our story straight. Practice being comfortable with each other. Learn enough about each other's lives to be convincing. Move in with you where? My penthouse, Upper East Side, separate bedrooms, separate bathrooms. Think of it as method acting preparation. I take a larger sip of wine than is probably advisable. This keeps getting more elaborate. This keeps getting more realistic. If we show up to meet my family and we're obviously strangers who barely know each other, the whole thing falls apart. And if I say no to the living arrangement, then we try to cram a lifetime of relationship history into phone conversations and hope for the best. The logic is sound, which makes it more terrifying. Every reasonable objection I can think of, he's already addressed in the contract or in his planning. It's like he's thought of everything, which suggests he's done this before, or he's very good at thinking through complex problems. Have you done this before? Hired someone to pretend to be my wife? No, this is a first. Then how are you so prepared? I prepare for everything. It's how I sleep at night. Our main courses arrive, and I realize I'm actually hungry despite the surreal circumstances. The food is extraordinary, each bite more complex than anything I usually eat. It's like experiencing a different version of what food can be when money isn't a limiting factor. The contract mentions a wardrobe allowance. You'll need clothes appropriate for the setting. Casual luxury, evening wear, things that fit the part of someone who'd marry into my family. How much luxury are we talking about? Enough that you won't feel out of place. My assistant can help you shop, or you can handle it yourself. Whatever makes you more comfortable. Your assistant knows about this too? My assistant knows I'm bringing someone to the family retreat. She doesn't need to know the arrangement details. I'm quiet for a moment, trying to process the scope of what he's proposing. New clothes, temporary living arrangements, a performance that requires us to convince people who've known him his entire life. What if I'm terrible at this? What if your family sees right through me? You won't be terrible at this. How can you be sure? Because you're already doing it. Right now, sitting here, you look like you belong. The only thing giving you away is that you keep expecting someone to call security and escort you out. I do feel like someone's going to call security. No one's calling security. You fit here better than half the people in this room. I'm wearing a borrowed dress and secondhand shoes. And you look more genuine than women who spend 5 figures on their outfits. That's what my family will respond to. The wine is making me bolder. Or maybe it's the absurdity of the situation. What if we actually like each other? What if this fake marriage starts feeling real? Then we'll deal with that if it happens. That's not very reassuring. I'm not in the business of offering false reassurance, but I will say this. We're both adults. We both understand the terms, and we're both getting something we need from this arrangement. Whatever else develops, we'll handle it honestly. Honestly, right. The foundation of our fake marriage, the foundation of our business partnership. I finished my wine and set the glass down with more force than necessary. This is insane. Everything about this is completely insane. But you're going to do it. It's not a question, and he's right. Somewhere between the wine and the contract details and his absolute confidence that this will work, I've made my decision. Maybe I made it yesterday in the coffee shop. Or maybe I made it the moment I put on this borrowed dress and showed up here. I'm going to do it. Good. But I want to be clear about something. Just because I'm agreeing to this doesn't mean I'm comfortable with it. It means I'm desperate enough to ignore how uncomfortable it makes me. Understood. And if this goes wrong, if your family figures it out, if the whole thing blows up, I don't want to be left holding the consequences alone. You won't be. If this fails, it fails on both of us. I signed the contract with hands that are steadier than they should be, given that I'm essentially signing up to lie to his entire family for money. But the amount on the payment schedule is enough to change everything, and I can't afford to let pride or ethics stand in the way of financial freedom. When do I move in? This weekend, Saturday morning. I'll send a car. A car? Of course you'll send a car. Sky? The nickname sounds different in his voice. Warmer somehow. More personal than the formal way he's been saying my full name. Yeah? This is going to work. I hope he's right. I really, really hope he's right. Because I just committed to the most impulsive, potentially disastrous decision of my life, and there's no backing out now.
Chapter 6. Ethan. Saturday morning arrives gray and cold, the kind of December day that makes Manhattan look like a black and white photograph. I'm standing in my kitchen, nursing my second cup of coffee and watching the street 40 floors below when the doorman calls to announce Skylar's arrival. Send her up. I've been awake since 5, which isn't unusual, but today the early morning hours were spent second-guessing every detail of this arrangement. The spare bedroom is ready, cleaned and stocked with fresh linens. I've cleared space in the closet and bathroom. Everything's prepared except my own head, which keeps insisting this is either the smartest business decision I've ever made or the most catastrophically stupid. The elevator opens directly into my foyer, and Skylar steps out carrying a single duffel bag and what looks like a camera case. That's it. Everything she owns that she considers worth bringing fits into 2 bags. Morning. Morning. She glances around the space, taking in the floor-to-ceiling windows, the minimalist furniture, the art that cost more than most houses. This is not what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. Something more traditionally masculine? Dark leather and hunting trophies? I leave the hunting trophies at the country house. That earns me a small smile, which feels like a victory. She's nervous. I can see it in the way she's gripping her bag straps, how her eyes keep darting around without settling on anything for long. Coffee? Please. I pour her a cup from my machine, adding cream because I remember how she took it at the restaurant. Small details matter in situations like this. Everything we learn about each other now could be crucial later. So this is home for the next few weeks. This is home for the next few weeks. She accepts the coffee and wraps both hands around the mug like she's trying to absorb its warmth. Where's Daphne? With her mother until tomorrow. She comes home Sunday afternoons after weekend visits. And then I meet her. I can hear the tension in her voice, see it in the way she's holding herself. She's going to love you. You can't know that. I do. Daphne loves everyone until they give her a reason not to, and you're not going to give her a reason not to. What if she asks questions I don't know how to answer? What if she wants to know details about our relationship that we haven't figured out yet? Then we'll figure them out today. I lead her down the hallway to the guest room, which I've had redecorated twice in the past year without finding a style that felt right. Now, with Skylar trailing behind me, I realize it looks like a hotel room. Expensive, comfortable, but completely impersonal. This is yours. She sets her bags on the bed and looks around. The room has its own bathroom, a walk-in closet, and a view of Central Park that real estate agents would write poetry about. But somehow, watching her take it in, I see it through her eyes. It's beautiful and empty. The closet's bigger than my bedroom at home. I told you there'd be a wardrobe allowance. You'll need space for everything. Right. The wardrobe allowance. She unzips her duffel bag and starts pulling out clothes that are clearly chosen for function over fashion. Jeans, sweaters, practical pieces that look well made but worn. This is going to take some getting used to. The room. All of it. The room. The building. The fact that your coffee machine is worth triple my monthly food budget. She's right about the coffee machine, but I don't tell her that. Instead, I watch her organize her belongings in the space, claiming small corners of the vast room. A book on the nightstand, her camera bag in the corner, toiletries arranged on the bathroom counter. She's trying to make it feel like hers, but it's going to take time. Want the tour? Sure. I show her the kitchen, which is more for show than use since I usually eat out or have meals delivered, the living room with its view of the park, my office, which I keep locked when I'm not using it, the media room, the gym, the second bathroom she won't need to use but should know about. How many square feet is this place? 4,000. Jesus, I could fit my entire apartment in your living room. Probably. We end up back in the kitchen and the silence stretches between us. She's still nervous, still holding herself like she's afraid to touch anything or get too comfortable. This isn't going to work if she spends the next 3 weeks walking on eggshells. We need to get comfortable with each other. I know. That's why I'm here. No, I mean really comfortable. Right now you're treating me like your boss, and this place like an office. If we're going to convince my family we're in love, we need to be able to relax around each other. Okay, what do you suggest? Icebreaker activities. She raises an eyebrow. Icebreaker activities? What are we, corporate team-building participants? Something like that? We need to learn things about each other that couples would know. Personal things. Stories, habits, preferences. Like what? I consider this. In real relationships, these details emerge naturally over time. Shared experiences, casual conversations, the gradual accumulation of knowledge that comes from spending days and nights with someone. We need to manufacture that intimacy in a matter of weeks. 20 questions. 20 questions feels very high school. Then we'll do it like adults. One question each, back and forth. Real answers only. She leans against the kitchen counter, finally looking less like she's afraid to leave fingerprints. Okay, you go first. What's the worst job you ever had? Easy. Hostess at a chain restaurant in college. The manager was a creep who thought the uniform policy meant he could comment on our bodies, and the customers treated us like furniture. I lasted 3 weeks. She takes a sip of coffee. Your turn. What's something you're genuinely bad at? Cooking. I can make coffee and toast, but anything more complicated than that ends in disaster or takeout. That explains the pristine kitchen. What explains the pristine kitchen is having money to eat out every meal. Fair point. My turn? Your turn. What's the last thing that made you really laugh? Not polite social laughing, but genuine, couldn't stop yourself laughing? The question catches me off guard. I have to think back, scrolling through recent memory for moments of real humor. Daphne, about 2 weeks ago. She was trying to explain why her math homework was wrong, and she insisted that 7 plus 5 equals 11 because the numbers just look like they want to be 11. That's actually pretty sound logic for an 8-year-old. That's what I told her teacher. Something shifts in Skylar's posture as I talk about Daphne. The nervousness doesn't disappear, but it changes quality. Like she's nervous about different things now. We continue the questions, trading details back and forth. I learned that she's afraid of spiders, but not snakes. That she can't sleep without noise from the street. That she once broke her wrist falling off a bike while trying to impress a boy in 6th grade. She learns that I read mystery novels to relax, that I've never lived anywhere but New York, that I can't stand the sound of people chewing. The questions get more personal as we go. Childhood memories, relationship failures, dreams we've given up on, and dreams we haven't. The conversation flows easier than it should, given that we're essentially strangers performing an interview. But somewhere in the middle of her story about learning photography from her grandfather, something shifts. She's gesturing with her hands as she talks, animated in a way she hasn't been since she arrived. The afternoon light from the windows catches the gold flecks in her eyes, and I find myself watching her mouth as she speaks instead of listening to the words. This isn't good. He taught me that the best photographs aren't about technical perfection. They're about capturing a moment when someone forgets they're being photographed. When their guard drops and you see who they really are. Is that what you're doing with me right now? The question stops her mid-gesture. She looks at me, really looks at me, and I see the exact moment she realizes what's happening between us. The air in the room changes, becomes charged with something that wasn't there an hour ago. I'm not photographing you right now. But you're studying me. Maybe? What do you see? She doesn't answer immediately, but her eyes don't leave mine. When she does speak, her voice is quieter. I see someone who's very good at controlling situations, but not as good at controlling himself as he thinks he is. Is that right? That's what I see. The space between us seems to shrink without either of us moving. I can smell her perfume, something light and floral that doesn't match the practical way she dresses. I can see the pulse at the base of her throat, faster than it should be if this were just a business conversation. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Sky. Yeah? This is complicated enough without adding. Adding what? Whatever this is. She steps back from the counter, the spell broken by my words. The careful distance returns to her expression, and I immediately regret saying anything. You're right, this is a business arrangement. I should probably get settled in my room. You don't have to. I do, actually. I think I do. She retreats down the hallway, and I hear her bedroom door close with a soft click that somehow sounds final. I'm left standing in my kitchen, staring at the space where she was, trying to figure out how a simple conversation turned into something that felt dangerous. This was supposed to be straightforward, but watching her laugh, seeing her face light up when she talked about her grandfather, feeling the pull of attraction that has nothing to do with the terms of our contract, none of that was part of the plan. I pour myself another cup of coffee and lean against the counter where she was standing moments ago. The warmth of her presence still lingers in the space, along with the faint scent of her perfume. 3 weeks. We have 3 weeks to learn to be comfortable with each other without crossing lines that would complicate everything. 3 weeks to build a convincing performance of intimacy while maintaining professional distance. I'm beginning to think one of those requirements is going to have to give.
Chapter 7. Skylar. I spend most of Sunday morning pacing my temporary bedroom, checking my reflection every 10 minutes like I'm preparing for a job interview, which, in a way, I am. The most important interview of my life, with an 8-year-old as my interviewer. What do you wear to meet your fake husband's daughter? I settle on dark jeans and a soft gray sweater. Approachable, but not trying too hard. At least, I hope that's the message it sends. The mirror reflects back a woman who looks calm and put together, which is a damn miracle considering my stomach feels like it's hosting its own personal tornado. The sound of the elevator opening sends my heart rate through the roof. "Daddy, I missed you!" Daphne's voice carries through the penthouse, bright and musical. I can hear Ethan's deeper voice responding, though I can't make out the words. Their footsteps move through the foyer, and I take one last look in the mirror before opening my bedroom door. And this is Skylar. I walk into the living room to find Ethan kneeling at Daphne's eye level, one hand on her shoulder. She's even more adorable than her photos suggested, all bouncing blonde curls and enormous gray-blue eyes that seem to take in everything at once. She's wearing a red dress with white tights and little black Mary Janes, looking like she stepped out of a children's book illustration. "Hi, Daphne. I've heard so much about you." She studies me with the intense focus that only children possess, like she's cataloging every detail for future reference. "You're really pretty. Daddy said you were pretty, but sometimes grown-ups say things just to be nice." "Daphne." There's a warning in Ethan's voice, but he's fighting back a smile. "What?" "It's true. Miss Nancy downstairs said Daddy's last girlfriend was pretty, but she looked like a horse." I can't help but laugh. "Well, I'm glad I passed the not looking like a horse test." "You do. Your hair is really pretty, too. It looks so soft." She reaches toward me, then catches herself and pulls her hand back. "Daddy says I shouldn't touch people's hair without asking." "You can touch it if you want." Her face lights up, and she steps closer, running her small fingers through the ends of my curls. "It feels like clouds. Do you use special shampoo?" "Just regular shampoo. I think I just got lucky with good hair genes." "I wish my hair was curly like yours. Mine's just boring and straight." "Boring? Your hair is beautiful, and straight hair is way easier to manage than curly hair. Trust me." "Really?" "Really. I spend forever trying to get my curls to behave in the morning." She grins, revealing a gap where she's lost a tooth. "Daddy takes forever with his hair, too. He uses like 6 different bottles in the shower." "Daphne, that's enough about my grooming routine." Ethan stands, his ears slightly red. "Why don't you show Skylar your backpack from your mom's house?" She bounces over to a small pink backpack by the elevator and starts pulling out treasures. A shell from the beach near her mother's house, a drawing she made of a cat wearing a tutu, a rock that's shaped vaguely like a heart. "This is from the beach yesterday. Grandma and I went for a walk, and I found it in the sand. See how it's all smooth? Grandma says the waves did that over millions of years." "That's incredible. You know, I'm a photographer, And I love taking pictures of things like this, objects that tell stories. You're a photographer? Like, for real? With a big camera and everything? With a big camera and everything? Could you maybe take a picture of my shell and my heart rock? I want to show my teacher, but if I bring them to school, they might get lost. I glance at Ethan, who nods. I'd love to. Want to see my camera? Her eyes go wide. Yes! I retrieve my camera bag from my room, acutely aware that Ethan is watching every interaction. When I return, Daphne is sitting cross-legged on the floor, her treasures arranged in front of her like she's setting up a museum display. Whoa. She reaches toward the camera, then remembers herself. Can I touch it? Carefully, I show her how to hold it, letting her look through the viewfinder while I keep my hand steady on the body. She gasps when she sees the world through the lens. Everything looks so different, so much bigger and more important. That's exactly right. A good photograph makes ordinary things look important. I set up the shot, arranging her treasures on the coffee table with natural light from the windows. She watches every movement, asking questions about aperture and focus that are surprisingly sophisticated for an 8-year-old. Why do you move the camera so much before you take the picture? I'm looking for the right angle. The way light hits something can completely change how it feels in a photograph. Like how I look different in the bathroom mirror than in the hallway mirror? Exactly like that. The camera clicks, and she claps her hands together. Can I see? I show her the image on the digital display, and her face transforms with wonder. That's my shell. It looks like treasure. It is treasure. Can you teach me how to take pictures? If your dad says it's okay. We both look at Ethan, who's been watching from the couch with an expression I can't quite read. I think that could be arranged. For the next hour, Daphne shows me around the apartment, pointing out her favorite spots and telling me stories about everything from the painting in the hallway. She's completely unself-conscious, the way children are before the world teaches them to be guarded. When she talks about her mother, it's matter-of-fact and uncomplicated. When she shows me her room, painted in soft purple with white furniture, she immediately starts planning how we could take pictures of her stuffed animals. They each have different personalities, so they need different kinds of pictures. Mr. Buttons is very serious, so his picture should be serious too. But Marshmallow is silly, so her picture should be fun. That makes perfect sense. A good photographer always considers their subject's personality. Really? You're not just saying that to be nice? Really. Around lunchtime, Ethan orders pizza, and we eat at the dining room table that's probably never seen anything as casual as takeout boxes. Daphne chatters about her weekend with her mom and grandmother, about school, about the book she's reading. It's about a girl who finds a magic camera that shows her things that haven't happened yet. Do you think that's possible? Magic cameras? I think all cameras are a little bit magic, I tell her. They capture moments that would otherwise disappear forever. That's not the same kind of magic. Isn't it? Being able to freeze time seems pretty magical to me. She considers this seriously. I guess you're right. That is pretty magical. After lunch, she insists on showing me her art supplies, spreading them across the coffee table like she's preparing for a major project. Want to draw with me? We could draw pictures for Daddy. I'm not very good at drawing. That's okay. I'm not very good at photography, but you're going to teach me. Her logic is sound, so I find myself sitting cross-legged on the floor, trying to draw a recognizable cat while she creates an elaborate scene involving princesses, dragons, and what appears to be a helicopter. Skylar? Yeah? Are you and Daddy in love? The question catches me completely off guard. I glance toward the kitchen, where Ethan is cleaning up from lunch, but he's too far away to have heard. What makes you ask that? He smiles different when he looks at you, and you look at him different too. Different how? Like how Prince Eric looks at Ariel in the movie, all soft and happy. My chest tightens. Out of the mouths of babes? Would you be okay if we were? I'd like it. You're nice, and you don't talk to me like I'm stupid, and Daddy needs someone to take care of him. Your daddy's pretty good on his own. No, he needs someone. I know he does. I swallow thickly. If only I could tell her that I'm not the one for him. I'm just a temporary fix, and that's all. But instead of answering, I just smile and continue coloring alongside the little girl who holds so much light in her eyes.
Chapter 8. Ethan. Watching Skylar with Daphne all afternoon feels like witnessing something I didn't know I was missing. The way she listens, really listens, when my daughter talks about her stuffed animals' personalities, or how she explains photography concepts without talking down to an 8-year-old. Most adults either ignore kids or patronize them. Skylar treats Daphne like a person worth knowing. Daddy, can we go to the park? I want to show Skylar the big rocks where the turtles live. It's getting a bit late, sweetheart. Please? We could get hot chocolate after, the kind with the little marshmallows. Skylar looks up from where she's been helping Daphne organize her art supplies. I wouldn't mind seeing these famous turtle rocks. See? Skylar wants to go too. The hope in my daughter's voice makes the decision easy. All right, but we'll need jackets, and you'll need to promise to stay close. I promise! Daphne races to her room to grab her coat, leaving Skylar and me alone for the first time since she arrived. The penthouse feels different with both of them in it. Warmer, more alive. You don't have to humor her, I tell Skylar. She gets excited about everything. I'm not humoring her. I actually want to see these turtle rocks, and... She hesitates, gathering up some of Daphne's colored pencils. She's amazing, Ethan. Really amazing. Something in my chest loosens at the genuine affection in her voice. She likes you too. More than I expected, actually. What's that supposed to mean? She's usually shy around new people. Takes her a while to warm up. Maybe she just has good instincts about people. Before I can respond to that loaded comment, Daphne bounces back into the room wearing her purple coat and matching hat. Ready. Central Park in late afternoon light feels like stepping into a different world. The trees are mostly bare now, their branches creating intricate patterns against the sky. But there's something beautiful about the starkness. Daphne skips ahead of us on the path, stopping every few feet to point out squirrels or interesting leaves. This is nice, Skylar says, adjusting the camera strap across her shoulder. I haven't just walked in the park in forever. Usually I'm here for shoots, so I'm focused on specific shots or lighting. What's it like seeing it differently? Peaceful, less pressure. She glances at me. What about you? Do you come here often with Daphne? Not as much as I should. Work tends to eat up most of my time. The demanding world of corporate acquisitions? Something like that. We reach the area Daphne calls the Turtle Rocks, a section where large boulders create natural climbing structures near the pond. She immediately scrambles up onto one, striking a dramatic pose. Take my picture, Skylar. I'm the queen of the rocks! Skylar raises her camera without hesitation, and I watch her work. She moves around Daphne, capturing different angles, talking to her about where to look and how to hold her hands. There's something mesmerizing about watching her in her element. She's completely focused, but not in the intense way I get focused on work. This is different, joyful, creative. Your turn, Daddy! What? Get up there with me. Skylar can take a picture of both of us. I don't really do pictures, sweetheart. Please, for me. Daphne's pleading expression is impossible to resist. I climb up onto the boulder, feeling ridiculous but trying not to show it. She immediately snuggles into my side, grinning at the camera. "Perfect," Skylar says, and the camera clicks several times. "Now just you, Ethan." "That's really not necessary. Come on. When's the last time you had a good photo taken?" She's right. I can't remember the last time someone wanted to photograph me for any reason other than a corporate headshot. I stay on the rock, feeling awkward and exposed under her lens. "Relax," she says softly. "You look like you're facing a firing squad." "This is relaxed." "No, this is terrified. Just look at Daphne instead of the camera." I turn my attention to my daughter, who's now trying to coax a squirrel closer with promises of imaginary nuts. Her laughter bubbles up, infectious and pure, and I feel my shoulders relax. The camera clicks again. "Much better," Skylar says. "You have a great smile when you're not thinking about it." "I wasn't smiling." "You were. Trust me." Something about the way she says it, not teasing, just matter of fact, makes my chest tight. When's the last time someone noticed my smile? When's the last time someone looked at me and saw something worth capturing? After Daphne gets bored with the rocks, we walk toward the hot chocolate vendor near the playground. She runs ahead again, her energy seemingly endless, while Skylar continues taking pictures. The fountain with the late afternoon light hitting the water. A dog walker surrounded by 5 different breeds. The contrast of bare tree branches against the sky. "You see everything, don't you?" She lowers the camera. "What do you mean?" "The way you look at things, like that." I gesture toward where she was just photographing an elderly man feeding pigeons. Most people would walk right past that. "Most people walk past a lot of beautiful things." "Is that how you see the world? Beautiful?" She considers this seriously. "I see the potential for beauty, even in things that seem ordinary or broken or..." She glances at me. "Complicated?" There's something in her tone that makes me think she's not just talking about photography anymore. We catch up to Daphne at the hot chocolate stand, where she's already charming the vendor with questions about how they get the marshmallows to stay so perfectly round. I order 3 hot chocolates, extra marshmallows for Daphne, and we find a bench overlooking the pond. "This is the best day," Daphne announces, chocolate mustache and all. "We should do this every Sunday." "Every Sunday might be a lot," I tell her. "Why? Don't you like spending time with Skylar?" The question catches me off guard. "Of course I do." "Then why can't we do this every Sunday?" "Because this isn't real," I want to say. "Because Skylar has her own life, her own goals, her own plans that don't include being a permanent fixture in ours. Because in a few weeks, she'll go back to her apartment and her career, and we'll go back to being just the 2 of us." But looking at my daughter's hopeful face, and at Skylar, who's pretending to be fascinated by her hot chocolate to avoid the awkwardness of the question, I can't bring myself to explain the temporary nature of our arrangement. "We'll see," I say instead. Daphne seems satisfied with this non-answer, but I catch Skylar watching me over the rim of her cup. There's something unreadable in her expression, something that makes me wonder if she's thinking the same thing I am. That this fake marriage is starting to feel less fake by the hour. That maybe the problem isn't convincing my family we're in love. Maybe the problem is figuring out what happens when we're not pretending anymore. "Daddy, look!" Daphne points toward the pond where a small family of ducks is swimming in formation. "They're like a little parade." Skylar raises her camera again, and I watch her capture the moment. But I'm not really seeing the ducks or the pond or even my daughter's delighted expression. I'm seeing the woman beside me who somehow makes everything feel brighter just by being here, who looks at the world and at me like there's beauty waiting to be discovered. And for the first time since my divorce, I'm wondering if maybe there is.
Chapter 9. Skylar. 3 days later, I'm standing outside Bergdorf Goodman feeling like I'm about to infiltrate enemy territory. Jennifer texted me this morning with instructions to meet her at 11 sharp for what she called essential wardrobe updates from Mrs. Sinclair. The way she said it over the phone made it sound like a military operation. Skylar, Jennifer waves from the entrance, looking perfectly at home in her tailored black coat and designer handbag. Right on time. I've already spoken with my personal shopper. She's expecting us. I follow her through the revolving door into a world that feels like stepping into someone else's life. The floors gleam like mirrors, reflecting displays of clothes that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Everything smells expensive. Leather and perfume and something indefinably luxurious that I can't identify. This is overwhelming, I murmur, trying not to gawk at a purse with a price tag that makes my eyes water. You'll get used to it. Trust me. Once you see how these pieces photograph, you'll understand why Ethan wants you to have them. The way she says it makes me feel like a doll being dressed up for a photo shoot, which, I suppose, isn't far from the truth. Our personal shopper materializes like she's been summoned by invisible signals. She's a tall, severe woman with silver hair pulled into a chignon so tight it could be considered a weapon. Her eyes sweep over me with the efficiency of a scanner, cataloging and dismissing in the same glance. Mrs. Sinclair, I presume? Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. I'm Victoria. Jennifer has filled me in on your needs. The pause before needs feels deliberate, like she's choosing a more polite word than what she's actually thinking. We'll start with basics, Victoria continues, already moving toward the elevator. Foundation pieces that will serve you well in Ethan's circle. I want to point out that I have perfectly good clothes. Thank you very much. But Jennifer shoots me a look that says, this isn't the time for pride. We ride to the third floor in silence, the elevator playing classical music that makes me feel like I should be whispering. The designer section is like entering a museum where everything is for sale. Victoria leads us past racks of clothes that look more like art installations than actual wearable items. She stops at a section of dresses, pulling out a black sheet that looks simple enough until I see the price tag. This would be perfect for dinner events, she says, holding it up against me without actually looking at my face. Classic, timeless, very appropriate. Appropriate, another loaded word. What do you think? Jennifer asks, but she's already nodding approval before I can answer. It's nice, I manage, though nice seems inadequate for something that costs more than my car payment. Victoria continues pulling items. A navy blazer, silk blouses in neutral tones, pants that look like they've been tailored by angels. Everything is beautiful, and everything feels completely foreign to my skin. Let's get you to the fitting room, Victoria says, leading me toward an area that looks more like a luxury hotel suite than a changing room. I'll have someone bring champagne. I don't really drink during the day. Of course not. Sparkling water, then. She disappears, leaving me alone with a pile of clothes that collectively cost more than I made last year. I start with the black dress, struggling slightly with the hidden zipper that requires contortions I'm not used to. When I emerge to show Jennifer, Victoria has returned with another armload of options. Victoria circles me like a vulture, tugging at the fabric, adjusting the neckline. The fit is good, but the posture needs work. You're slouching, dear. These pieces require confidence. I'm not slouching, I say, straightening automatically. Better. Now let's try this one. She thrusts a cream-colored blouse at me. Italian silk, very elegant. I retreat to the fitting room, feeling increasingly like a fraud. The blouse is beautiful, soft as butter against my skin, but when I look in the mirror, I see someone playing dress-up in her mother's clothes. The woman staring back at me looks polished and expensive, but she doesn't look like me. How's it going in there? Jennifer calls. Fine, I lie, emerging to show her the blouse paired with charcoal trousers that fit like they were made for my body. Gorgeous, Jennifer breathes. Ethan will love this. Victoria nods approvingly, but I catch her muttering something to the sales associate, who's appeared with more options. I can't hear the words, but the tone is clear enough. They're discussing the client who doesn't quite fit the usual mold. The process continues for what feels like hours. With each outfit, I feel less like myself and more like a carefully constructed fiction. Victoria's comments become increasingly pointed. This color washes you out, dear. You'll want to stick to deeper tones. The neckline is too low for your frame type. Perhaps something less bold. We want elegance, not attention-seeking. Each critique lands like a small cut. I know she's trying to be helpful, but there's an undertone that suggests I need more help than most, that I'm starting from further behind. When I try on a burgundy evening gown that makes me feel like a movie star, Victoria immediately shakes her head. Too dramatic. You want to compliment Ethan, not compete with him. But it's beautiful, I protest. Beautiful isn't always appropriate, she says coolly. Trust me, I've been dressing women in your position for 20 years. Women in my position? I wonder what exactly that means to her. Trophy wives? Fake wives? Women who don't belong but are trying desperately to fit in? Jennifer seems oblivious to the subtle barbs, focused on her phone and occasionally looking up to nod approval at whatever Victoria has chosen. She's in her element here, comfortable with the process and the people. I envy her ease. After the third hour, I'm exhausted and demoralized. Victoria has assembled what she calls a proper wardrobe foundation. 12 pieces that will apparently transform me into the kind of woman who belongs on Ethan's arm. The total makes my stomach drop. Ethan's account will cover everything, Jennifer assures me, signing papers like she's buying groceries instead of enough clothes to fund a small business. I don't need all this, I say quietly. Maybe just a few pieces. Nonsense, Victoria interrupts. You'll need different looks for different occasions. Charity events, business dinners, gallery openings. Each requires its own approach. She makes it sound like I'm learning a foreign language, which I suppose I am. As we prepare to leave, laden with shopping bags and garment covers, I catch the sales associates exchanging glances. One of them whispers something that makes the other smirk. I can't hear the words, but I don't need to. I know that look, that tone. I've seen it before, in college when I couldn't afford the same clothes as my roommates, or at gallery events where my thrift store finds stood out among designer originals. It's the look that says, you don't belong here, and we all know it. The worst part is, they're not wrong. I don't belong here. In this gleaming temple to excess, trying on clothes that cost more than most people's monthly salaries. I'm a photographer from Brooklyn who shops at Target and considers a $50 dress a splurge. All the designer clothes in the world won't change that fundamental truth. Thank you so much, Victoria, Jennifer gushes as we head toward the exit. Everything is perfect. My pleasure, Victoria replies, though her smile remains arctic. Do give my regards to Ethan. Outside on Fifth Avenue, the cold air hits my face like a slap of reality. I take a deep breath, trying to shake off the lingering feeling of being judged and found wanting. Wasn't that fun? Jennifer asks, seemingly genuinely excited. Wait until you see how these pieces photograph. You'll look perfect for your next outing with Ethan. Perfect, I repeat, the word tasting strange in my mouth. As we walk toward the street to hail a taxi, I catch my reflection in a storefront window. I'm wearing my own clothes again, jeans, boots, and a sweater I bought on sale last year. The woman in the reflection looks familiar, comfortable, real. But she also looks like someone who has no business pretending to be Ethan Sinclair's wife. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, You thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 10. Ethan. I push through the front door at 7:30, loosening my tie as the familiar sounds of home wash over me. Daphne's laughter echoes from the dining room, mixed with a voice that's become increasingly familiar over the past week. Daddy! Daphne's voice carries down the hallway before I even make it past the foyer. I follow the sound, finding them at the dining table. Daphne sits cross-legged in her chair while Skylar occupies the seat to her right. They're sharing what looks like takeout containers, and the sight stops me cold for a moment. It's so damn domestic, so normal, like this is how it's always been. You're home early, Skylar says, glancing up from her container of what appears to be Thai food. There's something different about her expression tonight. Tired, maybe, or discouraged. Wrapped up my last meeting ahead of schedule. I drop my briefcase by the sideboard, rolling up my sleeves. What's all this? Skylar ordered pad thai, Daphne announces, twirling noodles around her fork with the concentration of a surgeon. She said she was too tired to cook, and Chelsea left that casserole thing that looks like baby food. Daphne, the reproach in my voice is automatic, though I can't disagree with her assessment. Maria's tuna casserole does look questionable. What? It does look gross. Skylar agrees with me, don't you? Skylar shoots me an apologetic look. I may have mentioned that casseroles aren't really my thing. Smart woman. I grab a plate from the sideboard, settling into my usual chair at the head of the table. Mind if I steal some of that pad thai? I missed lunch. Of course. Skylar pushes one of the containers toward me. There's plenty. I serve myself, watching Daphne chatter about her day between bites. She's telling Skylar about some drama with her friend Madison involving playground politics and a disputed swing set. Skylar listens with the kind of attention that most adults reserve for actually important conversations. Madison said I couldn't use the big swing because I'm too little, but that's not fair because the swing doesn't have an age limit, Daphne explains, her fork gesturing dramatically. So I told her that just because she's 9 doesn't mean she's the boss of the playground. Good for you, Skylar says. Standing up for yourself is important. That's what Daddy always sees, right, Daddy? Damn right. I catch Skylar's slight smile at my language. Nobody gets to push you around just because they're bigger. See? Daphne grins triumphantly. Daddy cusses too, so it's not just you. I don't cuss that much, Skylar protests. You said damn when you dropped your camera bag this morning. Daphne. This time my voice carries real warning. Language. But she did say it. And you don't need to repeat it. Daphne sighs dramatically, but returns to her noodles without further argument. I catch Skylar's eye across the table and she mouths sorry at me. I shrug it off. Daphne's heard worse from me, though I try to keep it in check around her. The conversation shifts to lighter topics. Daphne's upcoming science project, her excitement about an upcoming field trip to the Natural History Museum. She's animated and happy, more talkative than she's been in weeks. Having Skylar here is good for her, I realize. She needs female energy in her life, someone who listens to her playground drama like it matters. After dinner, Daphne bounces up from her chair with the boundless energy that 8-year-olds seem to possess. Can I go play? I want to set up my dollhouse for when Hannah comes over tomorrow. Homework first, I remind her. Already done. Miss Watterson only gave us math worksheets today, and I finished them during free time. I glance at Skylar, who nods. She showed me earlier. All correct, too. All right, then. But lights out at 9, understood? 9:30? Daphne tries, flashing me the smile that usually gets her whatever she wants. 9:15. Final offer. Deal! She scampers around the table to hug me, then surprises me by giving Skylar a quick hug too before racing away. The dining room falls into comfortable quiet, broken only by the distant sound of Daphne's feet thundering across the ceiling. I lean back in my chair, studying Skylar as she collects the empty containers. Leave those, I say. Chelsea will get them in the morning. I don't mind. But she settles back into her chair anyway, fidgeting with her napkin. She doesn't need to clean up after me. That's what she's paid for. Still feels weird having someone else pick up my messes. There's something in her tone that tells me this goes deeper than dirty dishes. I've learned to read the subtle shifts in her voice over the past week, the way her words carry extra weight when she's really talking about something else entirely. How was your day? I ask, pouring myself a glass of water from the pitcher on the table. Jennifer said you two hit Bergdorf's. Skylar's laugh lacks any real humor. Hit is right. I feel like I got mugged by a very polite, very expensive woman named Victoria. That bad? Worse. She runs her hands through her hair, disturbing the careful waves. Do you know how much 12 pieces of clothing cost at that place? Don't answer that. You probably do know, and it probably doesn't faze you at all. I lean forward, resting my forearms on the table. Did Jennifer explain that my accounts cover everything? You're not supposed to worry about the cost. That's not the point. Her voice carries a frustration that's been building all day. The point is that I spent 3 hours being politely told that everything about me is wrong. My posture, my color choices, my style. Apparently, I need to learn how to compliment you instead of competing with you. Victoria said that, among other things. She kept referring to women in my position like I'm some kind of specimen she's encountered before. The charity case who married up and needs to be taught how to blend in. The edge in her voice pisses me off more than it should. I know Victoria. She's dressed women for my family's events for years. Professional, competent, and apparently tactless as hell when dealing with someone she perceives as beneath her usual clientele. She was out of line. Was she, though? Skylar meets my eyes directly. Because I looked around that store today, and I realized I don't belong there. I don't belong in any of this, Ethan. All the designer clothes in the world aren't going to change that. You think I give a damn where you shop? I think you care about appearances. You said so yourself. We need to be convincing. But I'm not convinced I can pull this off. Today made that pretty clear. Her honesty hits harder than I expected. There's no self-pity in her voice, just a stark assessment of the situation that she clearly finds lacking. She's not fishing for compliments or reassurance. She's stating what she sees as facts. You're overthinking this, I say finally. One bad shopping experience doesn't mean you can't handle the rest. It wasn't just the shopping. It was the way they looked at me, like they could tell I didn't belong there. The whispered comments, the fake smiles. I've been to gallery openings, Ethan. I know what that world looks like, and I know I don't fit in it. Gallery openings in Brooklyn aren't the same as charity events on the Upper East Side. Exactly my point. I study her face, noting the way her jaw sets when she's made up her mind about something. She's scared, I realize, not of the clothes or the money, but of being exposed as a fraud. Of failing at something she never wanted to do in the first place. You'll do fine, I say, keeping my voice steady. It's just a matter of getting used to the environment. Will I, though? She leans back in her chair, crossing her arms. What happens when I have to actually socialize with these people? When I have to make conversation about charity galas and summer homes in the Hamptons? You learn, same as anyone else. But what if I don't want to learn? What if I like who I am, even if it doesn't fit into your world? The question hangs between us, loaded with implications I'm not sure either of us is ready to examine. She's not just talking about clothes anymore, and we both know it. This isn't permanent, I remind her, though the words feel strange in my mouth. You just have to get through the Christmas retreat. Something flickers across her face. Disappointment, maybe, or relief. I can't tell which, and that bothers me more than it should. Right, she says quietly. The silence stretches between us, filled with things neither of us is saying. In the distance, Daphne's music starts playing, some pop song she's been obsessed with lately. The sound drifts down like a reminder of why we're doing this, what's at stake beyond our own comfort levels. I'll talk to Jennifer about finding someone else for future shopping trips, I offer. Someone who understands the situation better. Someone who's better at dealing with charity cases? Someone who's better at dealing with people who matter to me. The words come out more serious than I intended, and Skylar's eyes widen slightly. We stare at each other across the table, and I realize I meant exactly what I said. Somewhere in the past week, she's become more than just a convenient solution to my custody problem. She's become someone who matters.
Chapter 11. Skylar. The words hang in the air between us, heavy with meaning. I'm not sure either of us is ready to unpack. Someone who matters to him. The way he says it, so matter-of-fact yet loaded with something deeper, makes my chest tighten in ways I don't want to examine. Ethan. We should go out tomorrow night, he says, cutting off whatever I was about to say. His voice shifts back to business mode, but there's still something softer around the edges. Make an appearance somewhere public. Give the photographers something to work with. I blink at the sudden change of topic. Go out? Like a date? Like a couple who's dating. He leans back in his chair and I can practically see him switching gears, putting the walls back up. We need to be seen together in social settings. Jennifer's been fielding calls from photographers all week, and if we don't give them something soon, they'll start making up their own stories. Right. The arrangement. The fake relationship that's supposed to convince a judge that Ethan's a stable family man. For a moment there, I'd almost forgotten that's all this is. Where did you have in mind? There's a new restaurant in Soho that's been getting attention. The kind of place where being photographed is part of the experience. We'll have dinner, act appropriately coupley, and give them the shots they want. What exactly does appropriately coupley look like? His mouth quirks into something that might be a smile. You'll figure it out. The next evening, I stand in front of the full-length mirror in the guest room, trying to recognize myself in the woman staring back. The black dress Jennifer selected is simpler than Victoria's choices. Sleek lines, modest neckline, hitting just above my knees. The kind of dress that says expensive without screaming it. Paired with the heels that cost more than my camera equipment and jewelry that actually sparkles in the light. I look like someone who belongs in Ethan's world. I look like someone who isn't me. You can do this, I tell my reflection. It's just dinner. How hard can dinner be? My reflection doesn't look convinced. Ethan's waiting in the foyer when I come out, and the way his eyes track over me makes something flutter in my stomach. He's dressed in a charcoal suit, his hair styled just perfectly imperfect, and he looks every inch the successful businessman that he is. You look beautiful, he says, and the sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. Jennifer picked it out. Jennifer didn't put it on. The compliment settles warm in my chest, and I have to remind myself that this is all for show. He's supposed to look at me like that. We're supposed to convince people we're a couple. Ready for this? He asks, offering me his arm. As ready as someone can be for their first fake date, I guess. His laugh is genuine and some of my nerves settle. Just follow my lead. The restaurant is exactly what I expected. All exposed brick and Edison bulbs. the kind of calculated industrial chic that screams trendy downtown. The hostess recognizes Ethan immediately, her smile brightening as she leads us to a table near the windows. Prime real estate for being seen. "Mr. Sinclair, so wonderful to have you with us tonight. And this must be the lovely Skylar we've heard so much about." I manage a smile that feels only slightly forced. "Thank you. This place is beautiful." As we settle into our seats, I catch the subtle flash of a camera from across the street. Ethan notices too, his hand reaching across the table to cover mine. The touch is warm, his fingers threading through mine with an ease that surprises me. "They work fast," I murmur. "They've probably been camped out since we made the reservation." His thumb traces across my knuckles, and I have to remind myself it's all for show. "Just act natural." "This is natural for you. This is my first time being paparazzi bait." "You're doing fine." His voice is low, reassuring. "Just talk to me like you would any other night." So I do. We fall into conversation about photography, about Daphne's upcoming school play, about the book he's been reading. The photographer across the street becomes background noise as Ethan tells me about his disastrous attempt to help Daphne with her science project last weekend. "You tried to build a volcano with what?" "Baking soda and vinegar seemed too simple. I thought we could make it more authentic with some chemistry." He shakes his head, grinning. Chelsea's still finding traces of the explosion in the kitchen. Poor Chelsea. She's been giving me looks all week. I think she's plotting my demise through overcooking my meals. I laugh, genuinely relaxed for the first time all evening. Maybe stick to baking soda next time? Noted. The waiter appears with our appetizers, and I'm reaching for my wine glass when I notice her. Tall, blonde, stunning in the way that comes from excellent genes and expensive maintenance. She's making her way across the restaurant with the confident stride of someone who's never been told no in her life, and she's heading straight for our table. Ethan notices my change in expression and follows my gaze. His posture shifts almost imperceptibly, his jaw tightening. "Ethan?" The woman's voice is cultured, polished. "I thought that was you." He stands, ever the gentleman, and I can see the effort it takes to keep his expression neutral. "Gemma, this is unexpected." Gemma, someone who clearly knows him well enough to interrupt his dinner without invitation. "I was just having drinks with the Pembertons when I saw you through the window." Her eyes flick to me briefly before returning to Ethan. "I had to come say hello." She's beautiful in the way that makes other women feel inadequate without even trying. Perfect features, perfect hair, perfect everything. And the way she's looking at Ethan, with familiarity and something that might be regret, tells me exactly who she is before Ethan can make introductions. An ex, and not just any ex, but the kind of ex who still thinks she has a claim. "Gemma, this is Skylar," Ethan says, his hand moving to rest on my shoulder. "Skylar, Gemma Ashworth." I stand, extending my hand with a smile that's genuine, even if the situation isn't. "Nice to meet you." Gemma's handshake is brief, dismissive. Her attention immediately returns to Ethan. "You look wonderful. It's been, 6 months since the Harrisons' anniversary party?" "Something like that." She laughs, the sound light and practiced. "Always so specific. I've missed that about you." The casual intimacy in her tone makes something sharp twist in my chest. This woman knows him, knows his habits, his quirks, has history with him that I'll never have, real or otherwise. "Are you two having a nice evening?" she continues, finally acknowledging my existence again, but there's something in her tone, a subtle condescension that sets my teeth on edge. "Lovely," I say, settling back into my chair. Ethan takes the hint and sits as well, but Gemma remains standing, hovering. "The food here is incredible." Oh, you've never been here before? Gemma's surprise sounds genuine, but there's an undercurrent that suggests she finds this significant somehow. Ethan introduced me to this place years ago. It was one of our favorites. Our favorites. She's marking territory, and she's not being subtle about it. I feel Ethan tense beside me, but I keep my expression pleasant. Well, now it's one of our favorites too. The emphasis on our is slight but deliberate. Victoria catches it, her perfect smile faltering just a fraction. How lovely for you both. She turns back to Ethan. I should let you get back to your dinner, but we should catch up soon. I have so much to tell you about the gallery. That won't be necessary, I interject, offering her a smile. She stares at me with wide eyes. I'm sorry, what? My eyes narrow. I said that won't be necessary. My husband has no reason to catch up with you.
Chapter 12. Ethan. The word husband hits the air like a perfectly aimed shot, and I watch Gemma's face cycle through confusion, shock, and something that looks dangerously close to panic. Skylar delivers it with such casual authority that for a split second, even I almost believe we're actually married. Damn, that's impressive. Husband? Gemma's voice climbs an octave, her composure finally cracking. Ethan, you didn't mention... When did you... Recently, Skylar says before I can respond, her tone carrying just enough warmth to seem polite while making it clear the conversation is over. You understand how it is with newlyweds. We prefer to keep our time together private. The way she emphasizes private while looking directly at Gemma is masterful. No raised voice, no dramatic declarations, just quiet, confident authority that leaves no room for argument. I lean back in my chair, thoroughly entertained by watching Gemma scramble to regain her footing. She's used to being the one who throws people off balance, not the other way around. Well, Congratulations, I suppose. Gemma's smile looks like it physically hurts. I had no idea you were even seeing anyone seriously. There's a lot you don't know about my life anymore, I say, finally finding my voice. My hand finds Skylar's on the table, threading our fingers together. And I prefer to keep it that way. The dismissal is clear, and Gemma's face flushes. She opens her mouth like she's going to say something else, then seems to think better of it. Of course. Well, enjoy your evening. She turns to go, then pauses. It was interesting meeting you, Skylar. Likewise, Skylar replies with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. We watch Gemma thread her way back through the restaurant, her posture stiff with wounded pride. I wait until she's definitely out of earshot before turning to Skylar. Husband? She shrugs, but there's a flush creeping up her neck. Seemed like the most efficient way to shut her down. Was I wrong about what she was doing? Not even a little bit. I'm still processing what just happened, the way Skylar stepped in without hesitation, the casual possessiveness in her voice when she claimed me. That was brilliant. She was marking territory like a dog at a fire hydrant. Someone had to tell her the property was already occupied. The territorial language sends something hot shooting through my chest. The way she said, my husband, with such casual ownership, like she had every right to claim me, like I belonged to her. You didn't have to do that, I say, even though every instinct I have is telling me I wanted her to. Yes, I did. Her eyes flash with something fierce. I'm supposed to be your wife, right? What kind of wife lets another woman circle her husband like a vulture? Wife. Husband. The words shouldn't affect me the way they do, considering this is all pretend. But hearing them from her lips, delivered with such conviction, makes something primal stir in my chest. Most women would have been intimidated by Gemma, I admit. She has that effect on people. Most women aren't me. Skylar picks up her wine glass, taking a sip with studied casualness. Besides, I could tell she was the type who mistakes politeness for weakness. Sometimes you have to show your teeth to get the message across. Damn. The confidence in her voice, the way she sized up the situation and handled it without breaking a sweat. It's sexy as hell. I've spent years dealing with women who either defer to my every word or try to manipulate me into getting what they want. Skylar just protected what she saw as hers with the kind of natural authority that makes my blood run hot. You're amazing, I say, and I mean it more than I probably should. She laughs, but there's a twinkle in her eyes. I'm just acting like any newlywed wife would, defending my territory. Territory. There's that word again, and the possessive edge in her voice when she says it makes heat pool low in my gut. The idea of being her territory, of belonging to someone who'd fight for me without hesitation is more appealing than it has any right to be. Is that what I am? I ask, leaning forward slightly. Your territory? Our eyes meet across the table, and something electric passes between us. For a moment, the pretense falls away completely. I can see heat flickering in her gaze that mirrors what I'm feeling. For tonight, she says quietly. For as long as this arrangement lasts. The qualifier should be a reminder that this is all temporary, all fake. Instead, it makes me want to prove her wrong. Makes me want to show her exactly how real this could be if she'd let it. You realize you just claimed me in front of half of Manhattan's social circle, I point out. By tomorrow morning, everyone we know will have heard about our supposed marriage. Good. The word comes out with such firm conviction that my pulse kicks up another notch. Let them talk. Isn't that the point? It is the point. This whole evening is about being seen, about creating a narrative that will help my case with Daphne. But somewhere between Gemma's interruption and Skylar's fierce protection of what she saw as hers, it stopped feeling like performance and started feeling like something real. The way she squared her shoulders when she realized Gemma was a threat. The casual authority in her voice when she shut down any possibility of future contact. The possessive gleam in her eyes when she called me her husband. Damn, it was hot watching her in action. Watching her claim me without hesitation, like she had every right to do it. You know, I say, my voice dropping lower, I've never had a woman defend me like that before. Maybe you've been dating the wrong women. The comment hits closer to home than she probably realizes. Gemma certainly never would have stepped up like that. She was always more concerned with social positioning than actual loyalty. Maybe I have, I agree, holding her gaze. The air between us feels charged, loaded with possibilities that go far beyond our arrangement. I can see her pulse fluttering at her throat. Can tell she feels it too. This pull that has nothing to do with contracts and everything to do with the way she fits so perfectly into this role. Into my life. Our waiter appears with our entrees, breaking the moment. But the tension doesn't dissipate. It just shifts, becomes something simmering beneath the surface of our conversation about work and family and everything except what just happened between us. But I can't stop thinking about the way she said my husband like she meant it, like she wanted to mean it. And I sure as hell can't stop wanting to hear her say it again.
Chapter 13. Skylar. The December air bites at my cheeks as we step out of the car at Central Park, but Daphne bounces ahead of us like the cold doesn't exist. She's bundled in a bright red coat with matching mittens, her blonde curls escaping from under her knit hat. Can we go ice skating first? Please, please, please. She spins around to face us, walking backwards with the kind of fearless confidence only 8-year-olds possess. Whatever you want, princess, Ethan says, and the genuine warmth in his voice when he talks to his daughter never fails to catch me off guard. This man who commands boardrooms and intimidates grown men turns to absolute mush around Daphne. I adjust my own coat, an expensive cream-colored wool piece that photographs well, and fall into step beside them. We've been doing more of these family outings lately, building up what Ethan's publicist calls organic family moments ahead of Christmas. Skylar, do you know how to ice skate? Daphne asks, sliding her small hand into mine without hesitation. I do. My mom used to take me when I was about your age. The memory surfaces unexpectedly, warm despite the cold air. Though I haven't been in years, so I might be a little rusty. That's okay. Daddy can teach you. He's really good. I glance at Ethan, who's watching our interaction with something soft in his expression. These moments with Daphne feel natural, in a way that sometimes makes me forget. This is all an arrangement. She's accepted me into their little family unit so easily, so completely, that it's both heartwarming and terrifying. We'll see who needs teaching, I say, squeezing Daphne's hand. The rink comes into view, already busy with families and couples enjoying the crisp Saturday afternoon. Christmas decorations twinkle from every surface, and the whole scene looks like something out of a holiday movie. Perfect for the image we're trying to project. We're maybe 20 feet from the entrance when I spot them. Cameras. At least 3 different photographers positioned around the rink's perimeter, trying to look casual while keeping their lenses trained on the crowd. My professional instincts kick in immediately. I can tell from their positioning and equipment that they're not tourists taking family photos. Ethan, I murmur, leaning closer to him. We've got company. Paparazzi, 3 o'clock and near the hot chocolate stand. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly, but he doesn't turn to look. How many? At least 3 that I can see. Probably more. I keep my voice low, my smile never wavering. They haven't made their move yet, but they will once they confirm it's us. Daphne is still chattering about skating, oblivious to the potential media circus brewing around us. Ethan's protective instincts are probably screaming at him to grab his daughter and leave, but that would create exactly the kind of scene that feeds gossip columns for weeks. What do you want to do? He asks. The question surprises me. He's asking for my professional opinion, treating me like an equal partner in this decision, rather than just telling me what's going to happen. It's such a small thing, but it speaks to a trust that makes something warm unfurl in my chest. We stay, I say without hesitation. We're here for a family day, so that's what we do. But we control the narrative. Before he can respond, I hear the telltale rapid-fire clicking of camera shutters. They've spotted us. Ethan, Skylar, a voice calls out from behind us. Can we get a few pictures? Here we go. I turn toward the voice with the kind of smile I've perfected over years of dealing with media. Bright, genuine looking, but not too eager. The photographer is a guy in his 30s with expensive equipment and the persistent look of someone who's used to getting what he wants. Of course, I say warmly, like running into paparazzi at a family outing is the most natural thing in the world. Though we're just here to spend time with Daphne, so let's keep it brief, okay? The photographer's face lights up. Most celebrities either run from cameras or snarl at them. But I've learned that a little cooperation goes a long way toward getting them what they need without turning it into a circus. Absolutely. Just a few shots of the happy family. More photographers materialize as if from thin air. They always travel in packs. Within minutes, we're surrounded by at least 6 cameras, but I keep my energy calm and controlled. Daphne presses closer to Ethan's side, suddenly aware that something different is happening. Why are they taking pictures of us? She whispers. Because Daddy and Skylar are important people, I say, crouching down to her level. And people like to see pictures of families having fun, want to show them how good you are at posing. Her face brightens immediately. Kids love feeling special. And reframing this as something fun rather than intrusive puts her at ease. She straightens her shoulders and grins at the cameras with the natural charm that makes her absolutely irresistible. Beautiful family, one of the photographers calls out. Ethan, how does it feel to be married again? Like the luckiest man in New York. Ethan responds without missing a beat, his arm sliding around my waist and pulling me against his side. The movement is smooth, natural, like he's done it 1,000 times before. The contact sends heat shooting through me despite the cold air. His hand settles on my hip with casual possessiveness, and I can feel the solid warmth of him along my side. For a moment, I forget we're performing for cameras and just let myself enjoy the feeling of being held by him. "Skylar, what's it like being a stepmom?" Another voice calls out. "It's the best job I've ever had," I say, and I'm surprised by how much I mean it. Daphne makes it easy. She's an incredible kid. I feel Ethan's hand tighten slightly on my hip, and when I glance up at him, there's something in his expression that makes my pulse quicken. Pride, maybe, or appreciation. Whatever it is, it makes me want to keep impressing him. "Any plans for Christmas?" Someone else shouts. "We're spending it with family," I respond. "Just looking forward to Daphne's first Christmas with all of us together." It's the perfect soundbite, family-focused, heartwarming, exactly the kind of thing that will play well in the morning gossip columns. But more than that, it's true. I am looking forward to Christmas with them, even though I probably shouldn't be. "How about a kiss for the cameras?" The request comes from 3 different photographers at once. I feel Ethan tense beside me, and I understand why. We've shared plenty of kisses for public consumption, but this feels different somehow, more intimate. Maybe it's because Daphne is here, making this feel more like a real family moment. Or maybe it's because of whatever's been building between us since that night at the restaurant, when I claimed him as my husband. But this is what we're here for. This is the job. I turn toward him, tilting my face up with the kind of soft, loving expression that will read beautifully in photos. Our eyes meet for just a moment, and I see something flicker in his gaze that has nothing to do with performance. Then his mouth is on mine, warm and sure despite the December cold. It starts as the kind of kiss we've given cameras before. Sweet, romantic, perfectly crafted for public consumption. But something shifts in the space of a heartbeat. His hand slides up to cup the back of my neck, and the kiss deepens just enough to make my knees go weak. The cameras go absolutely wild. I can hear the rapid-fire clicking and the excited murmurs of the photographers, but they fade into background noise. All I can focus on is the taste of him, the way his thumb traces along my jawline, the solid strength of his body against mine. When we break apart, I have to fight to remember where we are. His eyes are dark, pupils dilated, and there's something in his expression that makes heat pool low in my belly. For a moment, we just stare at each other, the pretense completely forgotten. "Beautiful," one of the photographers calls out, snapping me back to reality. "That's going to be on every front page tomorrow." Perfect, I manage, though my voice sounds slightly breathless. I step back from Ethan, trying to regain my composure, but I can still feel the imprint of his hands on my skin. "All right, guys, that's enough," Ethan says, his voice carrying just enough authority to make it clear the photo session is over. "We'd like to enjoy the rest of our day." Of course. Thanks for being so gracious." The photographers start to disperse, still snapping a few candid shots as we head toward the skating rink entrance. I can feel Ethan's eyes on me, but I keep my focus on Daphne, who's practically vibrating with excitement. "That was so cool. Are we going to be in magazines?" "Probably," I say, forcing lightness into my voice. "But the most important thing is that we have fun today, right?" "Right." As we get our skates and head onto the ice, I catch Ethan watching me with something that looks suspiciously like admiration. The way I handled the paparazzi, turned a potentially stressful situation into positive press, made his daughter feel special instead of overwhelmed. I can tell he's impressed, and I'd be lying if I said that didn't send a thrill through me. Making him happy, making him proud. It shouldn't matter as much as it does. This is just a job, just a role I'm playing until his family Christmas situation is solved. But as we glide around the rink, Daphne between us holding both our hands, the camera's still clicking from the sidelines. It's getting harder and harder to remember where the performance ends and reality begins, especially when Ethan looks at me like I'm not just playing the part of his wife, but actually becoming it.
Chapter 14. Ethan. The credits roll on the movie neither of us paid much attention to. Daphne's been asleep for hours and the penthouse is silent except for the faint hum of the heating system. Skylar shifts on the couch beside me and I catch the subtle scent of her perfume. "I should probably head to my room," she says, but makes no move to get up. "You could stay." The words are out before I can stop them. "Just to talk or whatever." Her eyes meet mine, searching for something. Whatever she finds makes her settle back against the cushions, her body angled toward me. "Whatever, huh?" There's a teasing lilt to her voice that makes my blood run hot. I let my hand fall casually to her thigh, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin fabric of her pajama shorts. "Whatever you want." Her breath catches. I watch her internal struggle play across her face, the desire warring with the knowledge that this complicates everything. She bites her lower lip, a habit I've noticed when she's deep in thought, and her eyes darken. The air between us crackles with tension as my thumb traces small circles against her thigh. "Ethan." Her voice holds a warning, but she doesn't move away from my touch. The way my name falls from her lips sends a jolt straight through me. "This isn't part of our arrangement." She swallows hard, her chest rising and falling with quickened breaths that make it impossible to focus on anything else. "Screw the arrangement." My hand slides higher, fingers tracing patterns against her inner thigh, feeling her skin heat beneath my touch. The softness there is driving me crazy, making me imagine how she'd feel everywhere else. "Tell me you haven't thought about this, that you haven't wondered what it would be like." That's not the point. But her body betrays her as she unconsciously shifts, opening her legs just slightly. The movement is subtle, almost imperceptible, but I catch it, and the silent permission it grants. She glances down at where my hand rests, then back up to my eyes, her gaze conflicted yet hungry. Then what is the point? I move closer, my other hand coming up to cup her face. I can feel the rapid pulse at her neck as my thumb brushes her jawline. Our faces are inches apart now, close enough that I can feel her ragged breath against my lips. We're both adults. We both want this. It's been building since the moment we met, and we both know it. It's not that simple. I cut her off with a kiss, not gentle, not questioning, but demanding. Taking what I've wanted since I saw her handle Gemma at that restaurant. Her lips part on a gasp, and I deepen the kiss, tasting the wine we shared earlier and something uniquely her.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
For long moments, we stay locked together, her forehead pressed against mine as we catch our breath. Reality slowly seeps back in, but I'm not ready to let this moment end, to acknowledge what this means for our carefully constructed arrangement. Instead, I kiss her again, softer this time, and feel her smile against my lips. "So much for keeping things professional," she murmurs, but there's no regret in her voice. "Professional is overrated." I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, studying her face in the dim light. And this feels a hell of a lot more real than anything else in this arrangement. Her eyes search mine, and I see the same realization dawning in them. That somewhere along the way, the lines between pretending and reality have blurred beyond recognition.
Chapter 15. Skylar. I wake up in my own bed, though I have no memory of how I got here. The events of last night crash over me like a cold wave. Ethan's hands on my skin, the way he looked at me as I came apart in his arms, the feeling of him inside me. I roll over and bury my face in the pillow, but it doesn't help. The memory of his touch is branded into my skin, and my body still hums with the aftermath. I can still feel where his fingers traced patterns on my thighs, still taste him on my lips. This wasn't supposed to happen. We had rules, boundaries, a clear understanding of what this arrangement entailed. And I just blew all of that to pieces because I couldn't keep my hands to myself. The shower does nothing to wash away the confusion swirling in my head. As hot water cascades over my shoulders, I try to compartmentalize what happened. It was just sex. Physical attraction that finally boiled over. It doesn't have to mean anything more than that. Except it felt like everything. I catch my reflection in the bathroom mirror as I towel off, and the woman staring back at me looks different somehow. There's something in her eyes that wasn't there yesterday. A vulnerability that makes my stomach clench with anxiety. When I finally make it to the kitchen, Ethan's already there with Daphne, both of them seated at the island with plates of pancakes. He looks up when I enter, and our eyes lock for a moment that stretches too long. Heat flares between us, immediate and undeniable. "Morning, Sky," Daphne chirps, syrup dripping from her fork. "Daddy made Mickey Mouse pancakes. They're crooked, but they taste good. Want some?" That sounds perfect. I slide onto the stool beside her, hyper-aware of Ethan's presence across from me. He's wearing a navy sweater that brings out his eyes, and when he reaches for the coffee pot to pour me a cup, I catch a hint of his cologne, the same scent I was breathing in last night as he moved inside me. "Sleep well?" His voice is casual, but there's an undertone that makes my pulse quicken. "Like a baby." The lie comes easily, even though I spent most of the night replaying every touch, every kiss, every moment of pleasure he wrung from my body. We fall into easy conversation about the day's plans, Daphne's chatter filling any awkward silences. On the surface, everything seems normal. We're playing our roles perfectly, the happy couple having breakfast with their daughter. But underneath the normalcy, tension crackles. Every casual touch as Ethan passes me the syrup sends electricity through my skin. When he leans over to wipe syrup from Daphne's chin, his shoulder brushes mine, and I have to fight not to lean into the contact. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Last night changed everything, and now I don't know how to go back to pretending this is all just an arrangement. The careful walls I'd built around my heart feel like they're crumbling with every shared glance, every accidental touch. "All right, baby girl," Ethan says, checking his expensive watch with practiced ease. "Chelsea should be here any minute to take you to school." "Can Sky come to my recital next week?" Daphne asks, bouncing in her seat with the kind of infectious energy only 8-year-olds possess. Her gray-blue eyes are bright with hope as she looks between us. "It's next Friday at 7 o'clock, and I'm playing for Elise, and I've been practicing so hard every single day. Mrs. Watterson says I'm getting really good at the tricky parts." My chest tightens painfully. Next Friday. By then, we might have figured out how to navigate this emotional minefield we've stumbled into, or this whole carefully constructed arrangement might have imploded spectacularly. The thought of disappointing this sweet little girl makes something twist inside me. "Of course I'll be there," I hear myself saying before I can think better of it. "I wouldn't miss it for the world. I bet you're going to be amazing up there." Daphne's face lights up like Christmas morning. Really? You promise? Daddy's always there, but it'll be even more special if you come too. Like a real family. The words hit me harder than they should. A real family. If only she knew how complicated the reality is. The doorbell rings, its cheerful chime cutting through the moment, and Daphne squeals with excitement. That's Chelsea. She scrambles down from her stool, nearly knocking over her orange juice in her haste. Bye, Daddy. Bye, Sky. She plants sticky, syrup-sweet kisses on both our cheeks before racing toward the front door, her backpack bouncing against her small frame. Ethan follows her out to make sure she gets to her nanny safely, leaving me alone with my spiraling thoughts. I busy myself clearing the breakfast dishes, needing something to do with my hands. When he returns, the kitchen suddenly feels too small. Without Daphne's chatter to fill the space, the silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken questions. About last night, I start. Was incredible, he finishes, moving closer. Don't overthink it, Sky. Don't overthink it. I set down the plate I was washing with more force than necessary. Ethan, we just complicated everything. This arrangement has specific parameters and we what? Had amazing sex? He's close enough now that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. Two adults who are attracted to each other acted on that attraction. It's not exactly earth-shattering news, but it is earth-shattering, at least for me. Because somewhere between agreeing to this fake marriage and last night, something shifted. What started as a business transaction has morphed into something real and terrifying, and completely outside my control. It changes things, I insist, turning to face him. We had boundaries for a reason. Maybe those boundaries were nonsense. His eyes search mine, intense and unwavering. Maybe we were lying to ourselves about what this really is. My heart hammers against my ribs. What are you saying? Instead of answering, he steps closer, backing me against the counter. His hands brace on either side of me, trapping me in the circle of his arms. This close, I can see the flecks of green in his blue eyes, can count the individual lashes that frame them. I'm saying last night felt more real than anything I've experienced in years. His voice is low, rough with emotion. And if you're honest with yourself, you'll admit you felt it too. I did feel it. That's the problem. When he was inside me, when he was looking at me like I was the only woman who existed, it didn't feel like pretending. It felt like coming home. Ethan. He silences me with a kiss that steals my breath and every rational thought from my head. His mouth moves against mine with a desperation that mirrors my own, and despite every warning bell going off in my brain, I melt into him. When we break apart, both of us breathing hard, he rests his forehead against mine. So what if we want this to be real? He demands, his voice fierce. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that better than pretending? The question hangs in the air between us, loaded with implications I'm not sure I'm ready to face, because wanting something to be real and having it actually work are two very different things. It's not that simple, I whisper, even as my body betrays me by leaning closer to his warmth. Why not? His thumb traces my jawline, the gentle touch at odds with the intensity in his eyes. We're already living together, already building something with Daphne. The only difference is now we'd be honest about what we want from each other. Because this is temporary, remember? A few months of pretending and then we're done. What happens when real feelings get involved and it's time to walk away? The words taste bitter on my tongue, but they need to be said. I've spent too much of my life picking up pieces of my heart to willingly set myself up for that kind of devastation again. Who says we have to walk away? The certainty in his voice makes my chest ache. Who says this has to end just because some arbitrary timeline says it should? I want to believe him. God, I want to sink into the fantasy he's painting. A real marriage, a real family, a real chance at the kind of happiness I stopped believing in years ago. But I've learned the hard way that wanting something doesn't make it possible. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 16. Ethan. The afternoon sun filters through the windows of Maria, casting golden light across our table. Sky looks incredible in a cream-colored sweater that hugs her curves, her natural curls catching the light as she laughs at something I've said. We've been here for over an hour, and every minute feels like we're peeling back another layer of the pretense we've been maintaining. So, your parents' Christmas retreat, she says, twirling linguine around her fork with practiced ease. Tell me what I'm walking into here, because if your mother is anything like the society women I've photographed, I need to prepare my armor. My mother is... I pause, searching for the right words. She means well, but she's got opinions about everything, especially about the women I date. Which explains why you need a fake wife to get through this unscathed. The word fake hits differently now. After last night, after this morning's conversation in the kitchen, nothing about this feels fake anymore. The way she fits against my side in the booth, the easy banter between us, the way she listens when I talk about Daphne. It all feels more real than anything I had with Sarah. The retreat is at their estate in the Hamptons. 3 days of family dinners, charity events, and my mother scrutinizing every move you make. I take a sip of wine, watching her process this information. She'll ask about your family, your background, your intentions with me. Standard interrogation protocol. Intentions? Sky raises an eyebrow. What exactly did you tell them about us? That I'm serious about you. That you're different from the others. And am I? The question slips out quietly, but it carries weight. Different from the others. The honest answer sits heavy in my chest. She's nothing like the polished society women my mother usually approves of. Nothing like Sarah with her calculated charm and social climbing ambitions. Sky is real in a way that makes everything else feel like performance art. Completely. The word comes out rougher than I intended. My mother's gonna love that you're a successful photographer. She respects women who build their own careers. That's something, at least. Sky relaxes slightly. What about your father? Dad's easier. He'll want to talk business, maybe golf. As long as you can hold a conversation about market trends and don't insult his scotch collection, you'll be fine. Market trends I can handle. Scotch might be a problem. I'm more of a wine girl. I'll handle the scotch talk. I reach across the table to cover her hand with mine, the touch sending that familiar electricity up my arm. We'll handle it together. The way she looks at me when I say that makes something shift in my chest, like she's seeing past all the careful walls I've built and finding something worth keeping. There's going to be other family there too, I continue, not wanting to break the connection between us. My sister Natalie, her husband, their kids, a few cousins, some family friends. It's a whole production. Sounds overwhelming. It can be, but having you there... I pause, realizing how much truth is bleeding into what should be strategy talk. It'll make it bearable. Better than bearable. She studies my face like she's trying to read between the lines. Ethan. Skylar! Oh my God! Skylar Jones! We both turn toward the voice, and I watch Sky's face light up with genuine pleasure as a tall, lean man approaches our table. He's got that artistic look. Black jeans, vintage leather jacket, carefully styled dark hair. Everything about him screams creative professional, and something primitive and possessive coils in my gut. Mario! Sky stands to give him a hug that lasts longer than I like. What are you doing here? Meeting with a client about a gallery showing. His smile is warm, familiar in a way that makes my jaw clench. I can't believe I'm running into you. It's been, what, 6 months? At least. She gestures toward me, and I stand, using every inch of my height advantage. Mario, this is Ethan, my... She hesitates for just a moment. My husband. The word sends a possessive thrill through me that I have no right to feel. Husband? Mario's eyes widen with surprise and what looks like delight. Skylar, you got married and didn't tell me? I'm crushed. I extend my hand, gripping his firmly enough to make a point. Ethan Sinclair? Mario Chen. I'm a photographer too. Sky and I came up through the same circles in the city. He's still holding her hand, still standing too close. We've shot together a few times, covered each other's asses when clients got demanding. Really? My voice comes out flatter than intended. How close you two must be. Sky shoots me a look I can't quite interpret, but Mario doesn't seem to notice the tension radiating off me in waves. So, when did this happen? Mario gestures between us. Last I heard, you were swearing off relationships to focus on your career. Things change. Sky's voice is carefully neutral. Sometimes the right person comes along when you would least expect it. The right person, huh? Mario grins at me, and there's something in his expression that I don't like. Too knowing, too comfortable. Well, Ethan, you're a lucky man. Skylar's one of the best people I know. Talented, loyal, gorgeous. I'm aware. The words come out sharper than I intended, and Sky's eyebrows shoot up. We should let you get to your client meeting, Sky says quickly, placing a hand on my arm that feels like both a warning and a claim. Don't want to keep you. Right, of course. Mario pulls out his phone. But let's catch up soon, yeah? Maybe we can grab coffee and you can tell me all about how this one swept you off your feet. The casual intimacy in his voice makes me want to put my fist through something, or preferably through his face. That sounds great, Sky says, and I have to bite back the urge to tell Mario exactly where he can shove his coffee invitation. After another hug that goes on too long and a handshake that I make sure establishes dominance, Mario finally leaves. I watch him go, noting the confident way he moves, the expensive camera bag slung over his shoulder. Well, that was interesting. Sky settles back into the booth, but there's tension in her shoulders now. Interesting. I sit down harder than necessary. That's one word for it. Okay, what's with the attitude? She crosses her arms, and I realize I'm about to step in this, which I can't take back. No attitude. Just wondering how many other close photographer friends I should know about. Her eyes narrow. Excuse me? The guy was all over you, Sky. Don't tell me you didn't notice. All over me? She leans back like I've slapped her. He gave me a hug. We're friends, Ethan. Professional colleagues who've known each other for years. Professional colleagues who want to grab coffee and reminisce about old times. Jesus Christ. She shakes her head, disbelief clear in her voice. Are you seriously jealous right now? Of Mario? I'm not jealous. The lie tastes bitter. I'm being observant. The way he looked at you, the way he looked at me is the same way he's looked at me for 3 years. 'Cause we're friends. Because he's gay, Ethan. He has a boyfriend named David who he's been with for 3 years, and who he's planning to propose to next month. The words hit me like a slap of cold water. Gay. Of course he's gay. Which means I just made a complete trash of myself over nothing, getting territorial about a man who has zero romantic interest in my woman. My woman. When the hell did I start thinking of her that way? Damn! I run a hand through my hair, feeling like the world's biggest idiot. I'm sorry. I didn't. No, you didn't. Her voice is quiet, but there's something underneath it that makes my chest tight. You just assumed the worst and acted like a caveman marking his territory. Sky. The question is why. She leans forward, her hazel eyes searching mine with uncomfortable intensity. Why does it matter to you if another man is interested in me? This is supposed to be fake, remember? A business arrangement with clear boundaries. The question hangs between us like a challenge, and I realize I don't have a good answer, at least not one I'm ready to voice. Because somewhere between agreeing to this arrangement and sitting in this restaurant watching another man touch her, everything changed. Because the thought of anyone else having claim to her smile, her laugh, her body makes me want to burn the world down. Because I'm falling for her so hard and fast, it's terrifying.
Chapter 17. Skylar. The tension from our lunch conversation still hangs between us as we walk through the halls of Daphne's school, following the sound of excited chatter and Christmas music toward the auditorium. Ethan's hand rests on the small of my back, a gesture that's become natural over the past few weeks, but tonight it feels charged with everything we haven't said. You nervous? He asks, leaning down so his voice reaches my ear over the crowd of parents and siblings filing into the decorated space. Why would I be nervous? She's the one performing. But that's not entirely true. My stomach flutters with anticipation and something deeper, a fierce protectiveness for the little girl who's become so important to me. The same little girl who insisted I sit in the front row because family sits in front and you're my family now, Sky. The auditorium buzzes with pre-performance energy. Red and green streamers drape from the ceiling, and a massive Christmas tree twinkles in the corner next to the piano. Parents adjust cameras and phones, claiming the best spots for recording their children's moments in the spotlight. There. Ethan points toward 2 empty seats in the third row. Perfect view. We settle in, and I'm hyper-aware of how we must look to the other families around us. Ethan in his charcoal wool coat and dark jeans, every inch the successful businessman even in casual clothes. Me in my burgundy dress and boots, trying to look like I belong at a private school Christmas performance. She's been practicing nonstop, he says, pulling out his phone to check the camera. I swear I've heard Fur Elise so many times I could play it myself. She loves it, though. You should see her face when she talks about piano. The memory of Daphne's excitement a few mornings ago floods back, how she bounced around the kitchen while I made her breakfast, humming her piece and explaining every dynamic marking her teacher had written on the sheet music. The way she asked me to braid her hair, special for tonight, because she wanted to look perfect. The lights dim, and Mrs. Hernandez, the music teacher, takes the stage. She's a petite woman with silver hair and the kind of warm presence that makes children feel safe. Welcome, families, to our Christmas piano recital. Our students have worked incredibly hard, and we're so proud to share their music with you tonight. My heart starts beating faster as she begins introducing the performers. Each child takes their turn, some confident, others shy, all of them precious in their formal clothes and careful posture. I find myself holding my breath during every performance, willing each young pianist to remember their notes. And now, please welcome Daphne Sinclair, performing Beethoven's Fur Elise. There she is. Daphne walks onto the stage in the navy dress we picked out together last week, her blonde hair in the French braid I taught her how to do. She looks so small next to the grand piano, but there's determination in every step. She settles onto the bench, adjusts her position exactly like her teacher showed her, and places her hands on the keys. For a moment, she looks out into the audience, and when her eyes find ours, her whole face lights up. She waves, a tiny excited gesture that makes several parents chuckle. Ethan reaches over and takes my hand, squeezing gently. I squeeze back, grateful for the anchor. Then Daphne begins to play. The opening notes of Fur Elise flow from the piano with surprising clarity and confidence. Her small fingers move across the keys with precision, and I can see her concentration in the way she holds her shoulders. The slight nod of her head as she follows the rhythm. She's beautiful up there, radiant. My chest tightens as I watch her navigate through the piece, hitting every note with careful attention. This is the same little girl who spilled syrup on her pajamas this morning, who asked me to check under her bed for monsters last night, who draws pictures of the 3 of us and hangs them on the refrigerator. The middle section arrives, the part she struggled with during practice, and she plays it flawlessly. My eyes burn with unexpected emotion as she moves into the final section, her confidence growing with each measure. This is what family feels like. Sitting here, bursting with pride for a child who isn't mine, but feels like she could be. Watching Ethan's face as he records every second, seeing the pure love and admiration in his expression. The final notes ring out in the auditorium, and the applause erupts immediately. Daphne beams as she stands to take her bow, curtsying like she's performing for royalty. She searches the audience again, and when she spots us, she waves both hands above her head. "That's our girl," Ethan says, his voice rough with emotion. He's on his feet applauding, and I stand too, clapping until my hands sting. Our girl. The words hit me like a physical blow, settling deep in my chest where they feel both absolutely true and completely impossible at the same time. The contradiction makes my throat tight, makes breathing feel like work. After the recital ends and we've congratulated every other child in Daphne's class, each one beaming with their own post-performance glow, Daphne comes running toward us through the crowd of families. Her face is still lit up with that special kind of radiance that only comes from nailing something you've worked hard for. Her dress swishing around her legs as she weaves between chattering parents and siblings. Did you see? Did you see me play? She launches herself at Ethan first, her small arms wrapping around his waist as he lifts her slightly off the ground. Then she spins toward me, those gray-blue eyes sparkling with pure joy. Sky, did I do good? Did you hear when I played the hard part without messing up? You were perfect, sweetheart. Absolutely perfect. I crouched down to her level, smoothing her blonde hair back from her flushed face and breathing in the familiar scent of her strawberry shampoo. The same shampoo I've been helping her use for weeks now. The same scent that clings to the bathroom towels at Ethan's house. I'm so proud of you. You played like a real pianist up there. Her smile somehow gets even brighter. Can we get ice cream to celebrate, please? I played all the notes right, and Mrs. Hernandez said I was one of her best students. She bounces on her toes, looking between us with those hopeful eyes that could probably convince us to buy her a pony if she asked. Double scoops? You definitely earned ice cream, Ethan agrees, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Hell, you earned whatever you want after that performance. But first, Mrs. Hernandez wants to talk to all the families about next semester's recitals. As we mingle with other parents and wait for the official wrap-up, I watch Daphne accept compliments from her classmates' families. She introduces us to everyone as my dad and Sky, and each time, something inside me fractures a little more, because this feels real. Standing here with Ethan's arm around my shoulders, while Daphne chatters with her friends, accepting congratulations from other parents, like we're just another family celebrating their child's accomplishment. But we're not just another family. I'm the photographer who answered Ethan's desperate proposition for a fake wife, the woman who's supposed to disappear after the holidays, leaving Ethan and Daphne to return to their real life, the outsider who doesn't belong in private school auditoriums and Hampton family retreats. Ethan's words echo in my mind about this potentially becoming real between us, but he doesn't understand the impossibility of it. He sees a successful photographer who can hold her own with his business contacts. I see the girl who grew up in public housing, who learned to be independent because no one else was going to take care of her. Sky, Daphne tugs on my dress. You look sad. Are you okay? I force my expression into something lighter. I'm not sad, baby. I'm just really happy watching you tonight. Good, she grins. Because I want you to be happy. Daddy's happier when you're here too. The simple truth of it nearly breaks me. Come on, Ethan says, appearing at my elbow with our coats. Let's get this superstar her victory ice cream. As we walk to the car, Daphne between us, chattering about which flavor she wants and whether sprinkles count as a topping or a side dish. I let myself live in this moment. This perfect, fragile bubble where I belong here, where this beautiful little girl is mine to celebrate and protect, where Ethan's hand finding mine feels like coming home. Tomorrow I can worry about reality. Tonight, I'm just Sky, proud of our girl and grateful for whatever twist of fate brought me into this family's orbit.
Chapter 18. Ethan. The suitcases lie open on my bed like gaping mouths, waiting to be fed the carefully curated wardrobe that will supposedly convince my parents we're a legitimate couple. 3 days in the Hamptons. 3 days of pretending with people who've known me my entire life, who can read my tells better than anyone. I still think the navy blazer is overkill. Skylar holds up the jacket, examining it like it might bite her. Your parents are going to take one look at me trying to play dress-up and know something's off. She's been pacing around my bedroom for the past hour, picking up clothes and putting them back down, second-guessing every decision. Her hands shake slightly as she folds a sweater for the third time, and the tremor in her fingers makes my chest tight. The blazer looks perfect on you. You've seen yourself in it. That's not the point. She drops the sweater back into her suitcase and turns to face me, those hazel eyes wide with panic. Ethan, they raised you. They're going to see right through us the second we walk through the door. I step closer, catching her hands in mine to still their nervous movement. Her skin is cold despite the warmth of the room, and I can feel the rapid pulse at her wrists. Hey, look at me! She does, but I can see the fear swimming in her expression. Fear of being exposed, of disappointing me, of not being enough. My parents are going to love you because you're incredible, not because you're wearing the right clothes or saying the right things, but because you're you. But I'm not really yours. Her voice comes out smaller than usual, and they're going to figure that out. The words hit me like a punch to the gut because she's wrong on every level that matters. She is mine, has been since that night she fell asleep on my couch with Daphne curled against her side. Since she started making breakfast for us in the mornings and leaving her books scattered around my living room. Since she became the person Daphne runs to when she needs comfort and the woman I reach for in the dark. But Sky doesn't see it that way yet. To her, this is still just an arrangement with an expiration date. You're overthinking this. I cup her face in my hands, feeling the warmth of her skin against my palms. We've been living together for weeks. We know each other's rhythms, each other's habits. That's not something you can fake. Living together isn't the same as being in love. She tries to step back, but I don't let her retreat. What if they ask how we met? What if they want details about our relationship that we haven't planned for? Then we tell them the truth. You answered my ad for a photographer. I hired you for a job. We spent time together and it became something more. Except it didn't become something more. Her words carry a brittleness that makes me want to shake her. This is all pretend, remember? Screw that. I lean down and kiss her, cutting off whatever else she was going to say. Her lips are soft and warm under mine, and for a moment she freezes, startled by the sudden contact. Then she melts into me the way she always does, her hands fisting in my shirt as her mouth opens under mine. When I pull back, she's breathing hard, her eyes slightly unfocused. That didn't feel like pretend to me. She blinks, trying to regain her composure. Ethan, I kiss her again, deeper this time, pouring weeks of want and need, and something that feels dangerously close to love into the contact. She responds instantly, rising up on her toes to press closer, her tongue meeting mine in a dance that's become familiar and addictive. This time when I break the kiss, she chases my mouth for a moment before catching herself. Again, I murmur against her lips. What? Kiss me again, but this time you started. Something shifts in her expression, understanding dawning. She reaches up, threading her fingers through my hair and pulls my mouth down to hers. This kiss is different, hungrier, more desperate. She kisses me like she means it, like she's claiming me, and heat shoots straight through my system. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. See? I rest my forehead against hers, my hands still framing her face. Just do that, and everyone will be convinced. She jerks back, eyes flashing. This is serious, Ethan. I'm not talking about kissing you. I'm talking about your family seeing through this whole charade, and you losing your reputation because I couldn't pull off being someone I'm not. The fear in her voice cuts through my post-kiss haze, reminding me that while this feels real to me, she's still thinking about it in terms of our original arrangement, still worried about failing me instead of understanding that she could never fail at being exactly who I need. We're going to do a good job. I catch her hands again, holding them steady between us. You know why? Because we work together. Have you noticed how Daphne lights up when you're around? How naturally you fit into our routines. How you challenge me and make me laugh and drive me absolutely crazy in the best possible way. Her eyes search my face, looking for something I hope she finds. My parents are going to see what I see. A woman who makes their son happy and loves their granddaughter. They're not going to question it because it's obvious. Even to us. Even to us? The words slip out before I can stop them, carrying more weight than our fake marriage contract ever did. I want to tell her everything. How this stopped being about fooling my parents weeks ago. How she's become essential to my life in ways that have nothing to do with custody battles or family expectations. But I can see the panic starting to creep back into her expression, and pushing too hard now will only make her bolt. Look, let's just get through the next 3 days. We'll charm my parents, convince them we're deliriously happy, and deal with everything else after the holidays. Deal with everything else? The terms of this arrangement. What happens next? I keep my voice carefully neutral, even though what I want to happen next involves ripping up our contract and starting over with something real. We can figure out the details when we get back. She nods slowly, but I can see the questions swirling in her eyes. Questions about what everything else means, about whether I'm planning to end this arrangement or extend it. Questions I'm not ready to answer yet, because the truth is too big, too overwhelming. The truth is that I don't want this to end at all. I want to wake up next to her every morning and watch her make Daphne's breakfast and come home to both of them every night. I want to make this real in every way that matters. But first, we have to get through Christmas with my parents. And right now, Sky looks like she might hyperventilate before we even make it to the car. Come here. I pull her against my chest, feeling some of the tension leave her body as she settles against me. We've got this. I promise. She takes a shaky breath, her arms coming up to wrap around my waist. Your mom is going to hate me. My mom is going to adore you. She's been asking when I'm going to find someone special for years. And your dad? I can't help but grin at the worry still threading through her voice. Dad will probably try to steal you away to talk business within the first 10 minutes. He respects the hell out of ambitious women, especially ones who've built something from nothing like you have. The mention of her photography business seems to ease some of her anxiety. I feel her shoulders relax slightly against me, her grip on my waist loosening just a fraction. He's going to want to hear all about your work, your vision for the future. Trust me, once he starts asking about your business model and growth strategies, you'll be wishing you could escape back to Mom's interrogation about our relationship timeline. I feel her smile against my chest, the warmth of it seeping through my shirt. You really think this will work? That they'll buy us as a real couple? The question hits deeper than she probably intended, because the truth is, we wouldn't be selling them anything fake, not anymore. I know it will. I press a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the familiar scent of her coconut shampoo that's become as essential to me as coffee in the morning. Because we're not really pretending anymore, are we? The words hang between us, heavy with implication and possibility. She goes completely still in my arms, her breathing shallow, and I wonder if I've pushed too far too fast. If I've shattered the careful balance we've been maintaining these past weeks. But then she tilts her head up to look at me, and there's something raw and vulnerable flickering in those beautiful brown eyes. Something that looks suspiciously like hope. No, she whispers, her voice barely audible. I don't think we are.
Chapter 19. Skylar. The words are still hanging between us when Ethan reaches behind me and closes the bedroom door with a soft click. The sound makes my pulse jump, and when I look up at him, there's something dark and hungry in his blue eyes that makes my breath catch. We have 30 minutes until Daphne gets home with Chelsea. His voice has dropped to that low, gravelly tone that does ridiculous things to my insides. I'm still processing what just happened between us. The admission that we're not really pretending anymore when his hands slide down to grip my hips. I want to screw you right now. Hard and fast until you stop overthinking everything and remember how good we are together. My mouth falls open. What in the world? I'm serious. His grip tightens, pulling me flush against him so I can feel exactly how serious he is through the front of his jeans. You're wound tighter than a spring about this weekend, and I know exactly how to fix that. Heat floods through me at the raw certainty in his voice, but my brain is still trying to catch up. Ethan, we can't just... Why not? He backs me toward the bed, his eyes never leaving mine. Tell me you don't want this. Tell me you haven't been thinking about it every time we're alone together. I can't tell him that because it would be a lie. I have been thinking about it, constantly. The way his hands felt on my skin that first night. The heat of his mouth. The way he made me come apart completely. Every casual touch since then has been torture. Every innocent kiss a reminder of what we could have if we just stopped pretending this was purely business. That's not the point, I protest. Even as my body betrays me by leaning into his touch. We should be packing, getting ready. We're packed. His mouth finds the sensitive spot just below my ear and I shiver. Everything's ready. The only thing left to do is get you relaxed so you stop panicking about meeting my parents. His teeth graze my earlobe and I feel my resolve crumbling. This is your solution? Sex? Best stress reliever I know. His hands slide under my sweater, fingers skimming the bare skin of my back. And we both know how good I am at making you forget everything else. The arrogance in his voice should annoy me, but instead it sends liquid heat pooling low in my belly. Because he's right. He is incredibly good at making me forget everything else. 30 minutes. I breathe, my hands already moving to the buttons of his shirt. More than enough time. His mouth crashes down on mine, hungry and demanding, and all of my protests dissolve into nothing. The kiss is different from the sweet, reassuring ones we shared while packing. This is pure need, raw and desperate, and I kiss him back with equal fervor. My fingers fumble with his shirt buttons while he works my sweater up and over my head, both of us moving with urgent efficiency. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Better? He asks, pressing a soft kiss to my temple. I consider the question seriously. The anxiety that had been eating at me all morning is gone, replaced by a warm, satisfied languor that makes me want to curl up against him and never move. Much better. I turn my head to look at him, taking in his disheveled hair and the satisfied smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You're pretty pleased with yourself, aren't you? I should be. I just screwed the stress right out of my fake wife in record time. His hand trails down my spine, making me shiver. Though I'm thinking we need a repeat performance tonight. You know, to make sure it takes. Before I can respond, the sound of the front door opening echoes through the house, followed by Daphne's cheerful voice calling out her arrival. Damn! I scramble off the bed, grabbing for my clothes. They're early. Ethan moves with impressive efficiency, pulling on his jeans and tossing me my sweater. Chelsea probably picked her up right when school ended, instead of letting her play on the playground. I'm struggling into my underwear when Daphne's footsteps start echoing loudly throughout the penthouse, accompanied by her animated chatter about her day at school. Daddy, Sky, are you guys here? In here, sweetheart, Ethan calls back, now fully dressed and looking annoyingly composed, while I'm still trying to get my bra hooked behind my back. We'll be out in just a minute. He reaches around me to help with the clasp, his fingers gentle against my skin. When I turn to face him, he's looking at me with an expression I can't quite read. "Ready for this weekend?" he asks softly. The question carries weight beyond just our trip to the Hamptons. It's asking if I'm ready for whatever comes next, for the conversation we're going to have about what this thing between us really is. "As ready as I'll ever be," I tell him. And for the first time today, I actually mean it.
Chapter 20. Ethan. The drive to the Hamptons takes just over 2 hours, and I spend most of it stealing glances at Skylar in the passenger seat. She's got her camera out, snapping photos of the winter landscape as we cruise along the highway, completely absorbed in capturing the way the late afternoon light hits the bare trees and snow-covered fields. "Look at that barn," she murmurs, adjusting her camera settings. "The way the shadows fall across the weathered wood. It's perfect." Daphne leans forward from her booster seat in the back. "Are you going to take pictures of Grandma and Grandpa's house too?" "If they don't mind," Skylar says, turning to smile at her. "It might be nice to have some family photos from the weekend." The word family hits me square in the chest. 3 months ago, the idea of bringing someone home to meet my parents felt impossible. Now, watching Skylar interact so naturally with Daphne feels like the most natural thing in the world. "They'll love that," I tell her, though I'm not entirely sure that's true. My parents have very specific ideas about what constitutes appropriate behavior, and I have a feeling Skylar's tendency to speak her mind might clash with their expectations. "Tell Sky about the horses, Daddy," Daphne pipes up, "and the big pool with the waterfall." "There's a pool." Skylar raises an eyebrow at me. "In December?" "Indoor pool," I clarify. "My parents don't do anything halfway. The house has everything. Tennis court, home theater, wine cellar that's bigger than most people's living rooms." She whistles low. "Remind me again what your father does?" "Investment banking. Started his own firm about 30 years ago." I take the exit that leads toward the water. "Fair warning, they're going to judge everything about you. Your clothes, your accent, your family background. Don't take it personally. They do it to everyone." "Gee, thanks for the pep talk." But she's smiling when she says it, and I can see the determination in her eyes. I can handle some judgmental rich people. That's what I'm counting on. When we turn into the long, tree-lined driveway, I hear Skylar's sharp intake of breath. The house rises before us like something out of a magazine, all stone and glass and perfectly manicured landscaping, even in winter. Lights twinkle from every window, and I can see cars already parked in the circular drive. "Damn!" Skylar breathes, then claps a hand over her mouth. "Sorry, Daphne." "It's okay," Daphne says cheerfully. Daddy says that word all the time. I catch Skylar's eye in the rearview mirror and shrug. She's not wrong. "This is where you grew up?" Skylar asks as I pull up behind my sister's Range Rover. "Part of the time. We also had the place in the city, a house in California, and the house in Aspen." I cut the engine and turn to face her. "You sure you're ready for this?" "Too late to back out now." She squares her shoulders and reaches for the door handle. "Let's go meet the family." The front door opens before we even reach it, and my mother appears in all her perfectly put-together glory. Helen Sinclair doesn't do casual, even for a family weekend. She's wearing a burgundy-colored cashmere sweater and tailored pants that make her look refined. "Ethan, darling." She air-kisses both my cheeks, her eyes already moving past me to study Skylar with clinical precision. "And you must be Skylar." "Mrs. Sinclair." Skylar steps forward with a warm smile, extending her hand. "Thank you so much for having me. Your home is absolutely stunning." My mother takes her hand briefly, her smile polite but cool. "Please call me Helen. We're family now, after all." The way she says family makes it clear she's not entirely convinced of that fact yet. "Grandma!" Daphne launches herself at my mother, who immediately softens, scooping her up into a proper hug. "There's my beautiful girl. I've missed you so much." Mom's voice is genuinely warm now, and for a moment I remember why I used to love coming home. "Wait until you see what Grandpa and I have planned for this weekend. Can I go swimming? And can Sky come too?" "We'll see, sweetheart." Mom sets Daphne down but keeps hold of her hand. "Why don't we go inside where it's warm? Your father and Uncle Jack are in the study and Natalie's in the kitchen with the children." The foyer is exactly as I remember. Soaring ceilings, marble floors, and a chandelier that twinkles brilliantly above our heads. Skylar's head tilts back as she takes it all in, and I can practically see her photographer's eye cataloging every detail. "Ethan!" My sister Natalie appears from the direction of the kitchen, moving fast in that harried way that means her kids are probably destroying something. "Thank God you're here. Mom's been driving us all crazy with her menu planning, and Dad keeps asking if you're bringing that woman." She stops short when she sees Skylar, and I watch her take in everything from the natural curls to the vintage leather jacket to the expensive camera hanging around her neck. "You must be Skylar." Natalie's smile is genuine, if a little curious. "I'm Natalie, Ethan's sister. Welcome to the madhouse." "Thanks, it's beautiful." Skylar gestures around the foyer. "I can see where Ethan gets his taste for the finer things." Before Natalie can respond, my father's voice booms from the direction of the study. "Is that my son?" Joseph Sinclair emerges with the kind of presence that fills a room. Tall, silver-haired, and still commanding despite being in his 60s. Behind him is Jack, Natalie's husband, looking slightly overwhelmed as always when faced with my family's particular brand of intensity. "Dad." I step forward for the obligatory handshake that somehow manages to be both affectionate and a test of strength. "Good to see you. And this must be the wife we've heard so little about." Dad's eyes move to Skylar with the same assessing look I've seen him use on potential business partners. "Skylar, is it?" "That's right." Skylar meets his gaze steadily, not intimidated by his obvious attempt to rattle her. "Mr. Sinclair, Ethan's told me so much about you." "Has he?" Dad's smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. "Funny, he's told us almost nothing about you. Very sudden, this marriage of yours." I feel my jaw tighten. We wanted to keep things private. "Ethan!" The voice that interrupts me makes my blood run cold. I turn toward the sound, and there she is, descending the main staircase like she still belongs here. Sarah. My ex-wife looks exactly the same. Blonde hair, perfectly styled, designer clothes that show off her yoga-toned figure, and that smile that used to make my heart race, and now just makes me want to punch something. "I was hoping you'd get here before dinner." She reaches the bottom of the stairs and moves toward us with the confidence of someone who's never doubted her welcome. "And you must be Skylar." The temperature in the room drops about 10 degrees. I can feel Skylar go very still beside me, and when I glance at her, her expression is carefully neutral in a way that tells me she's pissed. "Sarah." I keep my voice level with effort. "I wasn't expecting to see you here." "Oh, didn't your parents mention it?" Sarah's laugh sounds forced, but her eyes are bright with something that looks like malice. "They invited me for the weekend. For Daphne's sake, of course. She should have both her parents here for Christmas." "Mommy." Daphne breaks away from my mother and runs to Sarah, who scoops her up with practiced ease. "Hi, baby girl, did you miss me?" Sarah's voice goes soft and maternal, and I have to remind myself that despite whatever else she is, she does love our daughter. "I missed you so much. Are you staying the whole weekend? Can we build a snowman? Oh, and Mommy, this is Sky. She's Daddy's new wife, and she takes the most amazing pictures, and she makes the best pancakes, and—" "Slow down, sweetheart." Sarah's eyes move to Skylar over Daphne's head, and I don't miss the way they narrow slightly. "It's nice to meet you, Skylar. I'm Sarah, Daphne's mother." The emphasis she puts on mother is subtle but unmistakable. Nice to meet you too. Skylar's voice is perfectly polite, but I can hear the steel underneath. Daphne talks about you all the time. Does she? Sarah's smile turns predatory. I hope it's all good things. You know how children can exaggerate. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. My parents are watching this exchange with barely concealed interest, and I can see Natalie shooting worried glances between Sarah and Skylar. Well, Mom says brightly, clearly eager to move past the awkward introductions. Why don't we all head to the living room? I've had Maria prepare some appetizers, and your father has been dying to break out that new bottle of wine he's been saving. As we move toward the living room, I catch Skylar's elbow, pulling her back slightly. I had no idea she'd be here, I murmur in her ear. I figured. Her voice is calm, but when she looks up at me, her eyes are flashing with something dangerous. This is going to be interesting. That's one word for it. Looking around the room at my family, my parents with their barely concealed disappointment, my sister trying to manage the awkwardness, my ex-wife acting like she still has a claim on this place. I realize this weekend is going to be a hell of a lot more complicated than I thought. And from the way Sarah keeps shooting calculated looks at Skylar, I have a feeling the worst is yet to come.
Chapter 21. Skylar. The dining room is even more intimidating than the foyer, with a massive mahogany table that could seat 20, crystal chandeliers casting everything in warm golden light, and oil paintings of stern-faced ancestors watching from gilded frames. I'm grateful when Ethan pulls out my chair, his hand briefly touching my shoulder in what I hope is reassurance. Skylar, you must tell us about yourself, Helen says once we're all seated, her tone suggesting this is more interrogation than polite conversation. Ethan mentioned you're a photographer. I am. I unfold my napkin and place it in my lap, trying not to feel like I'm being examined under a microscope. I mostly do commercial work now, like fashion shows, events, some portraiture. How interesting. Joseph cuts into his prime rib with surgical precision. And is that lucrative enough to support yourself? The question hits like a slap. I can feel Ethan tense beside me, but I keep my expression neutral. I do well enough. I'm sure you do, dear. Helen's smile doesn't reach her eyes. It's just that artistic pursuits can be so unpredictable. Feast or famine, as they say. Sarah laughs, the sound light and musical. Oh, Helen, you're terrible. Not everyone needs to marry for financial security. She pauses delicately. Some of us are lucky enough to find love twice. The barb lands exactly where she intended it to. I take a sip of wine and remind myself that reacting is exactly what she wants. Sky takes amazing pictures. Daphne pipes up from her spot between Ethan and Sarah. She took ones of me and Daddy at the park, and we looked like we were in a magazine. That's wonderful, sweetheart. Sarah's voice drips with false enthusiasm. I'm sure they're very artistic. Sarah was quite the photographer herself in college, Helen adds, as if Sarah is still part of the family conversation. She had such an eye for composition. Had being the operative phrase, Ethan says quietly, his knuckles white around his fork. Oh, Ethan. Sarah laughs again, reaching over to touch his arm. You know I gave that up to focus on being a mother. Some things are more important than career ambitions. The implication hangs in the air like smoke. I'm selfish for having a career. I'm not maternal enough. I'm not what Daphne needs. Skylar's work is incredible, Natalie interjects, and I shoot her a grateful look. I looked her up online after Ethan told us about the wedding. That series you did on urban renewal? Stunning. Thank you. I appreciate the lifeline, but I can already see Joseph dismissing it with a wave of his hand. Art is all well and good as a hobby, he says, but a family needs stability, security, A man needs to know his wife's priorities are in the right place. Dad, Ethan starts, but Joseph continues as if he hasn't spoken. Sarah understood that. She knew what it meant to be a Sinclair wife, the responsibilities that come with the name. Joseph. Helen's voice carries a warning, but there's approval in her eyes. Let's not make our guest uncomfortable. Too late for that. I've been uncomfortable since the moment we walked through the door. It's fine, I say, setting down my wine glass with deliberate care. I'm curious what responsibilities come with the Sinclair name exactly. The table goes quiet except for the soft clink of silverware against china. Even the kids at the far end of the table seem to sense the shift in atmosphere. Helen's smile turns glacial. Well, there are certain expectations, social obligations, community involvement, supporting one's husband's career rather than competing with it. Competing? I can't keep the edge out of my voice. Is that what you think I'm doing? Of course not, dear, but Helen's tone suggests otherwise. It's just that successful marriages require sacrifice, compromise, putting family first. The way Sarah did, Joseph adds, raising his glass toward Ethan's ex-wife. She understood what it meant to be part of something bigger than herself. Sarah preens under the praise, her cheeks glowing with satisfaction. I just wanted what was best for our family, for Daphne. The way she says our family makes it clear that I'm not included in that definition. More wine, Skylar? Jack offers, clearly desperate to change the subject. He sends me an apologetic look as he reaches for the bottle. Please. I hold out my glass, needing the liquid courage to get through the rest of this meal. The conversation shifts to safer topics. The weather, holiday plans, Natalie's kids' school activities. But the damage is done. Every comment feels weighted, every glance loaded with judgment. When Sarah mentions the charity gala she's organizing, Helen lights up like Christmas morning. Oh, Sarah, you're so good at that sort of thing. Such a natural hostess. Remember that dinner party you threw for Ethan's business partners? Flawless. I do miss entertaining, Sarah says wistfully, glancing at Ethan. There's something so satisfying about bringing people together, creating the perfect evening. You should come to the New Year's party, Helen suggests. I could use someone with your touch helping me plan it. I watch this exchange with growing disbelief. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. Their preference for the woman who cheated on their son over the woman he actually married. Well, fake married, but still. That sounds lovely, Sarah agrees. I'd be happy to help. Ethan's jaw is tight enough to crack teeth. Sarah won't be... Oh, don't be silly, Helen waves him off. It's for Daphne's sake. She should see her parents getting along. We get along fine, Ethan says through gritted teeth. That doesn't mean... Daddy, can we show Sky the pool after dinner? Daphne interrupts, apparently oblivious to the undercurrent swirling around the table. Of course, baby girl, Sarah answers before Ethan can. I was just telling Helen how much I've missed our evening swims. Remember how we used to do that every night when we stayed here? Another pointed reminder of her history with this family. Another way to make me feel like the interloper I apparently am. Skylar probably doesn't swim, Joseph says dismissively. City people often don't. Actually, I swim quite well. My voice comes out sharper than I intended. Grew up with a community pool. Funny how you can learn things without a trust fund. The silence that follows is deafening. Helen's fork hovers halfway to her mouth. Joseph's face darkens. Even the kids stop chattering. Skylar, Ethan starts, but I'm already pushing back from the table. Excuse me. I stand, my napkin falling to the floor. I think I need some air. Skylar, wait. Ethan's voice follows me as I walk toward the foyer, but I don't stop. I can't. If I stay in that room for one more second, I'm going to say something that will make this whole weekend even worse. I hear chairs scraping against the floor, voices rising in conversation behind me, but I keep walking until I reach the grand staircase. My hands shake as I grip the banister, and I realize I'm more rattled than I want to admit. This isn't just about snobbery or class differences. This is a coordinated effort to make me understand that I don't belong, that I never will, and that Sarah, cheating ex-wife or not, will always be more welcome in this family than I am. The worst part? It's working. Footsteps echo behind me, and I turn to see Ethan approaching, his expression thunderous. Sky, I'm sorry. They're being exactly who they are, I finish quietly. Don't apologize for them, Ethan. It's not your fault they think I'm not good enough for their precious son. He reaches for me, but I step back. I need space to breathe, to think, to figure out how the hell I'm going to survive the rest of this weekend. I'm going upstairs, I tell him. I just need a minute. I'll come with you. No. The word comes out harder than I mean it to. Stay with your family, with Daphne. I just need some time alone. I see the hurt flash across his face, but I can't deal with that right now. I can't be the supportive wife, can't pretend this is all fine, can't smile and nod while his family systematically tears me down. The guest room we've been given is beautiful, all soft blues and creams, with a fireplace and a view of the moonlit grounds. Under normal circumstances, I'd love it. Right now it feels like a very pretty prison. I sink onto the edge of the bed and finally let myself feel the full weight of the evening. The casual cruelty of Joseph's questions, Helen's backhanded compliments, Sarah's smug superiority as she basked in their approval. This is what I signed up for when I agreed to this fake marriage to Ethan. This is his world, his family, and no matter what ring I wear or what name I take, I'll always be the outsider looking in no matter what. And they'll make sure that I never forget that.
Chapter 22. Ethan. The rest of dinner is a disaster. I sit there, jaw clenched so tight I'm surprised my teeth don't crack, watching my family's performance with disgust. They continue their pleasant conversation as if they didn't just drive my wife from the table, as if their passive-aggressive nonsense is perfectly normal behavior. More potatoes, Ethan? Mom asks, her tone bright and cheerful like nothing happened. I don't trust myself to speak. Instead, I shake my head and push food around my plate, my appetite completely gone. Daphne keeps asking where Skylar went, and Sarah keeps deflecting with promises of pool time and stories about their family vacations that I'd rather forget. She probably just needed to powder her nose, Dad says dismissively when Daphne asks again. City girls aren't used to proper dinner conversation. That's it. I drop my fork with a clatter that makes everyone jump. Enough. The word comes out low and dangerous. Natalie and Jack exchange worried glances across the table. Even Sarah has the grace to look uncomfortable. Ethan, darling, what's wrong? Mom reaches for her wine glass, playing innocent. What's wrong? I lean back in my chair, studying the faces around the table. Let me think. Maybe it's the way you've spent the entire evening making my wife feel unwelcome in what's supposed to be her family's home. We've done no such thing, Dad protests, his face reddening. We've been perfectly polite. Polite? I laugh, but there's no humor in it. Is that what you call questioning her financial stability? Implying she's not good enough for this family? Comparing her to Sarah at every turn? Language, Mom hisses, glancing toward the kids' end of the table where Daphne's cousins are pretending not to listen. My language is the least of your problems right now. I stand up, my chair scraping against the hardwood floor. You want to know what's not polite? Making passive-aggressive comments about career ambitions while Sarah sits there preening like she's still part of this family. Sarah's face goes pale. Ethan, I was just trying to, To what? Undermine my marriage? Remind everyone how you used to belong here? I turn my full attention to her, and she shrinks back in her chair. Newsflash, Sarah. You chose to blow up our family. You don't get to waltz back in here and play the perfect ex-wife. She's Daphne's mother, Mom says sharply. She has every right to be here. For Daphne, yes. But that doesn't give her the right to take shots at Skylar. And it sure as hell doesn't give you the right to encourage it. Jack clears his throat uncomfortably. Maybe we should all just... No. I hold up a hand. I'm done pretending this is okay. Sky is my wife. She's part of this family now, whether you like it or not. And if you can't treat her with respect, then we won't be coming around anymore. The silence that follows is deafening. Even the kids have stopped talking, sensing the tension that's finally boiled over. Ethan, you're being dramatic, Dad says finally. We were just making conversation. Nonsense. I lean forward, bracing my hands on the table. You were testing her, pushing her, trying to make her understand that she doesn't measure up to your standards. Well, congratulations. Mission accomplished. We just want what's best for you, Mom says, her voice taking on that wounded tone she uses when she's been called out. This marriage happened so fast, we barely know this girl. Her name is Skylar, and you'd know her better if you'd bothered to actually talk to her instead of interrogating her like she's applying for a job. Natalie finally speaks up. Ethan's right. The way you've been acting tonight has been pretty awful. Skylar seems lovely, and she clearly makes him happy. Thank you, I say, shooting my sister a grateful look. At least someone in this family has some sense. We weren't being awful, Mom protests. We were being cautious, protective. This woman came out of nowhere, and suddenly you're married. It's natural that we'd have concerns. Your concerns don't give you the right to be cruel, Jack adds quietly, earning himself a sharp look from Dad. We weren't being cruel, Dad insists. We were having a normal family dinner conversation. I stare at him in disbelief. Normal? You questioned her finances, dismissed her career, and spent the entire meal praising my ex-wife. If that's your idea of normal, no wonder Sarah felt comfortable cheating on me. The words hang in the air like a bomb. Sarah's face crumples, Mom gasps, and Dad's expression turns thunderous. That was uncalled for, Mom says icily. Was it? I straighten up, my hands clenched into fists at my sides, because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're more interested in protecting Sarah's feelings than my wife's. Sarah made a mistake, Dad says, but she's learned from it. She's changed. And Skylar hasn't done anything except marry your son and try to fit into a family that clearly doesn't want her. Natalie's voice is sharp with anger. The double standard here is insane. Stay out of this, Natalie, Mom warns. No, I won't stay out of it. I watched you tear that poor woman down all night, and I'm ashamed to be related to you right now. The fight that follows is loud and messy, with accusations flying and old resentments surfacing. I barely participate, too angry and disgusted to care about their justifications. All I can think about is Skylar sitting alone upstairs, probably wondering what the hell she's gotten herself into. When I finally escape the dining room, the house feels different. Colder. The warm family home I remember from childhood has been replaced by something hostile and unwelcoming. Maybe it was always like this, and I just never noticed, because I was on the inside looking out. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my heart pounding with a mixture of rage and worry. The guest room door is closed, and I pause outside it, suddenly unsure. What if she doesn't want to see me? What if she blames me for my family's behavior? I knock softly. Sky, can I come in? There's a long pause before her voice comes through the door, muffled and careful. It's your family's house. I push the door open and find her sitting on the edge of the bed, still in her dress but with her shoes kicked off. She's staring out the window at the moonlit grounds, her profile serene despite everything that just happened. Hey. I close the door behind me and lean against it, studying her face for signs of damage. You okay? She turns to look at me, and I see the walls she's built up, the careful control she's maintaining. I'm fine, just tired. You're not fine. I move closer, drawn by the need to comfort her, even though I can see she's trying to keep me at arm's length. What they did down there was messed up, and you don't have to pretend it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt, she lies, her voice steady. I went into this knowing what to expect. Rich families don't like outsiders. It's not personal. Nonsense. It's completely personal. I sit down beside her on the bed, close enough to feel her warmth, but not quite touching. They were awful to you, and I'm sorry. I should have shut it down sooner. She shrugs, still looking out the window. It doesn't matter. This is all temporary anyway, right? A few more weeks, and then I'll be out of your life and they can go back to pushing Sarah at you. The casual way she says it hits me like a punch to the gut. A few weeks. Temporary. Out of my life. The words echo in my head, and I realize with startling clarity that I don't want any of that to be true. Sky. I reach for her hand and she lets me take it but doesn't squeeze back. What if it wasn't temporary? She finally looks at me, her hazel eyes guarded. What? What if this wasn't just about pleasing my family? What if we made it real? The words are out before I can stop them, hanging between us like a bridge I'm not sure she's willing to cross. Her hand goes still in mine, and I can see her processing what I've just said. Ethan, don't. Her voice is soft but firm. Don't say things you don't mean just because you feel bad about tonight. I'm not saying it because I feel bad. I'm saying it because it's true. I turn to face her fully, needing her to see the sincerity in my eyes. These past few weeks with you, they've been Sky. They've been the best I've had in years. You make me laugh. You make Daphne happy. You make everything better just by being there. She pulls her hand away and stands up, putting distance between us. Stop. This isn't real, Ethan. Tonight proved that. Your family will never accept me. And honestly, I don't want them to. I don't want to spend the rest of my life fighting for scraps of approval from people who think I'm not good enough. So we don't fight for their approval. We build our own life. With what foundation? She turns to face me, her expression pained but determined. This whole thing started as a business arrangement. You needed a wife and I needed the money. That's it. That's how it started, I agree, standing up and moving toward her. But it's not how it has to end. Yes, it is. She holds up a hand to stop me from getting closer. Because I'm not going to be the woman who mistakes good sex and temporary companionship for love. I've seen how that story ends, and I'm not interested in living it. Her words sting, but I can see the fear behind them. She's protecting herself the only way she knows how, by keeping her expectations low and her heart guarded. What if it is love? I ask quietly. She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Love? Ethan, we barely know each other. A few weeks of playing house doesn't equal love. Then what would you call this? I gesture between us, frustrated by her refusal to acknowledge what's been building between us. Because it sure as hell feels like more than just convenience. It feels like chemistry, attraction, maybe even affection. She wraps her arms around herself, her defensive posture breaking my heart. But love? Real, lasting, build a life together love? That takes time. It takes compatibility. It takes families that don't hate each other on sight. My family doesn't... Your family just spent an entire dinner making it clear that I'm not welcome. Your ex-wife is more accepted at their table than your actual wife. And you want me to sign up for a lifetime of that? I want to argue, to tell her my family will come around, that it will get better. But the words stick in my throat because I'm not sure that's true. Tonight showed me a side of my parents I don't like. A willingness to be cruel in the name of protecting what they see as their interests. We could make it work, I say instead, but even I can hear how weak it sounds. She shakes her head. No, we couldn't. And even if we could, I'm not sure I'd want to. This whole situation has reminded me why I don't do relationships, why I keep my life simple and uncomplicated. So that's it? You're just going to walk away when this is over? That was always the plan. Her voice is gentle, but final. You knew that going in. I did know that. But somewhere along the way, the plan changed for me. Somewhere between her laughing at my terrible jokes and watching her bond with Daphne and feeling like I could breathe again for the first time in years, I stopped thinking about this as temporary. Sky, I'm tired, Ethan. It's been a long day, and tomorrow's going to be just as hard. Can we please just not talk about this anymore tonight? The dismissal in her voice is clear, but I can see the exhaustion in her shoulders, the weight of the evening settling over her like a heavy blanket. She's right. This isn't the time for this conversation, not when she's already been through enough. Okay, I say quietly, but this conversation isn't over. Yes, it is. She moves toward the bathroom, pausing at the door. This whole thing ends when this Christmas retreat ends. That's what we agreed to, and that's what's going to happen. She disappears into the bathroom, leaving me standing alone in the guest room, staring at the closed door and wondering how the hell I'm supposed to let her go when letting her go is the last thing I want to do.
Chapter 23. Skylar. I wake up the next morning with a headache that has nothing to do with wine and everything to do with the conversation that kept me tossing and turning until 3 a.m. Ethan's words echo in my head like a broken record. What if it wasn't temporary? And I have to physically shake myself to dispel the dangerous flutter they cause in my chest. No, absolutely not. I'm not going down that road. After a long shower that does nothing to wash away the memory of his earnest blue eyes, I steel myself for another day in the Sinclair family circus. The dress I choose is deliberately understated. A soft blue sweater and dark jeans that scream approachable rather than trying too hard. If I'm going to survive this, I need to play it smart. Downstairs, the kitchen buzzes with the kind of orchestrated chaos that only happens in houses where someone has a staff, but the family insists on helping. Helen stands at the island directing traffic, while a woman I assume is the housekeeper actually does the work, all while Sarah flits around looking perfectly domestic in an apron. Oh, Skylar. Helen's voice hits that particular pitch that mother's perfect when they're being publicly gracious. How did you sleep, dear? Wonderfully, thank you. The lie slides out smooth as silk. The room is beautiful. I'm so glad. Sarah, didn't you pick out the linens for that room last year? And there it is. Less than 5 minutes, and she's already finding a way to connect Sarah to every corner of this house, including the bed I slept in. I helped with the whole guest wing renovation, Sarah says, her smile bright enough to power the Christmas lights. I thought the blue theme was so calming. It really is. I pour myself coffee from the pot. You have wonderful taste. The compliment catches her off guard, and for a moment her perfect mask slips to reveal something that might be surprise, maybe even gratitude. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Helen looks between us like she's watching a tennis match she doesn't understand. Well, how nice that you two are getting along. She sounds almost disappointed. Natalie breezes in wearing yoga pants and an oversized sweater, her hair in a messy bun that somehow looks effortlessly chic. Morning all. Sky, I was thinking we could take a walk around the property later if you want. There's a really pretty trail down to the lake. That sounds lovely. The relief in my voice is probably more obvious than I'd like, but Natalie just grins. Great. Fair warning though, Jack's planning to challenge everyone to a snowball fight later, and he takes it very seriously, like military-level strategy serious. I'll keep that in mind. The morning passes in a series of small interactions, that feel like carefully choreographed dance steps. I compliment Helen's Christmas decorations. I ask Joseph about his golf game. I listen politely while Sarah tells a long story about Daphne's latest achievement at school that somehow manages to highlight her role as the devoted mother who knows every detail of her daughter's life. Through it all, I smile and nod and play the part of the gracious new family member. It's exhausting. But it's Natalie and Jack who make it bearable. They include me in conversations, ask genuine questions about my photography, and generally treat me like a human being rather than an interloper to be assessed and found wanting. When Jack shows me pictures of their kids' latest soccer victories, I can see why Ethan speaks so highly of his brother-in-law. Your kids are beautiful, I tell them, and I mean it. They have your eyes, Natalie. And Jack's stubbornness, she laughs, which is both a blessing and a curse, let me tell you. Hey, Jack protests, but he's grinning. That stubbornness is what got me the girl. Please, I pursued you for months before you finally asked me out. Details. Their easy banter makes my chest ache with something I don't want to examine too closely. This is what a real marriage looks like. The comfortable teasing, the shared history, the way they unconsciously move around each other like they're two parts of the same whole. It's nothing like what Ethan and I have. Nothing like what we could ever have, no matter what pretty fantasies his guilt might be spinning. The afternoon brings the main event. Christmas tree decorating. The Sinclairs approach this tradition with the same level of organization they probably apply to hostile corporate takeovers. There are boxes of ornaments that have been carefully stored and cataloged, each one with its own story and designated placement. This one was Ethan's first Christmas, Helen says, holding up a small silver rattle. And this one was Sarah's contribution the year she and Ethan got engaged. She hangs a delicate crystal snowflake on a prominent branch, right at eye level where no one can miss it. It's beautiful, I say, because what else am I supposed to say? Sarah has such an eye for these things, Helen continues. She helped us redo our entire ornament collection a few years ago, so much more elegant than what we had before. I watch as Sarah carefully places ornament after ornament, each one apparently having some significant meaning or memory attached. Ethan helps her reach the higher branches, and they fall into an easy rhythm that speaks of years of shared Christmases, years of being a family. Where should I put this one? Daphne asks, holding up a handmade ornament that's clearly from a school art project. Oh, that's perfect right here, Sarah says, guiding her to a spot near the front. Remember when you made that? You were so proud. And you hung it in the kitchen window so everyone could see it when they came over, Daphne says happily. I did. Because it was beautiful, just like you. The moment is sweet and natural, and it makes me feel like I'm watching someone else's home movie. I stand at the edge of the group, holding an ornament that Helen handed me, a generic glass ball that clearly came from the extras box, and try to figure out where I fit in this picture. The answer, apparently, is that I don't. Skylar, dear, why don't you put that one toward the back? Helen suggests when I approach the tree. We want to make sure all the special ones are visible. Toward the back. Of course. I hang my ornament in the spot she indicates, hidden behind a branch where no one will see it, and step away from the tree. The symbolism isn't lost on me. I'm literally being pushed to the background while Sarah takes center stage in the family traditions. Looking good, Ethan says, appearing beside me. His hand finds the small of my back, a gesture that would normally send warmth shooting through me, but today just feels performative. Absolutely, I agree. Very festive. He studies my face, probably picking up on the careful neutrality in my voice. You okay? Perfect. Just taking it all in. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I paste on a smile and watch his family continue their choreographed bonding. This is their world, their traditions, their history. I'm just visiting, and every single interaction today has made that crystal clear. When the tree decorating winds down, Helen announces that it's time for hot chocolate and Christmas cookies. The adults settle in the living room, while the kids play with some complicated board game that requires engineering degrees to understand. I'll help with the drinks, Sarah offers, already heading toward the kitchen. Oh, wonderful. Skylar, would you mind giving us a hand? Helen's request sounds polite enough, but there's something in her tone that makes it feel more like a test. Of course. The kitchen feels smaller with 3 women in it, especially when 2 of them have clearly done this dance many times before. Sarah knows exactly where the mugs are kept, which cookies to arrange on which plates, how Helen likes her hot chocolate prepared. I stand by awkwardly, occasionally handed a spoon to stir or a tray to carry, but mostly I just watch them work in perfect synchronization. I'll just grab some napkins from the pantry, I say when the silence stretches too long. Second shelf behind the paper plates, Sarah calls out without looking up, because of course she knows where everything is. I'm rifling through the pantry when their voices drift in from the kitchen, pitched low enough that they probably think I can't hear them. Don't know what Ethan was thinking? Helen is saying. She seems nice enough, Sarah replies, though her tone suggests she's just being polite. Nice perhaps, but hardly suitable. Did you see her reaction when I mentioned the charity board? Completely blank. And that dress last night? Mother Helen, you're being unkind. My hand still on the napkins. Mother Helen. Of course, Sarah still calls her that. I'm being realistic. Ethan needs someone who understands his world, his responsibilities, someone who can support his career, not someone who's going to drag him down with her little hobby business. Little hobby business. The words hit like a slap. Her photography isn't a hobby. Oh, please. Taking pictures at weddings? How is that going to help when Ethan's running for city council? Or when he needs someone who can host dinner parties for potential investors? Can you imagine her trying to navigate a political campaign? I lean against the pantry wall, my heart pounding so hard I'm surprised they can't hear it from the kitchen. You don't know that he's still interested in politics, Sarah says quietly. Of course he is. It was always his dream before everything happened with you two. Now he has a chance to get his life back on track, but not with someone like her holding him back. Someone like her? Come now, Sarah. You know what I mean. She's lovely, I'm sure. But she's not family material. Not for someone like Ethan. He needs stability, tradition. He needs someone who understands what it means to be a Sinclair. Someone like me, you mean? The pause that follows is loaded with meaning I don't want to interpret. I'm not saying anything about that, Helen says carefully. But I will say that Daphne lights up when you're around in a way she never has with her. And Ethan, well, he's been different since you started spending more time together. Happier, more like his old self. We're just co-parenting. Are you? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like there's still something there. Something real. Something worth fighting for. I press my hand to my mouth to keep from making a sound. This is so much worse than I thought. It's not just that they don't like me. They're actively plotting to get rid of me so Sarah can reclaim her place in the family. I should get back, Sarah says, her voice strained. They'll wonder where we are. Of course. But think about what I've said, dear. You made one mistake. That doesn't mean you have to keep paying for it forever. Footsteps approach the pantry, and I grab the first package of napkins I can find, plastering a smile on my face as I emerge. Find everything okay? Sarah asks, but she won't quite meet my eyes. Perfect, thank you. Helen bustles around, arranging mugs on a tray with the kind of precision that suggests she's performed this ritual 1,000 times. Shall we head back? I'm sure everyone's wondering what's taking us so long. We return to the living room with our drinks and forced smiles, but I can barely focus on the conversation swirling around me. All I can hear are Helen's words echoing in my head. Not family material. Holding him back. Little hobby business. The humiliation burns in my chest like acid, made worse by the fact that they're probably right. I don't belong here. I don't understand their world, their expectations, their casual cruelty dressed up as concern. I'm the outsider who stumbled into their perfect family portrait and refused to gracefully step back out of frame. When I excuse myself to go to the bathroom, no one seems to notice. I climb the stairs slowly, my legs feeling like they're made of lead, and lock myself in the guest room that Sarah decorated with such calming blue tones. My suitcase sits in the corner, still mostly packed because some part of me never really believed I'd be staying long. Smart girl, that's subconscious. Always preparing for the inevitable exit. I pull out my phone and check how long it would take to get from here to Manhattan. I could be back in my own apartment, in my own life, away from all this before anyone really notices I'm gone. The thought brings relief so profound it makes my knees weak. This was always temporary, always fake. I knew that going in, and I let myself forget it somewhere between Ethan's devastating smile and the way Daphne hugs me goodnight. But tonight's conversation was a harsh reminder of reality. I'm not welcome here, I'm not wanted here, and I'm certainly not loved here. Time to go home.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 24. Ethan. I'm helping Daphne with some ridiculously complicated board game when I realize I haven't seen Skylar in over an hour. The last time I spotted her, she was heading upstairs after helping with the hot chocolate, but that was... Christ, how long ago was that? Dad, it's your turn, Daphne says, nudging my arm. Right. Sorry, kiddo. I move my piece randomly, earning an exasperated sigh from my daughter who takes this game far too seriously. You're not even paying attention. She's right. My eyes keep drifting toward the staircase, waiting for Skylar to reappear. Something's been off about her all day. I caught it in the careful way she's been holding herself, like she's bracing for impact. The polite smiles that don't quite reach her eyes. The way she kept positioning herself at the edge of conversations, instead of jumping in with her usual wit. I'll be right back, I tell Daphne, pushing back from the table. But we're in the middle of 5 minutes, I promise. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my chest tightening with each step. The guest room door is closed, which isn't unusual, but something about the silence behind it makes my skin crawl. I knock softly. Sky? You okay in there? No answer. I try the handle, which is unlocked. The room is empty, but her suitcase is gone from the corner where it's been sitting since yesterday. My blood turns to ice. I tear through the house, checking every room, every bathroom, every corner where she might be hiding. Nothing. Jack's in the kitchen grabbing more beer and gives me a strange look when I burst in. "You seen Skylar?" "Not for a while. Everything all right?" I don't answer, just push past him toward the front of the house. Through the window, I catch sight of a figure walking down the long driveway, pulling a suitcase behind her. Even from this distance, I'd recognize that determined stride anywhere. The front door slams against the wall as I throw it open and sprint across the frozen lawn. My dress shoes slip on the icy driveway, but I don't slow down. She's almost to the road, where a silver sedan idles with its hazard lights flashing. "Skylar!" She turns at the sound of my voice, her face composed in that careful mask she wears when she's trying not to let anyone see she's bleeding. "Ethan, I was going to come find you before I left." "Left?" I'm breathing hard, my breath forming clouds in the cold air. "What the hell do you mean, left?" "I'm going home." She hefts her suitcase toward the waiting car. "Back to my real life." "This is insane. You can't just—" "I can, actually." Her voice is steady, but there's something brittle underneath it. "I'm ending this arrangement earlier than expected. Consider it a Christmas gift." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. "What happened? Did someone say something to you?" "It doesn't matter what anyone said." She opens the car door and starts loading her bag. "This was always temporary, remember? Always fake. I'm just cutting it short. Like hell." I grab her arm, gentle but firm. "Something happened. Tell me what it was." She looks at my hand on her arm, then up at my face, and for a second I see a flash of real pain before she buries it again. "Let me go, Ethan." "No." The word comes out rougher than I intended. "Not until you tell me why you're running." "I'm not running. I'm being practical." She shakes off my grip and steps back. "This was always going to end. We both knew that. I'm just doing us both a favor and ending it now before—" "Before what?" "Before I forget that none of this is real." Her voice cracks slightly on the last word, and it nearly destroys me. "Sky, I'll never belong in your world, Ethan. I'm not one of you. I don't understand your traditions or your expectations or your politics. I'm just the outsider who stumbled into your perfect family picture, and it's time for me to step back out of frame." The formal way she's speaking, like she's reciting lines from a script, makes my skin crawl. This isn't her. This is what someone else has convinced her she is. "Who told you that?" My voice drops to something dangerous. "Who made you feel like you don't belong?" She laughs, but there's no humor in it. "Does it matter? They're not wrong. They're not." I step closer and she backs against the car. "You belong wherever you damn well want to be." "Not here." She shakes her head, those beautiful curls catching the late afternoon light. "Not in this family, not in your life. And honestly, I'm glad this was only fake, because if I was your actual partner, if this was real, I'd be even more heartbroken than I already am." The admission hangs between us like a live wire, sparking and dangerous. She realizes what she said a second too late, her eyes widening as if she could somehow take the words back. "You're heartbroken?" I reach for her again, but she flinches away. "It doesn't matter. It was stupid of me to. I want you to be my real partner." The words tumble out before I can stop them, raw and honest and terrifying. "Not fake, not temporary. Real. I want you to be my wife, Sky. Actually, my wife." She stares at me like I've grown a second head. "You don't mean that." "I've never meant anything more in my life. You feel guilty because I'm leaving, because whatever happened today made me upset. But guilt isn't love, Ethan, and I won't be anyone's consolation prize." "Consolation prize?" The idea is so absurd I almost laugh. "You think you're a consolation prize?" "I think I'm convenient." Her chin lifts in that stubborn way that usually makes me want to kiss her senseless. I think I served my purpose, and now it's time to go back to reality. This is reality! I'm shouting now. I don't give a damn who hears me. This thing between us, the way you make me feel, the way you've turned my entire world upside down, that's the most real thing in my life. She shakes her head again, backing toward the open car door. It's not enough. What do you mean it's not enough? Your family will never accept me. Your mother made that perfectly clear today. And you... She swallows hard. You deserve someone who fits. Someone who belongs. Someone like... Don't. The word comes out like a growl. Don't you dare finish that sentence. But she's already sliding into the back seat of the car, her face turned away from me. Goodbye, Ethan. The door slams shut, and I'm left standing in my parents' driveway watching the taillights disappear into the growing darkness. My chest feels like it's been cracked open. All the careful walls I've spent years building scattered around my feet like debris. She's gone. Just like that, she's gone. And I'm standing here like an idiot who just lost the best thing that ever happened to him.
Chapter 25. Skylar. The rideshare driver mercifully doesn't try to make small talk during the 2-hour drive back to Brooklyn. I spend most of it staring out the window at the blur of holiday lights and decorated storefronts, trying not to think about the look on Ethan's face when I got in this car. The raw confusion, the hurt, the way he said he wanted me to be his real wife. My chest tightens every time I replay those words. He didn't mean them. Couldn't have meant them. People say all kinds of things in the heat of the moment, especially when they feel guilty about someone getting hurt. And I did get hurt today. Spectacularly, thoroughly hurt by his mother's careful words and his family's polite dismissal. But that's not his fault. That's just reality. By the time we pull up outside my old building, the familiar brick facade feels like stepping back into a life that no longer fits. 4 weeks ago, this was home. Now it feels like visiting a museum of who I used to be. The driver helps me with my suitcase, and I tip him extra because it's Christmas Eve, and he probably has somewhere better to be than driving heartbroken women across state lines. The elevator in my building still makes that grinding noise between the 2nd and 3rd floors. Some things never change. I dig out my spare key, the one Kayla insisted I keep even after I moved in with Ethan, and let myself into apartment 4B. The smell hits me first. Cinnamon candles and the faint scent of Kayla's vanilla perfume. It smells like comfort and friendship and all the things I didn't realize I'd been missing. Sky, Kayla's voice calls from the kitchen. Damn, is that you? She appears in the doorway, wearing her favorite oversized sweater and fuzzy socks. Her dark hair piled in a messy bun, secured with what looks like a pencil. She takes one look at me standing there with my suitcase, and her face shifts from surprise to concern. What happened? I thought you were spending Christmas with the fake husband's family. I was. I drop my suitcase by the door and sink onto our second-hand couch, which somehow feels more comfortable than all the expensive furniture in Ethan's penthouse. It didn't go well. Kayla settles next to me, pulling her legs up underneath her. Define didn't go well. Where do I even start? Remember how I told you this whole thing was supposed to be simple? Just a business arrangement to help me pay off my debt? The photography studio stuff, yeah. Well, it turns out pretending to be married to someone for 3 weeks straight makes you forget it's pretend. The words taste bitter. And it turns out his family thinks I'm completely wrong for him, which shouldn't matter since none of it's real, but you caught feelings. Kayla's voice is gentle, understanding. Real feelings. I nod, not trusting my voice for a moment. His mother spent the day making it crystal clear that I don't belong in their world. She was polite about it, which somehow made it worse. All these little comments about backgrounds and breeding and compatibility. Screw her. Kayla's response is immediate and fierce. Screw all of them. She's not wrong, though. I lean back against the couch cushions, suddenly exhausted. I don't fit in with people who have summer houses in the Hamptons and know which fork to use for each course. I don't speak their language. Since when do you care about fitting in? You've never wanted to fit in anywhere. She's right, and that makes this hurt even more. I've spent my entire adult life being proudly independent, carving out my own space in the world, refusing to change myself to make other people comfortable. But something about today stripped away all that confidence, left me feeling small and out of place. It's different when I trail off, not sure how to explain the complicated knot of emotions in my chest. When you're in love with someone, Kayla supplies. The words hit like a physical blow. I'm not, Sky. She gives me that look, the one that says she can see right through my nonsense. We've been roommates for 2 years. I know what you look like when you're trying to convince yourself of something that isn't true. I close my eyes, letting the truth wash over me. I am in love with him. Completely, hopelessly, stupidly in love with Ethan Sinclair. Somewhere between watching him make Daphne breakfast and seeing the way his face lights up when he laughs, I fell so hard I forgot to protect myself. It doesn't matter how I feel, I say finally. Today made it clear that we're from different worlds, and he deserves someone who fits in his. Did he say that? He didn't have to. You should have seen me today, Kayla. I spent the entire time feeling like an imposter, like everyone could tell I didn't belong. And they could. His mother saw right through me. Kayla gets up abruptly and heads toward the kitchen. This calls for emergency cocktails. I hear her rummaging around in cabinets, the clink of glasses, the sound of our ancient blender. She returns a few minutes later with 2 large drinks that look suspiciously like piña coladas. It's Christmas Eve, she says, handing me one. And you look like you need tropical drinks and terrible holiday movies. I take a sip and immediately feel some of the tension in my shoulders ease. Kayla always knows exactly what I need, even when I don't know it myself. Tell me what else happened, she says, settling back next to me. So I do. I tell her about the careful way Ethan's family questioned my background, about his mother's comments about compatibility, about feeling like I was failing some invisible test all day long. I tell her about the moment I realized I couldn't pretend anymore, couldn't keep playing house when every interaction reminded me that this was all temporary. And then he followed me outside when I was leaving, I finish. Started saying all this stuff about wanting me to be his real wife. Kayla nearly chokes on her drink. He what? It was just guilt talking, or maybe panic because the arrangement was ending sooner than expected. But it wasn't real. How do you know? Because people like him don't end up with people like me. The words come out flat, matter of fact. His family made that perfectly clear today. Screw his family. Kayla's voice is fiercer now. What about what you want? What about what makes you happy? It doesn't matter what makes me happy if I don't fit into his life. If his family will always see me as the outsider who doesn't belong. Kayla is quiet for a long moment, studying my face. You know what I think? What? I think you're scared. I think this fake marriage thing was supposed to be safe because it had an expiration date. And now that there's a chance it could be real, you're terrified. Her words hit uncomfortably close to home. That's not... You've been independent your whole life, Sky. You've never let anyone get close enough to hurt you. And now here's this guy who's gotten past all your defenses, and you're panicking. I want to argue with her, but the words stick in my throat. Because maybe she's not wrong. Maybe I am scared. Maybe the thought of being truly vulnerable with someone, of building a life with them, terrifies me more than his family's disapproval ever could. But that doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the way his mother looked at me today, or the careful distance his family maintained, or the reality that I will never be the kind of woman who fits seamlessly into his world. It's over, I say quietly. Whatever it was, it's over now. Kayla squeezes my hand. I'm sorry. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, drinking our pina coladas and listening to the distant sound of holiday music from someone's apartment down the hall. It feels good to be here, in this familiar space with my roommate. But there's an ache in my chest that I know won't go away anytime soon. Because despite everything that happened today, despite all the logical reasons why Ethan and I would never work, I can't stop thinking about the way he looked at me when he said he wanted me to be his real wife. Like he meant it, like it was the most important thing he'd ever said. But wanting something and having it work in reality are two completely different things. And I learned today that some gaps are just too wide to bridge, no matter how much you might want to try.
Chapter 26. Ethan. The sound of Skylar's rideshare pulling away echoes in my chest like a funeral bell. I stand on the driveway of my parents' house, watching the taillights disappear into the darkness, and something inside me snaps clean in half. She's gone. The woman I love, and damn it, I do love her, fake marriage or not, just walked out of my life because my family couldn't pull their heads out of their asses long enough to see what an incredible person she is. I turn back toward the house, and the warm glow spilling from the windows that should feel welcoming now looks cold and unwelcoming. Through the large front window, I can see my family still gathered in the living room, probably already moving on from Skylar's departure, like it was nothing more than an awkward dinner guest leaving early. That thought makes my blood boil. I push through the front door with enough force that it slams against the wall. Conversations stop mid-sentence. Dad looks up from his brandy with raised eyebrows. Mother sits primly on the edge of the sofa, her hands folded in her lap like she's posing for a portrait of perfect composure. "Well," she says, her voice carefully modulated, "I hope Skylar had a safe... Don't." The word comes out like a gunshot. Don't you dare sit there and pretend you care about her safety when you spent the entire day making her feel like she didn't belong here. Mom's composure cracks just slightly. "Ethan, I'm sure I don't know what you mean." "Nonsense." I step into the center of the room, and everyone else suddenly finds their drinks very interesting. "You know exactly what you did. All of you." Dad sets down his brandy with deliberate precision. "Son, I think you're overreacting." "Am I?" I turn on him, and he actually leans back in his chair. "Because from where I'm standing, my family just ran off the woman I love with your subtle little comments and polite dismissals." "The woman you love?" Mom's voice goes up an octave. "Ethan, dear, this is ridiculous. Surely you're not..." "What, Mom? Surely I'm not capable of recognizing when I found someone extraordinary. Surely I'm not smart enough to know the difference between a business arrangement and real feelings." She opens her mouth to respond, but I'm not done. "You want to know what Skylar is? She's brilliant. She's talented. She's funny and kind, and she makes my daughter laugh in ways I haven't heard since the divorce. She makes me want to be a better man. And you treated her like she was some kind of gold-digging interloper who didn't deserve to breathe the same air as this family." "We were simply being cautious," Dad interjects. "You have to understand, from our perspective..." "Your perspective is trash!" The profanity hangs in the air like a challenge. "Your perspective is based on the assumption that someone has to come from money and the right background to be worthy of love. Well, guess what? I don't give a damn about any of that." Mom tries again, her voice taking on that patronizing tone she's perfected over decades of social maneuvering. "Darling, no one is saying she isn't a lovely girl. But you have to consider compatibility. Shared values. Shared values?" I laugh, but there's no humor in it. "You mean like honesty? Because Skylar's the most honest person I've ever met. Or loyalty? Because she's been nothing but loyal to me and Daphne from day one. Or maybe you mean kindness?" Because she's shown Daphne more genuine affection in the time I've met her than some people in this room have shown in years. The accusation hits its mark. I can see it in the way Mom's face tightens, in the way Dad's jaw clenches. Or maybe, I continue, my voice getting dangerously quiet. By shared values, you mean having enough money to meet your standards, having the right last name, going to the right schools. Is that what matters to you? That's not fair, Mom says, but her voice wavers. Fair? The word explodes out of me. You want to talk about fair? It wasn't fair that Skylar spent this entire day trying to prove herself worthy of your approval. It wasn't fair that she sat through dinner last night listening to thinly veiled comments about her background. And it sure as hell wasn't fair that she left here thinking she doesn't belong in my life. I look around the room at the faces of my family. Some shocked, some defiant, all uncomfortable. These people who raised me, who I've respected and tried to please my entire life. And for what? So they could drive away the best thing that's happened to me in years? Here's what's going to happen, I say, my voice steady and cold. If Skylar isn't welcome in this family, then neither am I. And neither's Daphne. The silence that follows is deafening. Mom recovers first, her voice taking on a placating tone. Ethan, you're upset. Perhaps we should discuss this tomorrow when everyone has had time to... No. I cut her off. There's nothing to discuss. You made your choice today. You chose your precious social standards over my happiness. So now I'm making mine. You're being ridiculous, Dad says, standing up. You can't seriously be considering cutting ties with your family over a woman you barely know. A woman I barely know? I step closer to him, and he has the good sense to look uncertain. I know she gets up early to make Daphne special breakfasts just because it makes her smile. I know she stays up late helping me review contracts because she understands how important my work is to me. I know she cried the first time Daphne called her family because it meant that much to her. My voice cracks slightly on that last part. I have to take a breath before continuing. I know she grew up with nothing and built something beautiful anyway. I know she's brave enough to bet everything on her dreams. And I know that when she looks at me, I feel like the man I always wanted to be. The room is silent, except for the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. But you couldn't see any of that, I continue. All you could see was someone who didn't fit your narrow definition of acceptable. Well, congratulations. You got what you wanted. She's gone. Mom rises from the sofa, her composure cracking completely now. Ethan, please. Let's not say things we can't take back. I'm sure if we called Skylar, explained that there was a misunderstanding... A misunderstanding? I stare at her in disbelief. Mom, you spent the day systematically dismantling her confidence. You questioned her background, her motivations, her worthiness to be part of this family. That wasn't a misunderstanding. That was a deliberate campaign to make her feel unwelcome. I was protecting you... From what? From being happy, from finding love, from having someone in my life who sees me as more than just a trust fund and a business degree. The hurt in my chest is rapidly transforming into something harder, colder. This isn't just about tonight. This is about years of feeling like I had to be perfect, had to meet their expectations, had to choose partners based on their approval rather than my own heart. I'm done, I say quietly. I'm done trying to live up to standards that don't make me happy. I'm done pretending that your approval matters more than my own judgment. I turn toward the stairs, but Mom's voice stops me. Where are you going? To pack. Daphne and I are leaving. Leaving? Dad's voice sharpens. Ethan, be reasonable. It's Christmas Eve. Daphne is expecting to spend Christmas morning here. Daphne is expecting to spend Christmas with family. Real family. People who love and accept the people we love. I look back at them, and I feel something fundamental shift inside me. Apparently, that's not here. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my heart pounding with a mixture of rage and determination. The second-floor hallway feels different now. Not like the comfortable familiarity of childhood, but like a museum of someone I used to be. Daphne's door is closed, but I can hear movement inside. I knock softly. "Come in," her small voice calls. She's sitting on the edge of the bed in her pajamas, her legs swinging. Her face is streaked with tears, and my heart clenches. "Daddy? Why did Sky leave? Did I do something wrong?" I cross to her immediately, gathering her into my arms. "No, sweetheart, you didn't do anything wrong. Sky had to go home." "But why? I thought she was going to spend Christmas with us." How do I explain this to an 8-year-old? How do I tell her that the adults in her life failed someone she loves? Sometimes, I say carefully, when people are different from each other, it can be hard for them to get along. And some people in our family made Sky feel like she didn't belong here. Daphne pulls back to look at me, her gray-blue eyes wide. "That's not nice. No, it's not nice at all. Are you sad?" The simple question hits me like a freight train. "Yes, baby. I'm very sad." "Because you love Sky?" The honesty in her voice, the complete lack of judgment, makes my throat tight. "Yes, because I love Sky." "Then we have to get her back," Daphne says with the kind of certainty only children possess. "We have to tell her we're sorry, and that she does belong with us." "I want to, sweetheart, but it's complicated." "Why?" "Because Sky thinks our family doesn't want her, and some of them made her feel that way today." Daphne's face scrunches up in confusion and anger. "But that's stupid. Sky is the best. She makes the best pancakes, and she knows all the words to Disney songs, and she helped me with my art project, and she makes you smile like Mommy used to." The last part hits me like a physical blow, out of the mouths of babes. "You're right," I say quietly. "She is the best. So we have to fix it." "We do. But first, we need to pack our things. We're going home tonight." "To our house?" "Yes, and tomorrow we're going to figure out how to make things right with Sky." Daphne nods solemnly, then brightens. "Can we bring her Christmas presents? I wrapped them special." "Of course we can." As I help Daphne pack her things, my mind is already racing ahead to tomorrow. To finding Skylar. To convincing her that what my family thinks doesn't matter, that what we have is real and worth fighting for. Because screw the fake marriage. Screw the arrangement. Somewhere along the way, this became the most real thing in my life, and I'm not letting it go without a fight. Even if it means walking away from everything I thought I knew about family and loyalty and belonging.
Chapter 27. Skylar. I wake up Christmas morning to the smell of bacon and the sound of Kayla humming Jingle Bells in the kitchen. For a split second, my heart forgets where I am. Then reality crashes back. I'm in my old apartment, not the penthouse. No Daphne bouncing on my bed asking if Santa came. No Ethan's sleepy smile over morning coffee. Just me and the ache in my chest that feels like it might be permanent. "Sky, get out here before I eat all the bacon." Kayla's voice carries down the hallway. I drag myself out of bed and pad to the kitchen in my oversized Christmas tree pajamas. Kayla's created a feast on our tiny dining table. Fluffy pancakes, scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, and 2 glasses of what looks suspiciously like mimosas. "Merry Christmas, babe." She hands me one of the glasses and a red Santa hat. Figured if we're going to be Christmas orphans together, we might as well do it right. I slip the hat on and take a sip. The champagne bubbles tickle my nose, and despite everything, I feel a small smile tug at my lips. You didn't have to do all this. Please. You think I was going to let you mope around eating cereal on Christmas? She settles into her chair and raises her glass. To friendship, good food, and being fabulous without men. To friendship, I echo, clinking my glass against hers. We eat in comfortable silence for a while. The pancakes are good. Not as good as the ones I make for Daphne, but good enough. Everything tastes a little hollow, though, like I'm eating through a layer of cotton. "So, Kayla says after her second mimosa. What's the plan for today? Netflix marathon? Online shopping with money we don't have? Calling our mothers and pretending everything's fine? Actually, I was thinking about making something. I push eggs around my plate. A photo book. Of all the pictures I took of Ethan and Daphne, Kayla nearly chokes on her bacon. Wait. What? Why would you torture yourself like that? It's not torture. I search for the right words. A goodbye gift. When I go get the last of my stuff from the penthouse, I want to leave something for them. Something they can keep. Sky, honey. That's either the sweetest or most masochistic thing I've ever heard. I stand up and clear my plate, needing to move. I have hundreds of photos on my camera and phone. All those moments I captured just because they felt important. Daphne laughing at the park. Ethan reading to her before bed. The three of us making cookies. They deserve to have those memories. Kayla follows me to the living room, where my camera equipment is spread across the coffee table. Or you could keep them. You know, for when you come to your senses and realize you're throwing away something real. It's not real, Kay. It was never real. I pull out my laptop and start uploading photos from my camera's memory card. It was a business arrangement that got out of hand. Nonsense. I look up at her. She's standing with her arms crossed, Santa hat slightly askew, looking at me like I've lost my mind. Excuse me? I said nonsense. Sky, I've known you for years. I've watched you date guys who were actually perfect on paper and saw you feel nothing. But this man, you've been different since the day you met him. Different how? I turn back to my laptop, but I can feel her stare burning into the side of my head. Different like you actually give a damn. Different like you've been walking around glowing for weeks. Different like you're willing to make photo books of his kid, even though you're supposedly moving on. The first batch of photos loads on my screen. Daphne at the aquarium, her face pressed against the glass watching the jellyfish. Her eyes wide with wonder. Sticky fingers from cotton candy still clutching the camera strap I let her wear around her neck. My throat tightens. Look at that, Kayla says softly, moving to sit beside me on the couch. Look at how you captured that moment. That's not the work of someone just doing a job, Sky. That's love. I scroll to the next photo. Ethan and Daphne building a blanket fort in the living room. He's on his hands and knees, completely focused on engineering the perfect pillow support system, while Daphne gives him very serious architectural advice. I caught him mid-laugh, his eyes crinkled at the corners, looking more relaxed than I'd ever seen him. He's beautiful, Kayla murmurs. Yeah, he is. The words slip out before I can stop them. And you're in love with him. I don't answer, but I don't need to. We both know it's true. I scroll through more photos, organizing them chronologically. Ethan making pancakes, while Daphne stands on a chair beside him, both of them covered in flour. The three of us at Central Park, Daphne on Ethan's shoulders, all of us laughing at something I can't remember. Quiet moments, like Ethan working late while Daphne sleeps curled against his side. Daphne showing me her artwork, while Ethan watches us both with this soft expression. God, Sky, these are incredible. Kayla leans closer to the screen. You documented a whole family here. A family that was never really mine. Says who? His parents? Screw them. Family isn't about blood or money or approval from people who peaked in 1985. Family is about choosing each other every day. And these photos prove that all three of you were choosing each other. I find a photo from last week. Ethan reading Daphne a bedtime story while I worked on my laptop nearby. He's completely absorbed in the book, doing different voices for each character, and Daphne is giggling into her pillow. I remember taking this photo and smiling at them the whole time, like they're my whole world, because they are, damn it. Maybe I should just give him a chance to explain, I say quietly. Now you're talking sense. But what if it was all just convenience for him? What if his family is right and I'm just the hired help who got too attached? Then you'll know. And you can move on for real instead of making yourself photo books and pretending you don't care. Kayla grabs my hands. But what if they're wrong? What if what you had was as real as it felt? I stare at the screen, at dozens of photos that tell the story of 3 people becoming a family. Not because of paperwork or contracts, but because they fit together in all the ways that matter. I don't know if I'm brave enough to find out. You're the bravest person I know. You bet everything on your dreams when you moved here. You put yourself out there with that photography business. You fake married a stranger to help your debts. You can handle one conversation with a man you love. Love. The word sits heavy in my chest, but for the first time since yesterday, it doesn't feel like it's crushing me. I turn back to the laptop and start arranging photos into a cohesive story. The early days when we were all still figuring each other out. The middle weeks when we started feeling like a unit. The recent photos where we look like we've always belonged together. What are you going to call it? Kayla asks. I think for a moment, then type a title on the first page. Our brief time together, the Sinclair family. Perfect. I work for the next 2 hours, carefully curating and arranging photos, writing little captions for some of them. Kayla keeps my mimosa full and offers commentary on the best shots. By the time I'm finished, I have a 50-page digital photo book that captures everything beautiful about our time together. It's gorgeous, Kayla says as I flip through the final version. Honestly, this might be the best work you've ever done. It felt important to get it right. Because you love them. Because I love them, I admit finally. The words don't hurt as much as I expected. I order a print copy to be delivered tomorrow, then save all the files to a flash drive. When I go back to the penthouse to get my things, I'll leave this for them. A record of how good we were together, even if it couldn't last. So what now? Kayla asks. Are you going to call him? Before I can answer, a sharp knock echoes through the apartment. We both freeze, looking at each other with identical confused expressions. Were you expecting someone? I ask. No, you? Nobody even knows I'm here except... Another knock, more insistent this time. My heart starts racing, hope and fear warring in my chest. It could be anyone. A neighbor. A delivery person who got the wrong address. It could be... I guess we should answer it, Kayla says. But neither of us moves. The knock comes again, followed by a voice that makes my world stop spinning.
Chapter 28. Ethan. I stand outside Skylar's apartment door, my heart hammering against my ribs like it's trying to escape. The hallway smells like pine cleaner and someone's cooking turkey down the hall. Christmas music drifts from behind various doors, but all I can focus on is the fact that she's just on the other side of this piece of wood. Skylar, I call out. It's me, Ethan. I knock again, harder this time. My palms are sweating despite the December cold, and I wipe them on my jeans. I can hear movement inside, muffled voices, footsteps. The door opens, and instead of Skylar, I'm face to face with a petite woman with messy hair and suspicious eyes. Can I help you? She asks, positioning herself like a bouncer. I'm looking for Skylar. Is she here? Depends who's asking. Ethan Sinclair. Her expression shifts from suspicious to openly hostile. Oh, you've got some nerve showing up here. Kayla, it's okay. Skylar's voice comes from somewhere behind the girl, and my chest immediately loosens at the sound. Let him in. Kayla, who I'm guessing is the roommate, steps aside, but not before giving me a look that could melt steel. Hurt her again, and I'll make sure you regret it. Understood. Then Skylar appears. and every coherent thought abandons my brain. She's wearing Christmas tree pajamas and a Santa hat, her hair pulled back in a messy bun with curls escaping everywhere. Her eyes are wide with shock, and she looks like she's been crying. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. "What are you doing here?" Her voice is barely above a whisper. "Aren't you supposed to be with your family?" "I left." "You left the Christmas retreat?" "I left the entire goddamn weekend." I step closer, but she doesn't back away. That has to be a good sign. I couldn't stay there listening to them talk about you like you were some kind of mistake I needed to correct. Her lips part slightly. "Ethan, I need to tell you something. Actually, several things. But first," I reach for her hands, relief flooding through me when she doesn't pull away. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sky. For yesterday. For my family, for making you think for even 1 second that what we have isn't real." "What we had," she corrects softly, but her fingers tighten around mine. "What we have," I repeat firmly, "because I'm not giving up on us. I can't. Do you know why?" She shakes her head, those beautiful hazel eyes locked on mine. "Because I'm in love with you, Skylar Jones. Completely stupidly, irreversibly in love with you." The words hang in the air between us for a heartbeat. Then she launches herself at me, her arms wrapping around my neck so tightly I can barely breathe. I catch her easily, holding her against my chest like I should have done yesterday instead of letting her walk away. "I thought I'd lost you," she whispers against my neck. "Never." I pull back just enough to see her face. "You're stuck with me now." Then I'm kissing her, pouring every emotion I've been too scared to voice into the contact. She tastes like champagne and strawberry syrup, and when she makes this small sound in the back of her throat, I know I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Okay. Kayla's voice breaks through our reunion. "This is very sweet and all, but maybe you could take this inside before the neighbors call the cops?" Skylar laughs against my lips, the sound making my chest tight with happiness. "Come in," she says, tugging me into the apartment. "The space is tiny compared to the penthouse, but it's warm and lived in. There's a small Christmas tree in the corner, and the smell of bacon still lingers in the air." Kayla disappears into what I assume is the kitchen, muttering something about giving us privacy. "I can't believe you left your family on Christmas," Skylar says, leading me to the couch. "They made their choice when they disrespected you. I made mine." I sit beside her, our knees touching. "Besides, you and Daphne are my family now. If they can't accept that, then I don't need them." Her eyes fill with tears, but she's smiling. "How is she? Daphne?" "Devastated. She cried for an hour when she realized that you had left. She made you a card." I pulled a slightly crumpled construction paper from my jacket pocket. She insisted I bring it with me. Skylar opens the card carefully. Inside, in Daphne's careful 8-year-old handwriting, it says, "Dear Sky, I miss you. Love, Daphne. P.S. Daddy is sad too." "God, that kid doesn't miss anything," Skylar says, wiping her eyes. "She gets it from you. Speaking of which," I notice her laptop open on the coffee table, photos covering the screen. "What's all this? Oh, she looks almost embarrassed. I was making something for you and Daphne, a goodbye gift." My stomach drops. "Goodbye? Well, before I saw you, I thought it was really over. So I made this." She turns the laptop toward me and my breath catches. It's a photo book. Our photo book. Page after page of moments I didn't even realize she'd been capturing. Daphne and me building that blanket fort. The three of us at the park. Quiet evenings reading together. Breakfast preparations that turned into flower fights. Sky. I flipped through page after page, each one showing me something I'd never seen before. How we look like a family. How happy we all are. How right this is. "You documented everything," I say, my voice rough. "The important things." She's watching my face carefully. I wanted you to have something to remember our time together. This is... I pause on a photo of all three of us making cookies. We're all laughing, covered in flour, and I'm looking at her like she hung the moon. Because she did. This is the most beautiful thing anyone's ever given me. You like it? I love it. But Sky, don't you see? I turn to face her fully. Look at these photos. Really look at them. This isn't the documentation of some business arrangement. This is a family. Our family. She leans against my shoulder and I wrap my arm around her. I was scared to hope it was real. It's real. We're real. And I want to keep being real with you for the rest of my life. Ethan, come home with me, I say, the words rushing out before I can second-guess them. Come back to the penthouse. To me and Daphne. Be our family for real this time. She's quiet for so long that panic starts creeping up my spine. Then she tilts her head to look at me, and her smile could power the entire city. Yes. The relief is so intense I feel dizzy. Yes? Yes, I'll come home. Yes, I want to be your family. Yes to all of it. I kiss her again, deeper this time, tasting her yes on my tongue. When we break apart, she's grinning. But I have one condition. Anything. Daphne gets to see the photo book first. I want to see her face when she realizes I kept all our memories. Deal. Though fair warning, she's going to cry. Happy tears, but still. I can handle happy tears. Good, because I have a feeling there are going to be a lot of them.
Chapter 29. Skylar. The penthouse feels different when we step through the door together. Warmer somehow, like the space itself recognizes that we belong here as a unit. I drop my hastily packed bag by the entrance and take in the familiar sight of home, because that's what this place has become, even if I was too scared to admit it before. How long until Daphne gets back? I ask, unwinding my scarf and hanging it on the hook that somehow became mine over the past few weeks. Ethan checks his watch. About an hour. I told Chelsea to take her to the park and then grab some hot chocolate afterward. Figured we'd need time to... He gestures vaguely between us, and I know exactly what he means. Time to settle back into being us. Time to make this feel real again instead of like some beautiful dream I'm going to wake up from. Perfect. That gives us time to make this place look properly festive for her return. I survey the living room, already mentally cataloging what needs to be done. Because if we're doing this Christmas thing, we're doing it right. What did you have in mind? I grin at him, that familiar excitement bubbling up in my chest. You'll see, but first, I need you to help me move some furniture. For the next 45 minutes, we transform the living room into a winter wonderland. Well, as much of a winter wonderland as you can create when you're working with a minimalist penthouse and whatever decorations we can find in storage. Ethan drags out boxes of Christmas stuff that apparently haven't seen daylight in years, and I direct him like a general commanding troops. The garland goes higher on the mantel. No, higher. Ethan, if you don't get that thing properly draped, I'm going to... You're going to what? He's standing on a chair, one eyebrow raised in challenge, and the sight of him taking orders from me with that amused expression makes my stomach flip. I'm going to make you redo it until it's perfect. Bossy. You love it. I do. The admission is so casual, so matter-of-fact, that it takes my breath away. Like loving me is as natural as breathing for him now. I busy myself arranging the nativity scene on the coffee table, trying to hide how much his words affect me. Hand me that angel, the one with the wonky wing. This one's Daphne's favorite. She made it in art class last year. Then it goes right in the center. We work in comfortable synchronization, and I find myself stealing glances at him when he's not looking, The way his sweater stretches across his shoulders when he reaches up to hang ornaments. How his hair falls across his forehead when he's concentrating. The small smile that plays at the corners of his mouth when he catches me staring. You know, he says, stepping down from the chair and surveying our handiwork. I haven't decorated for Christmas like this since before the divorce. It always felt too... He trails off, but I understand. Too hopeful? Too much like pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. I walk over to him, straightening an ornament that doesn't really need straightening. And now? Now it feels like celebrating what actually is fine. His hand finds mine, fingers intertwining automatically. Like celebrating us. The sound of the elevator opening cuts through the moment, followed immediately by Daphne's voice echoing through the penthouse. Daddy? Are you home? Chelsea said she saw your car in the parking garage and... Her words cut off abruptly as she rounds the corner and spots me standing in the living room. For a heartbeat, we just stare at each other. She's wearing her purple winter coat and a knit hat with a pom-pom, her cheeks pink from the cold. Her gray blue eyes are wide with shock, then hope, then pure, unbridled joy. Sky! She drops her mittens and launches herself across the room, hitting me with the force of a small tornado. I catch her easily, lifting her off her feet as she wraps her arms around my neck. Hey, sunshine. My voice comes out rougher than intended, thick with emotions I'm not sure I can contain. I missed you too. You came back? You really came back. She pulls away just enough to study my face, like she needs to make sure I'm real. Daddy said you might not, but I knew you would, because you promised you wouldn't leave without saying goodbye, and you never break promises. The words tumble out of her in one breathless rush, and I have to bite my lip to keep from crying right here in front of her. That's right, baby. I don't break promises. But you're not here to say goodbye, are you? Please tell me you're not here to say goodbye. I glance over her head at Ethan, who's watching us with an expression so tender it makes my chest ache. He nods once, encouraging, and I take a deep breath. I'm not going anywhere, Daphne. Not ever again. The words feel like a vow, sacred and unbreakable. I belong here with you and your daddy. This is my home now, if you'll have me. Really? You mean it? I mean it. I love you, sunshine. I love you and your daddy very much, and I'm never leaving again. The tears I've been holding back finally spill over, but they're happy tears, relief tears, coming home tears. Daphne reaches up with her small hands and wipes them away with the fierce concentration of someone much older. Don't cry, Sky. We're all together now. That's what matters. You're absolutely right. I set her down but keep my hands on her shoulders. And do you know what else matters? What? That we have some serious Christmas celebrating to catch up on. Ethan moves closer, his hand settling on my lower back, and I lean into his warmth. Speaking of which, he says to Daphne, Sky has something special to show you. You do? Daphne's eyes light up like Christmas morning. I do, but first, I think you have something for me? I raise an eyebrow at Ethan, who nods toward the kitchen. Oh, yes. Wait right here. Daphne disappears around the corner, her footsteps echoing through the penthouse. She's been working on those gifts all week, Ethan murmurs against my ear. Barely slept last night finishing them. The warmth in his voice, the casual intimacy of him sharing these details with me, it hits me all over again that this is real. We're really doing this. We're really going to be a family. Daphne returns with her arms full of wrapped packages, each one covered in wrapping paper that's clearly been applied by 8-year-old hands. The tape is crooked, the edges don't quite meet, and there are spots where the paper is torn and reinforced with more tape. They're absolutely perfect. I made these for you, she says, setting them carefully on the coffee table. Well, I made some of them, and I picked out one of them, and Daddy helped with one of them, but mostly I did it myself. They're beautiful, Sunshine. I sit on the couch and pat the space beside me. Should I open them now? Yes, but slowly. I want to see your face for each one. I pick up the smallest package first, unwrapping it with the careful attention it deserves. Inside is a clay ornament shaped like a camera, painted bright blue with my name spelled out in glittery letters across the lens. I made it in art class. Mrs. Watterson helped me with the letters, but I picked the color because it's your favorite. It's perfect. I love it. I hold it up to catch the light. This is going right on the tree in the very best spot. The next gift is a picture frame made from painted popsicle sticks, holding a drawing of the three of us holding hands in front of the penthouse. We're all smiling, and there are hearts floating above our heads. That's us, Daphne explains unnecessarily. As a family, I drew it before you left, but then I thought maybe I was wrong about us being a family, but now I know I was right all along. My throat tightens. You were absolutely right, Sunshine. We are a family. The last gift is a small jewelry box that plays a tinny version of Jingle Bells when opened. Inside, nestled in pink tissue paper, is a bracelet made of colorful beads. Daddy helped me pick out the beads, but I did all the stringing myself. See? There's a purple one for my favorite color, and a blue one for yours, and a green one for Daddy's, and this gold one because you said gold is classy. I slipped the bracelet onto my wrist and it fits perfectly. I'm never taking this off. Really? Really, in fact, I have something for you too. I reach for my laptop, opening it to the photo book I spent hours perfecting. But it's not something you can hold, it's something you can see. I turn the screen toward her, and her gasp of delight fills the room. Sky, you took pictures of everything. I wanted to remember every moment with you and your daddy. Look, here's the first day we met. We scroll through the pages together, Daphne providing commentary for each photo. Oh, that's when we made pancakes. And there's when you taught me how to take pictures with your camera. And look, Daddy's making his serious face while he reads us that story. Do you remember this one? I point to a photo of the three of us building a blanket fort in the living room. That was the best fort ever. We should build another one tonight. We should, Ethan agrees, settling on my other side so we're bookending Daphne on the couch. In fact, we should do all of our favorite things tonight. Really? Daphne bounces slightly. Can we make hot chocolate with the little marshmallows and watch that movie about the reindeer and stay up past my bedtime? It's Christmas Day, I say, exchanging a look with Ethan over her head. I think we can make an exception. This is the best Christmas ever. Daphne throws her arms around both of us, somehow managing to encompass us both in her small embrace. The absolute best. I close my eyes and breathe in this moment. The scent of pine from the tree, the warmth of Ethan's hand on my back, the solid weight of Daphne between us. This is what home feels like. This is what family feels like. This is what love feels like.
Chapter 30. Ethan. The penthouse has settled into that perfect Christmas evening quiet. Daphne finally crashed around 10, sugar-drunk from hot chocolate and exhausted from the day's excitement. We carried her to bed together, Sky brushing a kiss against her forehead, while I tucked the blankets around her small frame. Now it's just us, sprawled across our bed with mugs of leftover hot chocolate, and the city lights painting patterns across the ceiling. Sky's curled against my side, her head on my chest, still wearing that bracelet Daphne made her. She hasn't taken it off once. Thank you, she murmurs against my skin, her breath warm through my t-shirt. For what? For giving me this, for letting me be part of your family, for not giving up on us even when I was too scared to fight for it myself. I set my mug on the nightstand and shift so I can look at her properly. Her hair spreads across the pillow like silk, and those hazel eyes catch the light from the window. Damn, she's beautiful. Not just physically, though Christ knows she takes my breath away every time I look at her. It's everything else, too. The way she loves Daphne with her whole heart. The way she fits into our life like she was always meant to be here. The way she makes me want to be the man she sees when she looks at me. "Merry Christmas, Sky," I say, my voice rougher than I intended. "Merry Christmas to you, too." She smiles, that radiant expression that makes my chest tight with how much I love her. The words are there, sitting on my tongue, begging to be said. I've been thinking about them for weeks now, turning them over in my mind like worry stones. But tonight feels right. Tonight feels like the beginning of everything. "I have one more present for you," I tell her, though that's not quite accurate. It's more like a question, a hope, a future I want to build with her. "Ethan, you've already given me everything I could ever want." Not everything. I brush a curl behind her ear, letting my fingers linger against her jaw. "Sky, I know we've been through hell to get here. I know we both have scars and fears and reasons to be careful. But I also know that what we have is real. It's solid. It's worth building a life on." Her eyes widen slightly, like she's starting to understand where this is heading. "I want to marry you," I say simply. No fancy speech, no grand gesture. Just the truth, laid out between us like an offering. "I want to make this official. I want you to be my wife, not just because of some arrangement or contract, but because I can't imagine spending my life with anyone else." "Ethan." Her voice catches and tears well up in her eyes, but she's smiling. "I know it's not traditional. We've done everything backwards. Fake marriage first, falling in love second, but screw tradition. I want you, Sky. I want us. I want to wake up every morning knowing you're mine and I'm yours. In every way that matters." She pushes herself up on her elbow, studying my face like she's memorizing every detail. "Are you asking me to marry you, Ethan Sinclair?" "I'm asking you to marry me for real this time. To choose this. To choose us." "Of course I will." The words come out in a rush, like she can't hold them back another second. "Yes. Absolutely yes. I love you. And I love Daphne. And I want this life with you more than I've ever wanted anything." I capture her mouth with mine before she can say another word, pouring everything I feel into the kiss. She melts against me, her hands fisting in my shirt, like she's afraid I might disappear. But I'm not going anywhere. Not tonight, not ever. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. Her lips are swollen from my kisses, and there's something in her eyes that makes my blood heat. "My fiancé," I murmur against her mouth, testing out the word. I like the sound of that. You know what I like the sound of? I roll us over so she's beneath me, my weight settled between her thighs. The sound you make when I do this. I find that sensitive spot behind her ear with my teeth, and she gasps, her back arching off the bed. Hell yes, that sound. I could listen to her come apart from me every night for the rest of my life and never get tired of it. "Ethan?" She tugs at my shirt, and I help her pull it over my head. Her hands immediately map the planes of my chest, her touch electric against my skin.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
That was... She starts, then trails off, her voice barely above a whisper, like words aren't enough to capture what just happened between us. Perfect, I finish for her, my own voice still rough from exertion. Absolutely perfect. She lifts her head to look at me, and there's so much love shining in those brown eyes, it takes my breath away. Her curls are wild from our lovemaking, framing her face in a way that makes her look like some kind of goddess. I can't believe this is real, that we're actually real. Believe it. I brush a damp curl away from her face, my fingers lingering on her cheek. The softness of her skin never fails to amaze me. You're stuck with me now, Sky, for better or worse, in sickness and health, all that traditional stuff we promised each other. Even the part about obeying, she teases, that mischievous smile I've come to adore playing at her lips. Her eyes sparkle with humor, and I can feel her body still trembling slightly against mine. Especially that part, I growl, using my strength to roll her beneath me again in one smooth motion. She squeaks in surprise, then laughs as I cage her in with my arms. Though we both know you'll never actually obey me. You're too damn stubborn for that. Probably not, she admits with a laugh, the sound bright and joyful, echoing through our bedroom. Ugh. Her hands come up to rest on my chest, right over my heart. But I'll love you, forever and always. I'll love you with everything I have. Forever and always, I repeat, sealing the promise with a kiss. Outside, snow begins to fall again, dusting the city in white. But here in our bed, wrapped in each other's arms, we're warm and safe and completely, utterly in love. This is what I've been searching for my whole life without even knowing it. Not just passion or companionship, but this perfect union of hearts and souls and bodies. My wife, my real wife, the stepmother to my child, the love of my life, the woman who makes every day brighter just by being in it. Merry Christmas, Mrs. Sinclair, I whisper against her hair. Merry Christmas, Mr. Sinclair, she whispers back.